need the capacity to keep fires small when they first start. And when they get this big and they draw this many resources, we have in the fire service what we call drawdown, meaning we've drawn the resources so thin that now our ability to rapidly and successfully initial attack fires becomes compromised because we just don't have the resources there to do it. So for, my small part of life here on Earth and the fires that I've, had to deal with in these quote nuclear winters, and my first experience with that really was in 1987. And the scientists actually came out in the Happy Camp in the Klamath area of Northern California to study what a nuclear winter would be like, where we had these major fires going in August, and we have what are called inversions. So anybody that's been camping and seen a campfire burn, the smoke will rise and then it'll kind of flatten out and form a haze. And that's what you're seeing here, only on a massive scale. And it does get cold. Unfortunately, those fires burn, they continue to burn under those inversions. And then when the inversion gets hot enough, we have what we call an inversion break, where all of a sudden the air will escape up through the inversion and the fire takes off madly for several hours under the inversion. But once they get to that point, it makes it very difficult for aviation resources to be successful to even get in to help the people on the ground, because it's just so smoky. We can't safely operate those aircraft in those spaces. So unfortunately, I think right now it's going to be enduring, right? The population that's being impacted there on the East Coast and the central United States and Canada are at a point, unfortunately, where they're going to have to endure until Mother Nature changes her mind.
What you're talking about resource-wise, is this what's caused some of the problems in Canada, not being able to get a handle on these fires?
Well, I think it's important to put a couple of things in perspective. Fires traditionally need to burn. I mean, that's one way that Mother Nature, takes care of dead and dying material, beetle kill. There's a lot of reasons for fire to burn that's good. Managing fire during peak burning conditions is almost virtually impossible. It only takes a few degrees of relative humidity, meaning the moisture in the air, or a change in wind to really affect what a fire does. So when we talk about resources and capacity, it becomes part of a matter of perspective. It's kind of like insurance, right? Do we want to spend money to build capacity so that when these events happen, we can really go after them? Or do we bet on the come that it's not going to happen? And unfortunately, when we listen to climatologists and scientists around the world and we experience what we're experiencing, where we see years and years and years of dry weather, where we see reservoirs drying up, where we see millions of trees dying, that just all adds to the fuel, no pun intended, for these fires to really take hold and go. And there's two ways fires are put out. A, Mother Nature lets them die out naturally, or B, there are firefighters on the ground that actually go dig those fires out and around to make them go away. So capacity, I think in Canada right now, you're seeing probably firefighters from around the world responding. I know that aviation resources and hundreds of firefighters from the United States are battling those blazes. And I'm sure that there are people from Australia and probably many other countries engaging to help Canada. And it's not just a regional North American problem right now. We're having this problem. We don't see it, in Siberia, in Asia, in Europe, where you see fires, burning in Germany, where they don't typically burn. And when that doesn't happen, people don't think that they need to get prepared because they don't think it's going to impact them. And unfortunately, for those on the eastern seaboard here in the United States, that they don't really realize the impact that they are contributing to, say, tax-wise, right? We have realized and unrealized costs of fire suppression in this country in the tune of tens of billions of dollars a year, which really affects the GDP of the United States. So wildfire is a big problem, whether you're experiencing that smoke or not. We're all going to pay for it.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And to bring it down to a level where people watching this will have something in common with, recently we had the heavy smoke conditions. And that's what I'm gonna call the smoke conditions. And they were telling people, stay inside, avoid going outside. Now, we know from the indoor air quality side of our industry that the inside air is normally up to 10 times more polluted than the outside air. So we're already now telling people to stay in an environment that we know is more polluted than the normal outside air for them breathing. We have sensitized individuals. There's a whole class of people that suffer because of that. But also because of the building codes, commercial buildings, public apartment complexes need to bring in fresh air on their heating and air conditioning. So now the systems that are ventilating the inside of their buildings are bringing in this air from outside, which is all smoke, VOC laden with chemistries. And that's a whole nother side that nobody's prepared for, because you still have to breathe. You can't hold your breath for 5-6 days. That doesn't happen. And we use an example in some of our teachings about the importance of breathing. And we say some people are able to go 20, 30, 40 days without eating, 3, 5, 7 days without water, 4 to 6 minutes without air.
Correct.
So it's not like you can avoid breathing. So you have to do things that are going to help. And that comes back to your point before about preparing ahead of time. We don't spend the money on the resources. I've been involved with the government world for many, many years from my background, and money was not usually spent on preparedness. It was always throw money at it when there was a problem. And to your point, if you don't stop these things when they're very small, they become unmanageable.
Correct. Capacity it's a big deal, right? Being prepared both nationally and internationally is extremely important. My background really, I put myself through school fighting fire, and putting myself through school, I became a critical care nurse. And so I worked as a critical care nurse for several years prior to me becoming a firefighter. So it's concerning to me. I have 2 children, one 16 and one 19. And we were impacted, for instance, by the Camp Fire, which burned the town of Paradise down. And in that fire, I think there were upwards of 20,000 structures that were burned to the ground and 80 some odd lives lost. And that fire burned into my town. That's where it stopped. But my children were exposed to something that I chose to expose myself to as a professional firefighter. And that's unnerving, because it's not just the smoke that you burn, that one breathes in the minute. It's the side effects many years down the road that impact, firefighters. And firefighters are notoriously prone to all different kinds of cancers, and they're called assumptive conditions that the government pays for when we get it, and oftentimes our lives are cut short. So that's what goes through my mind. And personally, when we were inundated with that kind of smoke, I did limit my children going out, because the air, like it or not, was worse outside. I did ensure that they were wearing N95 masks, similar to what people did, and I'm sure have in their possession as a result of COVID. Anything to be able to catch that particulate, changing out the filters, regularly in my home. Those were all things that were, top on my mind, just from my medical background and being conscientious of my firefighters when I was in the station, as it related to, diesel exhaust fumes in the bays when we were pulling engines out or pulling engines in, right? That wasn't a place to idle, because we just didn't want to be breathing that. Same for the public.
There's an educational component that is missing in many industries. And in our industry, again, out of sight, out of mind, because you don't see the microscopic particulate and organisms and everything else that you inhale, people don't think about it. But when you're dealing with the fires, again, when it's in California, here on the East Coast, We don't think about it. We don't see it. It's not affecting us on a daily basis. But the submicron particles that are in these smoke plumes that are going out, they go straight into your lungs and they pass right into your blood system and all the chemistries that are associated with them.
And
And
there's
that's
thousands.
what's that?
There's thousands
Oh,
of these, even just from a burning pine tree.
well, and I've heard people even talk about, well, it's a campfire or it's a fire pit. We do this all the time. Well, that's true. But the factory up the street that burned with ethyl methyl nasty stuff in it, that's now aerosolized in the flames, that's the stuff that's involved in what you're breathing because of the homes that burn, the factories that burn, and all the things that are inside of it, just the glues that are in the furniture, that you're sitting on, is all poisonous to inhale. And again, to me, it's an educational piece that people don't understand about emergency medical services, about law enforcement, about firefighting, that I look at this as an opportunity to provide awareness. Something as simple as a firefighter coming out of a burning building, the last thing you would want to do is cool him down by hosing off his turnout gear while he's wearing it.
Or give him a hug.
Or
Her a
give
hug.
him a hug. That
Right. Yeah.
jacket could be 300, 400, 500 degrees. As soon as you hose it down with water, you've created instant steam and you've scalded that individual.
Well, the technology has changed drastically, from the time when I was a young firefighter. Nomex was just coming out, and that's the protective clothing that wildland firefighters wear. And my first several years of fighting fire, I did not wear Nomex. And then when I was in the structure world, in the municipal world, I had one set of turnouts, and those turnouts were by my bed, by my bunk. When the bell rang, I would jump into them and go to a call and come back and peel them down, put them right next to my bunk, and go to bed. That's just not the case anymore with what science has shown us and the medical world. Now, firefighters typically have two sets of turnouts, and they rotate them through structure fires, and they go right to the extraction machine, and they have to go out and be professionally extracted if you're following an FPA every now and then. I used to go do school programs with the kids, and I'd have my turnouts and let them get in it. Turnouts are the gear, that we wear, and let them touch and feel and see. And now that's even been outlawed, where, nothing that's been in a fire like that can go into a school. It's new turnouts that have never been exposed to smoke. A lot of changes environmentally in our profession, which, I think it's important for the public to understand the reasons for that. And it's important for the public to protect themselves as well, such as the things we just talked about: changing filters, not going outside, having your kids wear a mask. I mean, if I have two masks and I'm going out with, two kids, well, the kids are going to wear the mask, not me. I'm going to endure that change. But, it's a matter of perspective and doing what you can to research on your own. Read about the effects of smoke and what science is showing. Read about the cost of fires and what's causing it. And it's a very complex, wildfire is very complex, simply because there are those fires that need to burn, and there are those fires that probably should be put out.
From your experience in California, your years firefighting, and from dealing with the smoke out in the California area, what would you say to the people in the middle part of the country and the East Coast that have experienced this? And the wind could shift tomorrow, and the fires that are still burning could cause this to come down on us again. What would you recommend them doing as far as indoor and outdoor air quality, and what things to be aware of odor-wise and things like that?
Well, wildfire smoke has, in my experience, two different kind of smells. There's a smell when a fire is going through a residential community, for instance, when we have many homes burning and it smells like a structure fire, or if anyone's thrown, plastic garbage and things into a campfire, you kind of have that acrid smell. And that's the nasty stuff that you don't want to see burning, and you definitely don't want your children burning. As firefighters, sometimes we can't get out of those situations where my firefighters could put on a self-contained breathing apparatus. We call them SCBAs. until that smoke was clear. That's what they did, and their turnouts were washed. So for those in the public, it really is limiting your exposure outside when you're listening to the environmental air pollution control advisories. Those people that are susceptible to lung issues and problems, I would speak to your doctor. I would see what kind of HEPA filtration systems that could be put into your homes, to help filter that smoke in your homes. And once again, my children, I put them into masks, no different than when they were in COVID, when they were walking around out there, when they had to be out. Otherwise, I kept them indoors.
Yeah, just to a point that you just made about wearing masks, the N95 masks, N100 masks, whatever you're able to get, they work great for particulates, but they don't do anything for the VOCs, the volatile organic compounds, which is the gases and the chemistry in the air.
Right.
That you need scuba gear, like you're talking about, self-contained breathing apparatus.
Mm-hmm.
And the public isn't going to wear that.
No.
So staying inside, it's really your best bet, at this point, and try to avoid these situations if possible.
Agreed.
All right. Well, I really appreciate your time. This is all about a public education and awareness that we're trying to push out there. There's many other segments that we will be playing following this. And I really wanted to set the stage, which is, I feel we've done that, as to the problem that's out there. It's not going away. It wasn't the 3 or 4 days that we had here, and the problem's never going to come back. It's things that we need to be aware of.
Correct.
And I really appreciate your time and help with that.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me today, Lance. Appreciate it.
Be safe, and good luck with your new adventures out there. And I look forward to seeing some more of those interesting images and videos of all these firefighting planes and stuff you got out there on your site.
Yeah, there's some amazing pilots and people. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
I'd like to welcome my guest today, Keith Gongitano, who is the founder and CEO of the manufacturing of a product called Airwall. And I'm going to bring Keith in here in a second, but you'll see in the background one of the Airwalls, and that's what we're going to be talking about today. So, Keith, how about a quick hello?
Hey there. How you doing, Lance? I'm glad to be here.
And we're glad to have you. So I'm going to get right into this. And I got a few questions right off the bat, because when I see your email come to me, it says Zeppelin guys. And I'm kind of curious as to, we've always called you or associated you with the Airwall product, but the name of the company is Zeppelin. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's Zeppelin. It's when we first founded the company, you got to find a name. And since it's inflatable, Zeppelin just kind of seemed like a cool name, and we went with it, and we designed a logo for it. But then the product needed a name, mainly because if it's going to have a line item on Xactimate and other things, it needs a name. And so it became Airwall, and then over time it became Airwalls by Zeppelin, which is containment from A to Z. So it's just kind of one of these things. But if you look us up, you'll find us both on Airwalls and Zeppelin.
Okay. Well, so where did this concept come from? Because in the remediation and healthcare and restoration type of industries, this is something completely new.
It is new. It evolved, is what it did. It started with me helping a friend with his restoration company back in the summer of 2017, and I was in a crawl space. It was a miserable experience. I spent 3 hours trying to build a chamber so that we could get the subfloor dry, and among other things, I got bit by a spider and bruised and battered, and managed to only build marginal containment, a chamber. It was terrible. And so I invented the crawl space tool. It was just kind of one of those fully formed ideas in my head. I just knew how it had to work. Convinced a friend who's now a part of the company, and pretty much has been since the beginning, because without him, a lot of this stuff wouldn't exist, just because he's the one that knew how to build it. His name is Cole, and I convinced him to build our first prototype for crawl spaces. And one thing led to another. We started thinking, what about a doorway? I wonder if we could use this very tool in the doorway. And so I repurposed it, and it was very ugly. And we thought, well, the concept works. It's just not going to work, in the sense that it's really gross and ugly looking. So we designed something for that. And then we moved on to windows, and then we realized at some point that because we met a fine gentleman by the name of Mark Cornelius. He's among other things, he's a member of the board on the IICRC. He's a trainer for years. He's been in the industry for almost 40 years. And he loved our product and just asked me a very simple question that he was looking at the doorway unit, our X, and he said, so how do you get out? And I looked at him with a very kind of lost look, and he goes, how do you get out? Where's your doffing chamber? You know, when you're doing a mold job, you got to have a doffing chamber. And it just never occurred to me. And so that's, you know, kind of what started my wheels spinning. And we went round and round and round. And the other question was always about power failure as well. What do you do about a power failure? Because the crawl space unit and the Airwall X, which is built for doorways, and the window units as well, they're all constant air kind of appliances. They require air from your air movers or your HEPA filters and things like that. And if the power goes out, well, then they deflate and they stop functioning. And so we went around for a long time before we settled on what we ended up with. And you'll actually see that behind me. You can actually see that's the full system. That's 2 Airwall Nexus on either side of me, and behind me is the front of the.
Let me interrupt you real quick,
yeah.
Because we'll talk about all the different types of configurations and products and stuff that you've come up with, because
Yeah.
I know your mind just works continuously
It
on
does.
this stuff. But I mean, the simple question is, how do these work? I mean,
Air.
air. Okay.
Yeah, they inflate. You know, and you're right. I tend to get, you know, I love my stuff and I think about it all the time, so I go fast. The 2 that I talked about first, they require constant air. You connect them to your air movers, your negative air machine, and you do what we call pre-cycle the air. You capture the air coming out of the machine directly, and then you take that air and do what you want with it, whether it's to exhaust it from the structure and create negative pressure, or to create a manifold where you're actually directing the air to a subfloor or maybe the perimeter of the building.
But these are different. This is different. That's behind you now, right?
Yeah. So this is the latest. This is very different. In fact, what you'll notice again to either side of me is the Nexus, and the Nexus consists of 5 separate inflatable air bladders. And if you look at the bottom, you'll see those little round. Those are valves. And so you inflate each of these chambers separately. The idea being that if there is a power failure, first of all, these are inflated and they don't require any more air. But if there was any kind of damage done to one of those bladders, although we did a lot to design them so that they're very durable, but if something did happen, that even the loss of an entire or even 2 chambers would still maintain your containment. So that's the design we came up with, and yeah, they're very different, but they both work on air and they both work on pressure. The whole reason that they function as negative air containment and as a chamber is because they're pushing against the surfaces of the building, up and down and then sideways, so that they seal up.
Okay, so now I did cut you short before. I just want to get back to, you were starting to talk about the different types of products.
Yeah.
I just wanted our viewers to understand at least how these things work.
Yeah.
What else have you designed? I mean, this is for, it looks like you got a chamber behind you and a whole wall, but I know there's problems with, you know, different heights, different types of ceilings and floors. How does that all work, or do you have special products for that?
So we wanted simplicity was the key. We didn't want a bazillion parts and things that could get lost, broken, misplaced, or just adding complexity. What you see behind me essentially is 4 things. It's a Nexus on one side, a Nexus on the other, the dust curtain that joins them, and the doffing chamber that zips to the dust curtain, in a nutshell. So it's really, really simple. If this room that we're looking at were 8 feet tall, or 9 feet tall, this is an 8-foot configuration. If they were 9 or 10 feet, you would simply add a 12-inch extension to the very top of that wall. And because the air bladders inside are actually 10 feet long, then you're not doing anything else. Those air bladders simply roll out the next 12 inches and then stop. They stop because there's a piece on the top that makes them stop. And then if you had to go to 10, you would do the same thing, add another 12 inches, and then those bladders go up the next. So, so it's very simple. That conversion can be done in just a couple of minutes. Very simple.
Interesting. So how about like width, or if you're dealing with different heights, like it's a slanted ceiling or something like that?
Sure. So for width, not a problem. These walls that you see to my sides are 5 feet nominally, and again 8, 9, or 10 feet. They can be adjusted. Well, let's talk about width first. So you can put as many together as you want. You can zip these things together. They join to each other. It's all modular. Everything goes together and connects. So you can put 4 or 5 of these together, or 2. If you happen to be in a space that, again, these would be 10 feet joined. If you were in an 8-foot space, you could do a couple different things. You could just simply change the shape of the wall into a curve. Think Hoover Dam. You could do something like that. You could also run them straight across the room, and then when you get to the wall, you simply underinflate whichever bladder would be at the bend, right? And then bend the wall. That's it. And now what's touching the building may be 1 or 2 bladders as opposed to just the edge, but that's the way you shorten it. So you've got a bunch of different options on how you can do that. As far as an uneven ceiling, I'm gonna point here. Let's see. How do I do that? These right here, these little black dots, those allow you to actually put straps that also attach to the very top of the wall. And you can actually change the pitch of the wall if you need to. You can actually slope it to a certain extent. And you can also adjust it, not just to 8, 9, or 10 feet, but if you were, let's say, in a drop ceiling, a T-bar, they're not standard, right? They land sometimes at 8 feet 3 inches, or just under 9 feet, whatever ceiling height. They're never really standard because they're not set by 2x4s. They're set by a contractor who puts wire, hangs them, and that's where they land. So you can actually adjust these things really, really kind of a micro adjustment, anywhere between 7 at the bottom all the way up to just over 10 feet. So yeah.
Will fit just about anywhere, it sounds like.
It will. The only thing I don't think we're ever going to really do, and that kind of brings up another one of our thought processes here. We're probably never going to do like the vaulted ceiling scenario. So in a vaulted ceiling, you're probably going to have to either commit to plastic fully, which, it is our goal here to try to get as much plastic out of this industry and construction as we can. Or you're going to do a hybrid. And to be clear, we really did always design this product to be, when it's necessary, hybridized, merged with the plastic that everybody's using now, because there are going to be certain environments where a vaulted ceiling or some weird cutout is going to prevent these walls from creating the appropriate seal. So you may use 90% air wall, and then that last little bit you may connect to plastic. And because these walls work well with tape, they don't come off, which is great, because you can't say that about tape and walls, right? When walls have water literally dripping down them, or years of cooking grease or whatever, they don't stick, right? That's why a lot of failure happens with traditional containment. But these walls are designed to work with tape and not leave residue. So you can tape plastic to it for as long as the job takes, and then peel it off, and you won't have to worry about it leaving stuff behind. And certainly, whenever possible, you want our walls to be, or the air walls to be, touching the surfaces of the building, because that's going to create the superior seal without the problems of damage like peeling paint or whatever else that comes with using tape.
Well, I know that with some of the normie training that we do, we've actually incorporated some of the air wall technology into some of the types of hands-on training that we do, especially like when we go to the experience trade shows, where people are able to touch and work through all the new different technologies and products. And they fit into structures that we basically build on site. So we're able to adjust them, in real time to fit into these structures. And it works out very well for us, because we're able to put those up with plastic, show the differences, and how you can make changes and everything else. So it does work, and it's adjustable, like you were talking about, to whatever structure we build at the time.
Right. And it brings me joy to hear that, Lance, because I had this awakening. It was kind of late in coming. I've been doing this for 5 years, but I had this awakening about 5 days ago where I realized when I made my first shipment to Australia that these things exist without me, you know, in different time zones and on different continents, and people are interacting with them, and what I spent years thinking about and designing has to work, and I can't be there to help them. I can't,
So,
you know.
so you sent your children off to school for the first time, basically.
That's what it sounds like, right? Absolutely. That's what it felt like.
Put them on the bus to Australia.
Exactly.
So let's go a little bit further into this. As far as like vertical markets and stuff, I mean, I could see it in the remediation industry, restoration, asbestos. How about like medical or all of the above?
Yeah, absolutely. That's actually one of the most exciting things about what's behind me here is that when this came, all of a sudden, exactly what you're talking about just changed totally. So medical, if you have someone who has who's a burn victim or is receiving cancer treatments or is in some other way significantly immunocompromised, positive pressure environments are how you deal with that. And a hospital environment can create that, but that's very expensive. This can do that very, very easily, very simply, and doesn't require any permanent modifications to a building. On the flip side, we're all very familiar with negative air pressure because of the pandemic that we're all emerging from now, and the need for negative airspace, which is the exact opposite of what I just described. Instead of pumping clean, fresh air into an environment with people who have no immune system, you're instead drawing air in so that the bad boogies can't get out. So that's medical. But even more so, there's really, really strict enforcement when you're in a hospital environment because of, you know, generally who's in a hospital. People are sick when they're in a hospital. So if any kind of building modifications have to take place in a hospital, they have to do things to prevent dust and everything else from getting to people who might be unwell. And so it's not even just the direct medical application, but medical facilities, and because maintenance has to happen and modifications must occur, this can actually be a very, you know, a significant improvement to what they're doing now, which is putting up plastic. It takes sometimes hours or even a day to set up the containment to move a machine from one room to another, simply because of the restrictions on a hospital and what can and can't be done without containment. So that's a big deal. And then, you know, just I've been told mining. In fact, the folks in Australia, because mining is a big part of Australia's economy, mining is one. High tech, both chip manufacturing and also in like server farms, things like that, where very sensitive equipment is very, you know, can't be exposed to dust. So that's another big opportunity. All the construction trades could benefit from it. Basically, and then there's also, of course, you know, the potential need for first responders and militaries, you know, around the world. What if there's a, you know, some kind of an outbreak, some kind of maybe a terrorist attack, a biological terrorist attack, and you know, first responders and military have to show up and contain it best they can. This stuff, I mean, this what you see behind me fits into basically 3 duffel bags, you know, so that's the kind of thing that a military could really benefit from. So yeah.
Well, while you were talking, I jotted down 3 quick questions, and you were just starting to touch on one. So let me ask it to you. But instead of 3 questions, I'll just do it as 1 question now. What I wrote down here was portable, durable, and cleanable. Yeah. Especially you started talking about mining and then, you know, bacteria outbreaks and viruses and stuff like that. So as far as it being portable, I mean, they're pretty big. I mean, easy to move, you know, and, you know, cleanable. And how durable are they? All 3. You got 3 questions there.
Okay, so let's start with portable. We already started on that. Yeah. Basically, it's a gym bag. One of these walls fits in a gym bag. Of course, each one comes with said gym bag, and it's very, very easy to lift. I mean, the Nexus, fully loaded Nexus, is 25 pounds. That's it, right? So it's well below the lifting weight of any of the trades. I mean, most equipment is that or a lot more. So very, very portable. Small, compact, lightweight, easy to use. It looks huge right now, but it fits into an itty bitty space, right? So that's really good. As far as cleanable goes, we were very intentional on that. And in fact, along the way, we had it pointed out. In fact, a well-known person in the restoration industry, Rachel Adams, had pointed out in 21 that she thought it needed to be a little more cleanable. And so I said, okay, let's do that. So we just simply reversed the fabric that we're using, so that what you see on the outside is actually a urethane. So it's much, much smoother and much easier to clean. The stuff before was also very cleanable, but it had texture. And so there was a concern that maybe some of the fibers and things like that might stick. But so we designed it to be smooth, easy to clean. They're all machine washable. They're all designed to be totally machine washable. If you really, let's say, are in a Cat 3 environment and you really want to make sure that it's clean, you can do that. All the biocides, no problem. Antimicrobials, no issues there whatsoever. You can spray away and it'll be just fine. So cleanable. And then durable. And I say durable for the end because durable, I mean, all this stuff is important, super important, but durable, because we're claiming to be better than plastic, we better deliver, right? Because this stuff isn't cheap, right? You know, it takes 3 to 5 uses to pay off the investment in an air wall, which is really fast because they last for years. But, you know, if I'm going to say I'm better and I cost more, then I better be better. And so durability was huge. We made sure that the outer shell, you know, in the case of this one here, anything that's getting constant air, you could stab it with a knife and it wouldn't matter. I mean, we designed them with big open holes. So they're pumping out air all the time and they still work. Not so with this, right? If this gets a leak, you know, there could be an issue. So the outer shell is very, very durable. It's resistant to snags and punctures and things like that, and cuts and all the rest. And then the inner bladders, we actually spent a lot of time finding the ideal material for those bladders. They had to be lightweight. They had to be inherently fire resistant because these are going into a built environment. They cannot burn. They had to be as puncture and tear and cut resistant as possible while maintaining lightweight and portability, right? I mean, you know, all those things are in direct conflict with each other, right? Lightweight usually means flimsy. So we were actually very blessed, I believe, in the discovery of this particular material that we've used, and it makes this product extremely resilient. And again, because we recognize that nothing is perfect. I mean, if you open fire on this thing, it would go down, you know, I mean, no question about it. There are things it cannot handle, but it's meant to be durable. If something does happen to it, as I mentioned before, if you lose a bladder, first of all, we've had it happen. You know, we've, you know, in the early days, we had some bladders with some defects, with small leaks. And even when they have a small leak, they don't fully fail. And you can actually air them up and continue the job if you need to. We also designed them to be repairable in the field. I'm going to do this finger thing again. You see that line right there? That's an access zipper. And if you open up that zipper and remove the valve just below it, you can actually remove that air bladder, either repair it in the field, because we do provide patches just for that, or you can replace it with a new bladder. Depending on how many times you've done it, it might take you 2 minutes, it might take you 5. The point is, it can be done. It can restore your containment to full rigidity. And I say I make that point because restore containment, it never lost it. Even though it's lost an air bladder, it still maintains containment, which was key. Because again, if I'm going to claim to be better than plastic, you know, one of the biggest problems with plastic is that it falls down, right? You get up in the morning and, you know, or worse, your owners get up in the morning, the people living in that house, and they see this plastic crumpled on the floor, a big hole, and they're thinking to themselves, okay, all that bad stuff they told me that they're keeping behind that plastic, where is that now, right? So if my stuff doesn't do a lot better than that and not fail, then I failed. So this was a big part of our design.
I remember the first time that we used one of your air walls in our training, and again, believe it was at one of the experience shows. You were there and gave us a training on replacing one of the bladders. Mm-hmm. And during our the demonstration we were doing with the class for the hands-on, we actually opened the valve up and let it deflate, and it still held containment within
nice.
the area.
You didn't tell me that.
Well, it was my job is to break things.
Hmm.
So, that's what we do. We try to find out things that are going to happen. Someone's going to accidentally open a valve or something. It stayed in place. It did its job. So, when you mentioned before about replacing plastic, or poly, I see the value in that. I'm just curious. I'm not holding you to it. Have you done any kind of cost analysis as to how much poly you can actually replace by one of these over the longevity of the type of system? Because I know poly is expensive.
It is expensive. The closest we've gotten to that is by calculating how much tape, how much plastic, the labor that's involved with not only the initial setup, but also the tear down, the waste removal, and then the repairs that inevitably happen with most plastic containments. And we figured that it was a 3 to 5 usage to offset the initial investment in the air wall. That's as close as we've gotten. The numbers you're asking for are, I want them so bad myself. And I don't want to pull it out of thin air. I want it to be a real number. And
Okay.
it's a difficult number to quantify. I've struggled with that because that's a number I would love to take a picture, like just give you a visual of a mountain of plastic, and say, this is how much plastic you would use in a year instead of, this, right? That type of thing. So short answer is I don't know what that looks like. I do know that I've seen a lot of containments go up. I actually am AMRT certified. So I've been to a lot of AMRT classes. So I've seen a lot of containments just set up just for pure instructional purposes. And when we take all that plastic and we throw it in the dumpster outside the building, it takes up a quarter of the dumpster or more.
Yeah.
So I've seen it, and that's just one class, so the amount of plastic and tape and everything else, I wish I had a solid number for you. And someday that the plastic industry that we hope to disrupt may come up with just that number for us, because we're going to upset them at some point. And I'm okay with that.
Well, I'll make it easier then. Longevity on the product. How long do you predict or have data on showing these things lasting in use?
Okay, so that's a question that I can only answer by extrapolating. And I do that because I'm looking at the materials we've used, not because of the product having existed long enough to go through a life cycle. We just haven't been around long enough for that to have happened. But that said, I'm going to bring up Cole again, our builder, our in-house engineer. He is, this is his space. So when he sees a problem, he solves it with fabric. My history is more carpentry, so I solve my problems with wood and nails. And it's funny that we have this different perspective on things. But the point is that at one point he took some of our material and covered an outdoor sprinkler valve control or something like that on the side of his house, and that was about 5 years ago. It's outside, it's been exposed, it started life black. It's now a funky kind of a rust color because it's just been bleached by the sun. However, color gone, 5 years of direct exposure, the fabric is completely sound. So that's what this outer shell is made of. So that's the first thing. The other thing is the air bladders themselves. The manufacturer that we buy the raw materials from won't even take something off the shelf for sale unless it's been there for more than 10 years. Because at that point, it's begun to do, they have a name for it. It gets a little bit chalky on the surface. And they have a name for it. And I can't recall how they refer to it. But it's got a 10-year shelf life before the manufacturer decides that it's probably not a fresh enough product to sell. I can't get more specific because we haven't been around long enough to say, but the materials that we use the highest quality zippers, the highest quality, everything we can find. We spend the most we can because I know that the users are going to be hard on it. The environments that they exist in are brutal. And my goal is to not build in obsolescence. One of my proudest moments would be if someday I've actually filled the industry and I have nothing left to sell because all my stuff doesn't break anymore. And I just don't, and I'm going to put myself out of business. That would make me happy,
It's kind of like the battery industry. You know, they're made to break or run out of energy at a certain point, so you buy more. You're doing the opposite of that.
I'm doing the opposite. Yep.
But
yep.
you know
Yeah,
what? I recently had a water loss in my house, so I personally was involved with some of the stuff here. But I understand there's something really interesting about yours. I've never been able to experience this, but I had 2 air scrubbers running at my house for, I think it was 16 days that they were working. Those things are loud.
Yes.
From what I understand, and I remember talking to you about this, these things have a sound blocking quality to them.
That's one of the coolest things. And I really wish I could say that was my plan, because it works so well.
Well, I wish I would have had them for my 16 days, but.
Oh, you totally do. You totally do. Yeah, I for as well as it works, and I can't claim it at all, it's annoying. But the fact that it does is phenomenal. It's crazy. We discovered it. It's actually funny, a little story there. We discovered it in 2021 when we met you and Doug and all your team at the experience in Vegas in September. We met you guys at that show, and that's where we realized what these things could do. And I'll tell you how we did it. So far as we know, and no one's ever contradicted us, we were the first ones to ever run negative air pressure on a convention floor, right? We actually built a chamber out of our stuff and ran negative air on the convention, which was very cool. People were very like, nah, so it was one of those moments, right? And we did that by just, I won't describe the structure because it's too much. But anyway, we built this chamber. People could walk into it and experience being inside of our decon chamber. And it was constructed of these Nexus walls. And when you went inside, I don't know if you've ever had your hearing tested, but when you go into that room and they close the door, you go, whoa, it's quiet in here, right? And a convention floor is never quiet. So to walk into this chamber and suddenly you have this intimate conversation space. In fact, I remember walking in with Michelle Blevins from CNR, and we walked inside, and she was asking me questions as the reporter, interviewer person that she is. We had this little conversation in there, and it was fantastic because we didn't have to yell. We could hear each other perfectly. It was great, but I really realized it when clients or potential customers would walk in, and they would be in that space. And I'm gonna be honest here. I would try to eavesdrop. I'd like to, see what they might be saying, see if they're good, bad. I couldn't hear anything. I couldn't hear a word. I couldn't even hear mumbling. It was nothing. So it started us on a path of exploring what could we do with that. And it turns out that a single barrier is good for 15 decibels. And if you know anything about sound and decibel ratings, it's not a linear measurement. 15 decibels is phenomenal. We actually did two barriers. In fact, the video is on our website, which is www.zeppelinguys.com. But that video, we did 2 barriers, and it was 25 decibels. And just for a point of reference, it was 50 to 75. 50 decibels is considered quiet. 75 is considered very loud. If you look at any scale, and you can look them up on the internet. So it's absolutely shocking how much it does. And I think it's going to change the way restoration is done, because people shut down the machines when they're trying to sleep. They do. They don't understand what they're doing. They don't understand that by taking an 8-hour shift off of those machines, that they're stretching that period that they're suffering by a third or more, right? I mean, so it's bad news, but if they're not sleeping, they're not sleeping. And I think every restoration contractor out there has experienced it more than once, where they come in and the machines are either still not running, or they've just been turned back on. And they know that because the dehues aren't even operating temperature. They know they just flipped them back on, right? So we think that that's going to be a huge benefit. And then let's take office spaces or worship spaces. I mean, no built environment is immune from a water loss. And so you may have a church that needs to run a service and dry the building at the same time. And if you have something that can block that sound and allow the service to continue at the same time the drying is happening, then you've done something, and in an office that needs to be able to operate and still deal with the water loss. That's a huge deal.
Well, like I said, I had that, 16 days at my house. I would have definitely been an advantage there. But the company wasn't using those. They weren't familiar with it. And that's another story. So I'm looking at the image behind you, and I'm looking at valves across the bottom, zippers you talked about, hooks, things like that. How much training is involved in using these things?
Very little. You could probably attest better to that because you've actually monkeyed around with them and you didn't build them. So, this is that thing. I let my child go and someone else had to figure it out. I had one guy tell me that they're deceptively simple. And what he meant by that was, I show these videos and there's no trickery in my videos. I don't rehearse these moves. I just do what these things do. So I'm not trying to make it look easier than it is. I'm just performing a function and setting them up, but it looks super easy. And he said it looks so easy that people are likely to not think they need any instruction or to even open the instruction manuals, as many men are wont to do, even when it's difficult IKEA furniture, like I can do it, right? So training, I think there is some need for training, but not so much because it's hard, but because we've designed so much into it that, you can't possibly know what these things are capable of unless I take a moment to explain it to you. What are the D-rings for? Well, one guy told me that's perfect for training my electrical cords. I keep my cords up off the ground. I can run them around the perimeter and they're off the ground. That's a big deal. I don't have to tape them down. I don't have to deal with all that stuff. Not a trip hazard. Great. That's what he thought they were. I had another guy say I could hang a light from it. Oh, you sure can. All these different uses. In fact, and in reality, they weren't designed for that. They were designed so that I could shrink that wall if I needed to, or I could fine tune the height if I'm in a drop ceiling. That's what they're for. But there's all kinds of things they can be used for. But if I didn't tell you could do that, you wouldn't know. If I didn't tell you that zipper is there, not just so you can load the bladder the first time and then forget about it, but so that it's placed where it is and configured the way it is so that you could do a field change, right? And change that bladder, a field repair, right? It's zippers, it's snaps, it's hooks. There's not a lot else going on there. But if I don't teach you these things, you'll be missing a lot of features. You might be able to get the basic function out of it, but you'll lose a lot of the really cool stuff that it's capable of doing.
So with that being said, with the configuration behind you, what is that? 2 5-foot sections or 3? What is that exactly that's there?
Yeah, that's exactly. This room is about just under 15 feet across. So you're seeing 2 5-foot nexus, and then the dust curtain is also about 5 feet. And then the doffing chamber that you see behind me, it looks bigger because it's in the foreground. That actually has a square footage of just about 12 square feet. 14 square feet, because of the state that you live in has this most stringent requirements. They require 12 square feet, enough for 2 men to stand, or 2 people to stand inside and be able to don and doff properly. So that's a 14 square foot space.
So you being trained and very comfortable with this equipment, how long would it take you to set up a configuration like that to block off a 15-foot opening with a decon chamber?
What you see behind me takes about 20 minutes, roughly.
One person?
Yeah, one person. Yep, one person. You need a little ladder a little step ladder to connect the dust curtain. But yeah, no, one person can set that up. If you're brand new to it, it'll take you 30. But yeah, 25. I've done it so many times, I'm down to about 20 minutes.
And that's no damage to any of the walls, ceilings, floors. It's just held in place, and it doesn't move under positive or negative pressure, you said, right?
That's right. Yeah, no, the surfaces, in fact, what you're seeing behind us has actually changed somewhat, very small stuff. Basically what we have now is that we have all the edges are black. And it kind of clearly defines the edges, but it also, it's filled with this very soft, your couch pillows, that's called polyfill or Dacron. We fill those things up with that. So it's very, very soft. So when it touches the building, it's like putting a pillow against the wall, which means that it can adapt to irregularities in the surface, which is important, but also not put anything rigid or hard on the wall or the ceiling, so that we are preventing any damage. In fact, you'll notice in this room, there's crown molding, right? You see that up in the corners. Well, the edge seals, which are on the edge of these walls, they're the black things that you can barely see there. those are actually longer than they need to be. So you can actually pull out a little bit out of the top and protect, things like crown molding and things like that. And then you asked about the negative pressure and can it hold? I just want to tell you one little story short. We did a comparison. We were invited to a flood house. Jeff Cuthbertson in Chattanooga, Tennessee, invited us to his flood house, very generously opened it up to us and said, whatever people or equipment you need, let us know. It was fantastic. We were there for about 4 days. You and Doug actually got on the call with us while we were there and were advising us on some of our containment techniques so we could show how to build containment for people with high sensitivity to mold. Because what we did was we built a 2x4 compression to 2x4 containment, right? As well as a steel stud version as well. But this 2x4 version, we put it under negative pressure just to make sure it was working. And of course it was. And then we had this fun idea. If anybody's familiar with the movie Myth or the show Mythbusters, where they just ramp things up until things just break. We like to break things too, Lance, not just you. So we all had the idea, let's break it. Let's see how much negative pressure it takes to break it. And keep in mind, what we built was the gold standard of containment. I mean, I don't know how many times a year someone builds compression timber containment. It isn't often. It's going to be in schools and hospitals mainly, and everything else is going to be zip pulls if you're lucky. So this was good containment. And it failed at negative 41 Pascal. That's when it failed. And when I mean failed, I'm talking, we had 9-foot 2x4s about to fall on us. So it was coming down and it was coming down fast. So it was a big failure. We put mine up and we said, well, we got to do the same thing. And so we ran up the negative pressure and it basically maxed out our 500 CFM NAM. Couldn't do it. So we had to call up another piece of equipment from the warehouse, got another 500 CFM unit up there and turned it on. And only then did we get failure. And the failure was only that the doffing chamber that you see behind me started to get sucked into the chamber. The walls themselves weren't falling. It was just that the doffing chamber was too light and it and its internal frame were being sucked inside. The number was 57. So from 41, using the absolute gold standard of containment, to 57. So when everybody kind of tries to figure out how it's possible without tape and without the things they're used to, how is it possible to create such high quality containment? Well, it works. It works the same reason your car can drive on the road. Air pressure and friction, it's just a lot of it.
So if our listeners want to get in touch with you for more information, how do they do it?
Lots of ways. You can call me, 408-247-9255 or area code 408 Airwall. You can get us on the website, which is www.zeppelinguys.com. That's ZEPPELINGUYS.com. And you can email me directly, Keith@zeppelinguys.com. You can reach out to me on LinkedIn. I will make it easy.
Okay. Well, I thank you for taking the time to be here with us today. I mean, I think it's a cool product. We've used it. We're going to be using it at the upcoming Experience show. Again, we actually use that as part of our a booth that we have there as part of the display system. So it's kind of interesting the things that you can do with this, thinking outside the box,
Right.
So really, really good stuff. Again, thank you for being here, and I look forward to seeing you at the next trade show.
Thanks, Lance. It's been great. I really appreciate your time.
Take care.
Thanks. You too.
My name is Sandy Lazarovich. My company is Mastering the Art of Living Indoors, where I'm your indoor air doctor. I'm here to talk to you about an organization called NORMI, the National Organization of Remediators and Mold Inspectors. They help take my business from a mere air purification technology provider to providing a holistic solution to your indoor air quality issues by defining and diagnosing indoor air quality problem, developing a range of solutions, and deploying and monitoring the effectiveness of those solutions, both short-term and long-term. Now, benefits to business owners of NORMI is expanded my business offering from just technology to holistic solutions, bolster my presence among competitors, enhance my training and knowledge, develop me a network of diverse support throughout the IAQ industry, leverage my presence far beyond the size of my actual company, increase my sales volume and quality of sales, improve the value of my client offerings, and increase my profits. So if you're a business owner in the indoor air quality arena or sanitization, you need to join NORMI now. Go to normi.org and check it out. If you're a person business with indoor air quality issues, give the doctor a call at Mastering the Art of Living. And I'm located in Cleveland, Ohio, but I'm not restricted by mere location. I can help you remotely. So remember, if you have issues with indoor air quality, call the doctor, Sandy Lazarovich at Mastering the Art of Living Indoors. If you have a business that you want to grow and expand to be limits you couldn't believe of a few years ago, go to normi.org.
Hi, I'd like to take this opportunity now to introduce one of the newest members of our team, and Doug Hoffman, who, for those of you that know him, he is the executive director of NORMI, the National Organization of Remediators and Microbial Inspectors. And what I want to do is take this opportunity now to bring Mike Mosley in, who is one of the newest members of the NORMI team, and he's going to be deeply entrenched in the sales side. So a lot of you will be talking to him. So Mike, you want to say a quick hello to everybody, and we'll get this thing started.
Well, thank you, Lance and Doug. I just want to say how excited I am to be a part of the team at NORMI. I've gotten to know you all for the last couple of years while I was doing my previous role with another company, and I'm just thrilled to be a part of what NORMI does and helping a lot of people out there really live healthier lives.
Well, Mike, it's exciting to have you on the team. I mean, I've been working with you now for about a week and a half, 2 weeks, and just hearing about your extensive sales background is something I want to talk about in a moment. But Doug, if you want to jump in here real quick, give Mike the official welcome.
I do. I've been so excited to have Mike on board. He's been with us actually for about a week and a half, and he's getting up to his eyeballs in training on all the different companies and how they work together, and what he can actually be doing in terms of helping not only our membership, but also helping to get some of our products out there with Best Living Systems. So I'll just be the one to say that I'm so excited to have him. His official title is Vice President of Business Development. And although that may say a lot about what he does, I look forward to us talking a little bit tonight about where he's going to be specifically in supporting our members and also getting those great products out into the hands of people who need them. So welcome aboard, Mike.
Thank you, Doug. I'm very, very happy to be here.
So Mike, let me ask you a question. I was looking through some of the background on you, and I know you're out there on a lot of the social media pages where people are able to look you up and find out more information about you. But after reading it, I realized that we only have 24 hours in a day to cover some of the things that you've done. So we're gonna have to cut this down to a little synopsis of, your background. And from what I see, sales has been a tremendous part of what you do. I'm guessing you like doing that.
I love it. I love it. I love people. I like showing people how they can better their lives. There are a lot of products out there, some good, some bad. I like to think that I've chosen the good ones, and it's a way to help people live better lives, actually. I like what I do.
We spoke the other day, and I threw the thing out there about do the right thing because it's the right thing to do.
Yes.
And I saw your face light up with that because it's exactly what you were talking about. Same thing with the products, doing right with the products because they're the right product to use and they work. And you seem to have a passion for that.
I do.
Well, I tell you, talking about his people person skills too, I'll just say some of you probably know what his role was in the previous company that he worked with. And it was really to be in charge of direct contact with the distributors of those products. And which meant that they needed to have somebody that they felt comfortable they could talk to, that he would actually pick up the phone, that he would have the answers and the skills to be able to help them. And I think that's one aspect of what he's going to be able to do for us, Lance, that is going to be really exciting, something that we wanted for a long time. In some ways, I always use this phrase, membership mentor, but I think in a lot of ways, that's what he's going to be able to, that's the role that he's going to be able to supply, is being able to talk to these guys and help them work through all of the details and navigate through a lot of the details that we deal with every day. We got to take a lot of that information for granted, but as he said, there's a lot of stuff out there that we've got that we need to share with our members and help them be better at what they do.
Yes.
Well, one of the big things, Mike, and I don't want, to embarrass you with this or anything, but you come to us with a bunch of industry knowledge, and you know the market, you know the people and the players that are in it. And that's something that's very difficult to teach somebody coming in, even if they have a big sales background. So for you to be able to pick up the phone and talk to a contractor or an end user customer calling in, you understand the industry, you understand their needs. And I really think that's a tremendous asset to the Normie team.
I really do have a lot of experience in those areas, from retail to commercial products and programs. As a matter of fact, I worked with and for Zig Ziglar for a couple of years. Some of the listeners out there might know a little bit about Zig, and he always taught us that you help everyone else get what they get, and you'll always get what you get. And boy, believe me, that is so true. So from retail, commercial products, the one component that's there no matter what you're selling or where you go are the people. So if you know how to work with people, you know that you're sincere and you like what you do, the rest is easy.
So I'm going to spin off that for a second, if I could. I wanted to talk about, because he mentioned the commercial side of it. I think that's an aspect that he's really going to be able to bring to the table for us. We have a lot of members that are very interested in commercial work, not only on our monitoring program, but also on the sale of commercial products. And I think Mike's going to really be able to help us in that side of the industry as well.
Well, I think the knowledge base gives him confidence, Doug. I think that's the biggest thing, knowing the industry and you have confidence. And then when a consumer or somebody searching for information reaches out, when you talk to somebody and you can sense that confidence, it makes it much easier. The person's found, let's say, a home to go for that support. And that's really what we're all about.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know that Mike knows this story. I know some of our members do, but we had recently, over the last several years, been called out to do an assessment in a huge commercial environment. And they wanted us to do an assessment, and they actually had a couple of IHs, industrial hygienists, on staff. And anyway, they accepted our proposal. We flew to Kentucky, spent several days doing that assessment, and flew back. And while I was out there, I was curious. I asked the decision maker, why is it that you selected us? You have industrial hygienists on staff. They called apparently a lot of people to try to find out who should do it. And we were a little more expensive than anyone else. He said, well, I'll tell you, he said, I could tell from the first time I talked to you that you had a solution and you said you could solve the problem. And he said, that's what I needed to hear. So I think you're exactly right, giving our members the confidence with the way we back them up and the way we support them, but giving them the training and the confidence that they need, that they can get into the marketplace and solve the problems that people are dealing with. Having somebody like Mike on the team just enhances that asset.
Absolutely. And Mike, again, it goes back to me, the importance is the confidence and the comfort zone that the end user or our members actually will get when they talk to you.
Thank you, Lance. Yeah, I'm excited about it because I I do understand a lot about the commercial. I understand a lot about the residential markets, and I think I'll be a benefit to customers and Normie and the Best Living Systems alike.
Well, I'm excited because people will call you and not me. So, there you have it. No, only kidding. You'll see.
The truth comes out.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Well, Mike, welcome aboard. Doug, is there anything else you wanted to talk with Mike about?
No, I just I shared his excitement. This is something that we've wished we could do for a really long time, many years, and I'm just glad that we're starting 2023. Is going to be a fantastic year, and I'm just glad we're starting it out in this way.
Well, Doug, let me thank you. Lance, let me thank you for all the help you've given me so far, and I hope you'll be continue to give me, and especially to those of you out there listening. I'm so excited and look so forward to working with you all and helping you build your businesses, because we can do that time together. I know we can.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Doug. Take care, everyone.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Chris, and I'm from Air Quality Solutions in New Jersey. In a world where our indoor air is becoming increasingly polluted, it's crucial to take action and prioritize our health and well-being. We believe that everyone deserves to breathe fresh air, free from harmful pollutants. That's why Air Quality Solutions is a company committed to providing innovative and effective solutions to improve air quality in our homes and offices. New Jersey, being a densely populated state, faces unique air quality issues. From industrial emissions to vehicular pollution, these factors can have a significant impact on our health, leading to respiratory problems, allergies, and even long-term diseases. At Air Quality Solutions, we understand the urgency of this issue and strive to make a positive difference. Our team specializes in assessing, analyzing, and implementing solutions tailored to your specific needs. We have the knowledge and expertise to ensure that you breathe cleaner and healthier air. As a member of Normie, the National Organization of Remediators and Microbial Inspectors, and a follower of the Normie professional practices, we look forward to working with you to improve your indoor air quality. Our goal is to provide healthier, safer, and cleaner indoor environments.
Greetings. My name is Doug Hoffman. I'm the Executive Director of Normie, the National Organization of Remediators and Mold Inspectors. And we were founded in 2004 as a trade association to support guys who were working in the indoor air quality and mold industry. And we've become the approved training provider for 5 states that now require licensing in the mold profession. And that would be Texas, Louisiana, Florida, District of Columbia, and New York. This particular course has been approved by the state of New York for continuing education for home inspectors. We are also an approved training provider for the Home Inspection Board in Florida. And this class is getting a lot of attention because you, in a lot of ways, are kind of on the front line of dealing with clients' concerns about mold issues, but you've not been given a lot of direction and certainly not a certification with the kind of credibility that you need to be able to provide those services to your clients. So I'm very excited about being able to share this information with you, and hopefully you'll take the step to put this in your tool belt as a few options that we're going to show you that will give you some options that you can use to help your clients get the information that they need without putting you in any kind of legal liability. Back in the late 90s or early 2000s, I tell people right after the turn of the century, I was invited to a lady's home to do a mold assessment. And I was doing very much what we're going to talk about you are doing today, taking a couple of samples, offering a solution. And what was interesting was when I went to her house and started talking with her, she had 4 children. 3 of them had been to the allergist every single month. And the fourth, that was just about 6 or 7 months old, they had scheduled for sinus surgery. Now, remember, this was in the late 90s, early 2000s, and so there was not a lot of information about mold and health concerns and the connection between the two. I felt like we knew something about what some of those issues might be and some of the results of mold allergens, whether it's airborne or actually growing on the surface or producing mycotoxins, which again, we'll talk about in a little bit. But the point was that there wasn't a lot of information out there. And so we did our assessment and we recommended some solutions, which was at that time called the sanitization protocol. And we cleaned up the little bit of mold that was there. It was really not very much at all, a little bit on the ceiling. We cleaned it up, put in place our sanitization protocol, which included air filtration products and air purification technologies, plus some natural all-purpose cleaners so that they wouldn't be dealing with the toxic chemistries. And an interesting thing happened. She was so excited after 3 or 4 days that it seemed to her that her children were sleeping better. And about 1.5 years later, I got an interesting telephone call from her. And she said, I want to tell you something that happened to me. I got a phone call from our pediatric physician, and she said he was not happy. And I said, oh, why was he not happy? And she said, well, he wasn't happy because we haven't seen him in over 1 year. And he thought we had switched doctors. We canceled the surgery that we had planned for our youngest, and all of our kids are doing great. She said, I think we actually fixed the problem. That was one of the first times that I really began to understand the deep connection between our clients' concerns, real concerns, and the mold issues that seem to persist in a lot of environments. And again, I think in some ways you as home inspectors are on the front line of this, because many times when you do home inspections, someone's going to ask you, hey, it looks like that's mold. What do you think it is? And of course, you've been trained to be very careful about what you say and maybe not even take any samples or not even talk much about it at all, maybe refer it to someone else. But you've been very careful to protect yourself because of the potential liability that's there. And I certainly understand that. We understand that. But in the last year or so, we've actually created a certification through our legal department and our insurance carrier, a legitimate certificate called a certified mold screener. And I want to share with you that information and train you in this process to show you how you could be able to offer services to your client that would be incredibly helpful and help them get the information that they need. Whether they get it from you or from another professional, the point is that you are there on the front line, in some ways the first responder, and you may be able to begin the process and send them on the right path so that they can get the information that they need and not risk any kind of legal liability on your part. That's what I want to talk about. So let me share with you this new training, the Normie Certified Mold Screener.
I want to welcome my next guest, Nick South from Sotellus. And it's an interesting name. And I think the easiest way for us to find out what Sotellus really is to ask Nick. So Nick, say hello. And what is Sotellus?
Hey, hello, everybody. Glad to be here. So what Sotellus is we're an online review capturing, marketing, and referral system. Basically a one-stop shop for all online needs, as far as communication with clients, chat boxes, marketing, and online reputation management.
So if we step back for a minute and let's look at you for a second, how'd you get involved with this? I mean, this is a very niche type of a thing. How'd you stumble into this or wind up there?
So, actually, a long time ago, I used to run an Amazon FBA business. If you've ever done anything with Amazon, you know that reviews are everything with them. So, if you want people finding your products and people seeing you more often online, you need reviews. So, during that time, I just saw like a very niche and very important part of how online reputation affects a business. And then I ended up running into somebody involved with Sotellus that, you know, I ended up meeting the owners. I loved what they were doing. I love that their mission is to help empower the small businesses, to give them the same marketing material, and power that, you know, these large franchises have, who have 50K to, you know, burn a month, right? So it really attracted me over to doing that with them.
Well, I've been doing a lot of the social media and marketing and stuff with Normie for many years, and it's kind of a education as you go, and then they change it. Once you understand it, everything changes again. The one thing that's constant though is the reviews. So, you know, if you look at it from a distance, you see all kinds of reviews, but why are they so important? You know, from your perspective, I mean,
Right.
private businesses, I understand, but from your perspective.
Well, I always, so I mean, you can go the statistical route, you know, roughly about 90% of people will look at a business's reviews. 70% of people are going to Google and research a business before they even call in. But then just think about yourself. Like I always ask somebody, you know, everybody knows about Amazon. Everybody goes and buys stuff on Amazon. You know, when was the last time you bought a product and you didn't check out the reviews? You know, and I always use the example of if you see two products that are the exact same, but this product B is $10 cheaper than product A, but product A has 205 stars and product B has only 5, almost everybody will choose product A and spend the extra $10 just to ensure that they're going to get a similar result or have a similar experience as those other happy people.
So to me, it sounds more like a reputation kind of a thing based on what other people that have used your services say.
Exactly. It reviews is reputation, right? It's social proof. You know, it's where reviews are is just results from your actual quality of service, right? It's exactly why if you have, you know, tons of 5-star reviews, people tend to choose your service more than somebody who has a bunch of 2 stars.
I've seen a lot of sites where you see, you know, like 300 5-star reviews. You know, is that like real, or is that something that, you know, everybody is perfect and that's the only people that do reviews?
Right. So it just depends on that business. A lot of the times if they have that amount of reviews, right, and it's a lot of 5 stars, Google's very strict on finding out and flagging people if they end up having fake reviews, right? So we'll get this happen once in a great while. Somebody calls in wanting to buy reviews from us. We have to educate them and just let them know that we don't do that. That is illegal. You can get fined by the FTC. There's a lot of problems that can ensure with that. So most of the time they should be real, just because of the fact that Google's going to find out and flag them, because they'll search every profile. They'll see how many reviews those profiles have left on other places. And if they see that they're just all recently created and left 1 5-star, then they know they're not real. So
let's say I want to show the public reviews about myself. I mean, I know I have reviews on Facebook and Google and who knows wherever else. How do I use the reviews to show the public who I am and what I do?
So there's a bunch of different ways to market these reviews out and to get them in front of people, really. To get in front of people, one thing is, you know, take your listings, put them in your email signatures, take other reviews you have from different platforms and post them like on your social media. The best part about with us and our software is that all that stuff is done automatically and they're all aggregated. You know, instead of just like if you're somebody who has, let's say, 60 reviews, but they're spread across, you know, 6 different platforms, it doesn't really look that great. Right? Because not everybody who goes to Google will also go to Yelp and then go to Facebook and then go to LinkedIn, etc. So what we do is we pull all these reviews in and we actually show all positive reviews on single places and use that to market out. So you have like one page with all the positive reviews on there. All the reviews get posted onto your Facebook page, inside your Google business, on your website, right? Basically as many places as somebody could possibly find your company, you want social proof.
Okay, but you know, I can talk about Normie, and we are using, you know, Sotellus with a lot of our review stuff, which has really made a big difference. But how do you get all the reviews in one place. I mean, they're all over the place on different market platforms.
Right. So that's the trick. If you don't have some form of system in place, the only thing that you can really do is you're going to have to take like your Google link, your Yelp link, your Facebook link, and you're going to have to put all these different little links to those pages, like inside of like your emails and your texts, which is, it's unreasonable. Most people aren't going to go click on all those different links. Nobody wants to see 5 different links to the reviews in there. So with our platform, you'll have one single link that incorporates all positive reviews from the videos, the Sotellus, the Googles, the Facebooks, right? And pulls them all into that one page. So you can use that to show potential customers, show them your social proof, but also taking that and marking that out even more.
Well, I know that's what we had done, where we've filled out in our profile. I'm setting up our process with you guys, all the different locations that we're aware of that were reviewed. I mean, I'm sure there's others. And I've noticed that if it like pulls a review from Facebook, it posts it on Google and vice versa, and on Yelp and all these different places. That's what you guys do?
Exactly. Yeah. So if you run into somebody who, let's say maybe didn't have a Facebook account, so they couldn't leave a Facebook review, but they had a Google, right? So they'll leave you the review on Google. Well, we're still going to take that review, right? We still post it on the other places such as your website, SEO, public page, and all that great stuff. But we still take that review and it automatically gets posted onto your Facebook wall, right? So all the different platforms that people are finding reviews on, like Google and Facebook, we're taking the reviews from the other platforms and posting them into there as well. Like, for example, on Google, a lot of businesses don't know about this, but there's a section on the listing called Google My Business Posting. A very big amount of business owners actually don't utilize it or don't even know about it because, it's Google. They're not going to promote a free feature no matter how powerful it is, just because they're not making money off of it. So we created this sort of partnership with Google where we're the only review system that automatically posts into there. So if you do get a review on a platform, like let's say it's a client that doesn't have any platforms, they don't have Google, Facebook, Yelp, etc. It doesn't matter. Right, we'll still get the review with us, and we're still going to post it into the Google Business, onto the Facebook page, and onto about 5 additional places after that as well.
So even if they don't have those review pages set up for their business, you're still going to have the reviews that are posted go out to those locations anyways.
So the business owner will still need to have an account on those locations. This is something that our coach will help them set up. But if the customer doesn't have an account with those platforms, they can't leave a review. So if they don't have a Gmail, they can't leave a Google review, but they'll still be able to leave a review with Sotellus without having to create an account or anything, which we could still take and then post inside the Google Business.
Okay, I remember from the trade show that we were at where we talked with you guys a lot, you had a specific app that would handle all that stuff right on the spot. Matter of fact, that was one of the things I liked most about your stuff, where not only can you do, typing, I like your stuff, it could be an audio or video review also.
Yeah, that's a big thing with us. A very big hit is that we are the only verified video review system on the planet right now that's actually acknowledged by Google. So because of that, there's a bunch of big things that come along with being the only video review system. Is that one, they're undoubtedly the most powerful, right? 80% of today's traffic online is video. Okay, so it's like everybody has seen a 5-star Google review that doesn't even have a review. It's just a rating, or they just said highly recommend. Right. But when you see a video of an actual customer that's been verified by another company showing and proving that it's real, and that customer is just raving about how much they loved your service, they loved your product, the great business owner that you are, right? That becomes a lot more powerful and enticing for potential clients. And then on top of that, the great thing is that they're also the fastest ranking reviews because they're the only ones that are able to be played and watched more than one time. But yeah, and you're able to capture those on person with a patented mobile app that we have. So you just pull up your app, click a button, put the customer's name and number in, and get the review right then and there. And that way, that's why we have such a high capture rate, is because we figured out that just sending out invites is great, text and emails, of course, following up with them. It creates a higher conversion rate, if you follow up. But when you ask somebody in person, like right after the service is done, right at the height of their either excitement, their emotions, their gratitude, right? That is the best time to get a review, is right that in there on the spot. Because even the customers that want to leave reviews, not all the time, they don't always leave them just because something comes up, right? As soon as that service was done, they might have had to run out the house 2 minutes later to go grab the kids from school. I work for a review company, and that's happened to me before. So that's why the mobile app is such a useful tool, because you can capture a review on the spot in under 30 seconds.
Complicated to do. I've done those, but I haven't been out in the field recently doing that. And, is it a changed process, or is it just really click one button?
This is just click one button. You pull up the app. There's 3 types of reviews and 4 total buttons. It's that simple, right? It's video, audio, text review, or send an invite. If you're getting on the spot, you're choosing between the 3. Click whatever review you want. Just put the client's name or initials, and then you could do number or email. And then you just get the review right then and there.
About as simple as it gets.
Yeah, it could not be any easier to capture review in person.
One of the things that I noticed, and I had done this several times when I was out at trade shows and stuff, I've gotten video reviews, audio reviews from what I would call influencers. And, the regular reviews powerful, but when you get somebody that's an influencer in that industry and they're giving you a video review on the spot, you can buy testimonials like that if you would want to. I mean, it's great.
I totally agree with that. We actually have I have a presentation that I like to show people, just how I explain the system. And in there, we have a lady named Heidi Powell. There's probably going to be somebody who watches this who knows who that is. She's very big in like the fitness space. We got a video review of her because one of our clients actually did a DJ thing for her wedding or something around those lines. But because of that, we got an awesome review of somebody who has I think over 500,000 following or more. Right. So, and then being able to also get that person to also share that on their social media, which is what our system also does. I mean, you can't even buy that type of publicity.
I know when we first introduced you guys to the Normie base, there was a lot of excitement about it, which there still is. But Doug Hoffman, our CEO, actually did a lot of personal video reviews for some of our members, especially our charter members and people that have really been around for a long time. And again, I consider him an influencer with the industry. That was a very powerful thing for a lot of these people.
Yeah, 100%. Again, having a figure in that industry giving you the review. We have a coach who does something similar. Her name's Krista Mayshore. Another online, she's pretty well known and influencer as well. But in the real estate industry, she's one of the largest well-known coaches. And all the people who go through her coaching program, a lot of the time they'll send, her the invite to get their first video review. Right. So when, obviously getting somebody of that magnitude in that industry, right, it makes a huge deal, especially when people are going and checking out your service and trying to look at your social proof, and if you're an established company.
And those video reviews will also show up on all the different platforms that you're tied into for reviews?
100%. Yeah. It goes to the public page with all the other reviews, the website, Facebook, Google Business. Also, they get to share it on their Facebook as well in front of their friends and family, all with a call to action from the business as well. So it goes on about at least 6 to 7 different places minimum.
That call to action you just mentioned, is that or considered the referral side of what this does, or is that different?
Yeah, so there's a few things in there. We have a special offer and lead magnet program that's attached with a referral program. So every customer that gives our clients a review, that customer is going to be asked to share the review. They could share it with people directly, and they can also share it on Facebook by just clicking a button, right? When they share it on Facebook, we know the average person's got about 500 friends, right? So instead of just a one-to-one referral, we figured let's try to get one to many. Okay, instead of just trying to capture one new customer per person, let's try to capture 10. So they get to share it on Facebook with an offer from the business. Now, if it's like a cleaning company or something, you can offer a discount off the service. But then we work with people who could be in real estate who will give out a free market analysis. So it's really just a call to action. It doesn't necessarily need to be an offer. It could be scheduling a consultation, things like that. but it's just a very easy way for a customer to refer as many people as they know instead of just referring one person that they know. Because most people can't think of somebody off the top of their head anyways.
Any secrets on how to get more referrals?
Yeah, so this is something that like our team will do in the training and the setup process, but I always tell the people that I work with, you should run some form of incentive program, and almost everybody can do this. There's a few industries where we do have exceptions that we have workarounds to, but a big thing is just an incentive program. You know, tell a customer like, hey, if you share this offer on Facebook and anybody who claims this offer from you, you know, I'm going to give you a discount off your next service with me. So it could be a share one, get one. You know, if you share this 10% and they claim it, you get 10%. But maybe if it's a one-time service, right? Maybe something you don't need consistently or on like a subscription, then you can just offer out some kind of, you know, almost like rebate. Hey, if you share this and somebody claims it, I'll give you a $20 gift card to Starbucks. Right? That's a big one. People just giving out gift cards if they refer people into them.
So to me, that sounds like a lead generating program. I mean, is there a way to capture the leads automatically, or do you have to manually go and look for them, or how's that work?
So with the referral program, when it's on the customer's Facebook page, if one of their friends are interested, all they do is click a post, right? It's going to show off their friend's review with the offer there. Their friend's interested, they click it. It's going to pull their friend's review up. And then right there is going to be an offer form. As soon as they fill that out, the customer is immediately notified. It goes on their back end. It can automatically be sent into their CRM as well. And then the customer will receive an email too with the information on how to claim that offer. And then on top of that, with the special offer program, that one's a little bit different. We don't have to rely on just the referral process. So we take the special offer that the customer wants to give out. So maybe it's 10% off the service. Well, every single place that we market and post the reviews out, there's going to be that call to action there as well. So whether they go on the website, on the Google Business, on the Facebook, on their public page, if they go Google them in the Google search engine, they're going to see that business's 5-star reviews, and every single review will have that call to action there. So the whole purpose is just making sure that any possible place that a potential client could find the business, we want their reviews and the call to action there.
Okay, so listening to this, and as one of our members listening to this, it sounds a bit complicated, though it's automated too. So how do you simplify it? What we would have to do?
So exactly how you said, it's all automated. The customers here don't have to do anything. The whole point, like automation is the new delegation, right? So the whole point is to make this whole thing run itself and make sure that's automated for the client. Because if we just threw our clients a system and said, have fun, you know, go figure it out, you can get the reviews and then you're going to have to go post them all separately. Like we'd be out of business. So our whole system is automated. The only thing the clients do on their end is just capture the reviews, and that can even be automated as well. They can upload lists of their customers, and then we'll reach out for them, or we can integrate and use their CRM to automate their invites too. The customer doesn't even have to set this account up. Every person here will get a designated coach, so they actually get a coach who sets their whole system up for them, gives them unlimited support, unlimited training, and just consistently follows up with them to make sure they're happy with the service. Because with our company, we're one of the only SaaS businesses literally in the industry who doesn't have a contract. So we have account managers and coaches in place to make sure that these people are becoming successful, because if they're not happy, then they don't have a job.
So you've mentioned coaches, advisors, services you provide. Is this like all add-on fees and costs? Because that sounds expensive.
Yeah, most people, and if you go to most other businesses or most other SaaS companies, you know, it can get very expensive. With us, it's definitely not. That's the best thing, is we're the most affordable in our industry because we're the only self-funded. Every one of our competitors, that is public knowledge, and there's sites to look this up, but they've all taken investments. We've built this thing from the ground up ourselves, so we've never had to raise our prices in 7 years. During the pandemic, during this, you know, time of inflation, let's say, right? You know, we've never had to raise our price one single time, but we continue to add value, continue to add new products and services on top of these plans that, you know, can be as as little as 59, go to 199 a month. But obviously anybody who's seeing this today, as you know, if there's anybody who's interested in this form of program or checking this out, it's very easy. You could schedule a demo with me. I'm sure Lance, you'll share the link to that. And you get a promotional price because of Normie. So that's something we do, is we take care of anybody who is a Normie client here.
Well, yeah, and that's something that we've appreciated, and we've had quite a few of our members actually take advantage of that. I don't want to talk specifics on the program that we're offering right now, but I'm sure that anybody that's interested, from our membership can reach out to us to our support at normie.org, and we'll reach out to them and get them all the information they need to sign up for this program. But to me, the exciting part is that this type of a service is out there. And from what you've described and what I've seen from us using it, it's easy to use. You guys do most of the setup and it just runs from there. We have hundreds and hundreds of reviews. I know we have a lot of members with hundreds of reviews, same kind of thing.
100%. That's what we want. We just want to make sure that we could take off, if you're paying for a service, you don't want to add extra time to that, to your client's plate. You don't need to take extra money from them and then make them have to do the work. So yeah, the whole thing here is taking care of the client, to the basically 99% of the work is done by us, from the setup to the implementation to the actual value of the product, and consistently making sure that it's getting reviews, getting you found, getting you customers, and it's all done for you.
So is there anything new coming to the system that you can't tell us about yet that you're going to tell us about?
So one thing we did just recently launch is like a chat box, and it's auto responsive. That's one of our newest features that I really do enjoy, just because we work with a lot of small business owners. Of course, some of them are owner operator. Some of them have teams from, 5 to 20 people. Well, our chat box gives people a chance to talk to a client that's on the website without having to be there to monitor the website, right? We send them out a text or an email letting them know somebody's there. But if they're not available, or if, it's outside of their business hours, then it just gets their information for them and sends that over to them. One thing too is one thing I will mention, probably should have, is our new dashboard we are launching. It's going to have just more analytics, even easier to navigate. And it's going to integrate with the app too. So those two things are going to be launching to be revamped, redone, and just give the customer a lot more access and make it just easier for them. Okay.
Well, that is new stuff. So if our members wanted to reach out to you for more information, how would they contact you?
The easiest way I would say would be to go to Sotellus.com and go to /Nick. So you just put Sotellus.com /Nick, Nick. It'll take you right to my calendar. You're just going to pick a time that works out best. I'm going to jump on a one-on-one meeting with you. I'll answer any questions that you have. I can break down the whole product and just show you how it all works.
But to get the best price, they're going to have to let you know they're an active Normie member.
100%. You need to let us know that you're Normie, because you get a massive discount here when you come from Normie. So if you don't mention it, I'm just letting you know that if it's me, or if you end up talking to one of my other sales guys on my team, you're going to end up paying about double the amount if you don't mention Normie.
Well, we appreciate that. Nick, I appreciate you spending time with us. Anything else in closing you think our members should know about?
I think we're all good. Just again, make sure to manage that reputation. Keep getting reviews, guys. Don't set a limit on that. A lot of people think once you get a certain amount of reviews, it's great. Just a statistic to remember, 85% of people will disregard reviews older than 3 months old. So if you don't have a system in place and an automated process to consistently get new reviews and build your reputation, eventually you fall by the wayside, right? Or your competitors start to outrank you and outshine you. So I just say, make sure, if you're not using a system like us, you need to find a way to consistently get new reviews.
Wait. So you just said something there about reviews older than 3 months kind of like fall away. I mean, I know I've gone on sites and you see people with reviews from 2006, 2010. I mean, they have some value, at least they show you've been in business, but
Right.
What's the dynamic change for current reviews?
So I don't mean the reviews fall by the wayside. What I was saying is that your listing does, though. Your listing stops ranking. Your listing will lose its ranking. It will continue to stay stagnant if you don't consistently capture reviews. So the reason behind this, just it's a very easy statistic to go Google. I actually have one that I can share with you that you could feel free to post, but it just shows that 85% of consumers, right, that's when they check out reviews, if they're older than 90 days old, they tend to disregard them, because the whole purpose is this. Maybe you had 200 reviews in the first 5 years of being open or something, right? Or you have 500 total reviews right now, but you haven't gotten a new review in the past 90 days. Well, what happens is people question that. What has now changed in that business in these last 3 months? You know, what is there a difference in quality? Did they sell it? Is there a new management? People start to question, why are they not getting the same positive feedback over the last 90 days that they were getting prior? And I think that's and I don't disagree with them. I think that's a very valuable question for them to ask, is because if you were getting so much positive feedback before, why aren't you now?
Well, that makes sense. And that clarifies my question, because I could see value in old reviews being on the site, showing a history,
Right.
but it makes a lot of sense if you're not getting anything current. All right. I appreciate you spending the time with us. I want to thank you. I'd encourage everybody watching this to either reach out to us at support@normie.org or to contact Nick directly at sotellus.com/Nick.
Yeah, /Nick. Make sure to put the /.
/. All right. Thank you very much, Nick.
No problem, Lance. Thank you.
Well, tonight we have a special guest with us, Robert Pettyjohn. Now I met Robert, I don't know, several months back. I believe it was in Treasure Island at a class that we had going, and very, very interesting gentleman. And you'll see as we start talking tonight, just the experience that he brings with him to the table here. But I can't do him justice. I was actually reading through some of his I guess designations and certifications, and there's so many of them. I gave up trying to figure out what some of them even were. So I'm going to let him tell you a little bit about himself. But Robert, I just want to bring you into the room and say, just kind of let everybody know who you are and a little bit about your background, and we'll go from there.
First of all, it's a real honor to be sitting with you on this phone call tonight. You have impressed me from the very first time we met. And of course, the whole Normie organization is so impressive, and I'm very thankful to be here. And it's another step in this whole progress that you and I go through in our life, how we meet people and they influence us one way or the other. And I'm very, very thankful that my friend Scott Mitziff, with whom I serve on the board at the IICRC, introduced me to you guys and told me about Mr. Hoffman and about Mr. Adams and the tremendous relationships that y'all have got going on down there. And I'm glad I opened the computer and looked at and talked with y'all. This fits very nicely in my personal and professional development, and I'm very thankful for that. Yes, sir.
Well, thank you. So who are you? What's your company? What do you do in this industry?
Well, the way I can best answer that by how I started out. And I came up here to Wake Forest, North Carolina, in order to get a PhD in world religions. And everything was going just fine, except for the fact I was stone cold broke. And we had to get something to do. So I said, Lord, what are we going to do? And he led me to a fellow named Chubb Seyfried in Concord, North Carolina. And Chubb says, Robert, if you want to do this business, and by the way, I had, in order to to make ends meet, I had answered an ad in the newspaper that said clean carpets make $800 to $1,000 a week. But it was one of these bait and switch organizations where they send the flyers out in the mail. We'll clean your carpet 6 rooms for $31.95. But when you get to the job, you have to add on and add on and add on because there's no way you can do it for that away. But I saw that there was people that had a lot of carpet and a lot of it needed to be cleaned. So I asked my friend Chubb Sapert, who is also in the Mid-South Professional Cleaners Association, a regional trade association. And Chubb said, Robert, if you're going to do this business, you got to do this and this and this and this and this. And thankfully I did that and that and that and that and that. And an amazing thing happened to me just this week. And that is that a gentleman from New Jersey asked me to be a part of a Zoom call for the National Organization for Remediators and Mold Inspectors. And I could not believe that this happened. So what an honor to be here and to see how things have progressed from one stage to the other. And now I'm in a Zoom call with you. Who would ever have believed this 31 years ago? I'm so honored to be here.
You are most welcome, and thank you for that. We appreciate you being here and talking with us, and just bring the wealth of knowledge that you have, for our members to hear the things that you've done. I know you talked about the carpet cleaning industry, and I know you specialize, I believe, in like Oriental rugs and stuff like that. But I think there's also something out there about you with the infection control also. So it's like, this is a big gambit that you cover of, things for the cleaning industry and restoration side.
Well, you know everything about me, don't you? What?
Well, there you go. Okay, thanks a lot. No.
Oh, you're too cool, buddy. I like you. You ask very good questions. Yes, sir. Thankfully, my mom and daddy instilled me with a huge curiosity. My professor at graduate school said learning is disciplined curiosity. And that means that once the spark goes off, you still got to get up and grab the encyclopedia or whatever, wherever you get your information from, and then learn it and digest it. And I've been very, very fortunate that I've been placed in front of the right people at the right time. My very first IICRC class was with Lee Pemberton, the great Lee Pemberton from McKeesport, Pennsylvania. And to have started off that way is incredible. And that has led one step to the next, to where now I have been asked to serve on the board of directors of the IICRC for the last 4 years. I'm a secretary of the executive committee, and what an honor that is. But along the way, as you know, other stuff happens. And we usually start in carpet cleaning, and that curiosity leads to upholstery cleaning, and of course, water damage restoration. And of course, people now say, can you wash this rug? Oh, yes. And I'm sitting in a home office out here in Wake Forest, and I can look out in the backyard where we used to wash Oriental rugs in my daughter's swimming pool, a little bitty plastic swimming pool. So even back then, it was a big deal. And we used to hang the rugs on the side of the fence out there. And one day it came up a cloud. We had 21 rugs we had to dry in our house. So little bitty things like that add up. And now we're one of the most recognized, and I think the finest, most ethical, environmentally responsible, and ergonomic rug cleaning plant anywhere in the nation per cubic foot, without question. Yes, sir. So I'm very thankful.
Well, that is impressive. I mean, yes, this industry, unfortunately, especially in unregulated states on the mold side, there's a lot of problems with people being out there. Like you started off saying, a bait and switch type of an ad that you took, and I'm sure that runs rampant through a lot of the cleaning industry also, like it does in the mold industry. And, to hear you talk about the way that you try to keep this industry on the up and the way that your company operates, that's what we're looking to do. We really want people like you involved in this industry and pushing it forward, keeping it, I'll use the word clean, Yeah,
I had no idea that we were going to bring this up, but I was just on the phone call with my friend Penny Trailau from out in Australia. Just a little while ago, we were on a little Zoom call because we both serve on the ICRC S400 and the S410 cleaning and infection control committees. We're helping to write that standard. And she says that there are people all around there who want to fog something into your house and then walk out as though they've done something very special. But no, that's not the guys at Normie. And that's one of the things that attracted me to you guys, is that this is not the National Organization for Shortcut Schmaltzes. This is for remediation, dadgummit, and inspecting the way it ought to be done, for mold particularly, because there's a lot of people out there getting sick because it's not been done right.
So if I said that you have a passion for this industry, I think it's kind of an understatement to hear you talking now.
Okay. Let me tell you something. And one of the reasons that this has evolved over the years, of course, my mom and daddy taught me to do something the right way. That's a big deal. But here of late, within the last 2 or 3 years, we've been involved with some of these military families in helping to remediate the homes that they're in, not on base, of course, because it's hard to get on base and really do remediation the right way. A lot of these people who run the housing on these bases really aren't interested in doing it the right way right now. That's going to be changing. It is changing very, very quickly. But being into their homes where they've had to move off base and helping them clean and decontaminate their stuff that was involved in this mess in these houses. And thankfully, one day I was up in Kalamazoo, Michigan, meeting and speaking with my dear friend, Dr. Michael Pinto. And he put me on the phone with a lady named Shelley, who was involved in this military mess about 10 or 12 years ago, the very first lady to prove in a federal court causation between mold and brain injury. She is the one who proved in a Dahlberg standard that this thing really happens. And she turned me on to another lady who was going through some problems there at Camp Lejeune. Her name was Lindsay. And I went down to see Lindsay and immediately saw the horrific circumstances her kids and her family had been placed in because of this mold business, and really became a passion of mine, because goodness, these are folks who are defending our country. And her husband even told me he felt better in old nasty Iraq than he did in his own house. That's a deadgum shame. And we're working to correct that mess. You ask very insightful questions, by the way, and I appreciate that, Lance. You're amazing, son.
I see it's kind of getting your dander up there a little bit, but it's questions that have to be asked. And we've done a lot of work on military bases also. We've done training on military bases. And we have our environmental task force, which is a nonprofit. We've actually donated equipment to people that live in really bad housing situations on those bases. So we've been involved with this for a while. So I understand what you're saying. But you said something very interesting there, and it's a little off track from where we were going, but you mentioned about causation of brain injuries. I was doing some research between last week and actually this weekend, and found there's some legislation and rules out there from the ADA, American Disabilities Act, that actually covers breathing and environmental conditions causing substantial breathing issues, which would qualify as a disability under the ADA. So, and again, I'm not an attorney and I'm just reading it for face value, but it's interesting that all of these things are starting to come together as people are looking for multiple disciplines, if you want to call it. And everybody's starting to find the same thing, that, there's a lot of correlation between molds and bacteria and illnesses and in the environment that people used to ignore.
Lance, you're right on, man. And thank you for your interest. My professor said that learning is discipline, curiosity, and you have that within you too. You go find the dadgum answer, and that's very impressive. But I've cried with these girls, man, at their home and watched their children undergoing these night terrors. when a lady gets mold going on in her brain, it causes some swelling in her brain, and that affects the pituitary gland that affects things that ladies go through on a regular basis. And for many ladies, it's caused them to where they can't have children. And that is a dadgum shame that that's going on. But
Yeah.
thanks to organizations like Normie and the IICRC and the S520 and the standards that we produce, things are, there is good news ahead if people are willing to accept it.
Absolutely. Well, in an effort to keep your blood pressure down a little bit, I'm going to change gears here a little, and let's go
Thank
into
It's-
another topic a little bit. Give you a little bit of a break there.
Oh, you're too cool, buddy.
I know you said you were introduced to Normie like through Scott out in I guess he's out in Washington.
He's in Yakima, Washington.
Yeah,
Yes.
I know Scott. I've talked with him many times. A really nice guy. But as far as our courses, because I know you've really started to look in and you've taken a lot of training from all over the place. What do you think is one of the most important things that we do as far as teaching a course? What kind of courses, do you find of interest, especially with your background?
Well, the most important thing, the most amazing thing about Normie, it's not your courses and all that stuff. It's the people that are there. I mean, goodness gracious, of course, you, Lance, and Mr. Hoffman, and Mr. Adams, and Mr. Zualaga. These people are really huge. Justin and David and Roger, and the ladies that answers the phone call out there in
Arkansas.
Arkansas. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Those people are the people that are surrounding, that are with you guys at Normie, are what's really, really impressive. Then you start to take a course and you say, well, dang, it's no wonder that you guys are so impressive, your coursework, because I'm sorry,
That's okay.
that's a phone call from somebody at Normie, as a matter of fact. I'm so sorry. Good.
That's announcing our training for tonight.
You can tell I'm old fashioned with that ringtone, can't you? Okay, good. All right. But you mentioned the courses, and to me, the most important course you guys teach down there, I'm sorry, but this is my opinion, is this mold remediation for sensitized individuals. Why is that? Because if you can do it for the sensitized people, you can do it for anybody. So if you can gear your program up in such a way that you're cleaning now for the most sensitized individual out there, then you're going to pass every clearance test. You're going to pass every important evaluation that goes on in somebody else's home. Plus, you don't know whether somebody is carrying that dreaded HLA gene in their body. We don't even know that. So if we take a chance and we miss something that we should have gotten, well, shame on us. That means you've not done it properly, and you've not done it according to Normie standards and regulations. And that's what's impressive about you guys. So to have somebody like Dr. Pinto, Michael Pinto, come down and lead that course is just unbelievable. That's pivotal course.
It is a good course. It's a very good course. I've
Yes.
seen him teach it, and
I know it's not cheap. I know that. This is one of the most expensive courses y'all have got. But if you can do this, you can do anything.
well, you got the two rock stars teaching it. You got Michael and Doug both teaching that course.
Unbelievable. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Wow.
So,
What a thrill.
well, let's talk about certifications. Like I started when I was introducing you at the beginning about the different things that you have, and education wise, there's a ton of stuff that you do and that you're trained in. And I don't know if you want to ramble off a few of those, just kind of some of your background enhancements. I know you said you were first starting for a PhD in religious studies, but you've like morphed into a whole nother direction.
Well, when you as you would that men should do to you, do you even so unto them, for this is the law and the prophets. That was written in another standard that we are familiar with. Jesus said that in their Sermon on the Mount. But when you look 2,000 or 3,000 years earlier than that, what Moses was involved with in Leviticus chapter 14 about the mold remediation, it's been in there since almost the beginning of time and recorded religious history anyway. So this is a huge deal. And thankfully, I've got a proper background for this mold business in our cleaning. Of course, we're certified triple master cleaner at the ISRC, but that's a big deal. I'm also a certified rug specialist. We're the only certified rug specialist in the state of North Carolina. We wash the governor's rugs and all that stuff. No, they're not his rugs, dadgummit. They're the citizens. They belong to the citizens of North Carolina. So I'm taking care of you. Hey, I'm taking care of your rugs out there. Don't worry about that. We're also certified water law specialists, one of about 125, 150 in the country of that. If you're going to do a flood on water, you better know what you're doing. So getting involved with the Restoration Industry Association, Pete Consigli and these guys who taught this class the way it ought to be done. I mean, that was tantamount to a college level thesis we had to present to get our certified water law specialist. That was just really very, very huge. And the same way it is to become a certified master rug cleaner and certified rug specialist, CRS. That was a huge, huge thing to do. And now to be involved with Normie is just another. It is said birds of a feather flock together, and it's nice to be involved in a group like Normie that takes things to the highest level possible, and I'm very, very thankful for that. Yes, sir.
You know, I like to I bring it down to a very, very simple level when I talk with people and we start talking about, you know, how things work and everything like that. And to me, the basic philosophy is, and I've said this before on many trainings that I've been to, we try to do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. It's that simple. You know, you don't have to go any further than that. I mean, you can't set a higher bar. And, you know, it's something that's practical and understandable to almost everybody out there.
And thankfully, the courses that you and I have been through weed out the folks who are not living by that standard.
Yeah.
And any schmaltz, any bedwetter can go out and take a course. We know that. But they're not going to stick with it to the end, to where the results that they're looking for is a cleaner rug, a healthier environment, a more responsible way to treat. We're not just fogging something in somebody's dadgum house. No, we're really getting it clean the way it ought to be clean, and documenting it and proving it with our field tests and third-party confirmation of verification of what we're doing. Yes, sir.
Well, there you go. Back to do the right thing because it's the right thing to do, and the results speak for themselves. They really do. I'm going to put you on the spot now. Sorry about that. All right. And I know you've kind of alluded to it, but if you were going to sum up what really you like about Normie, and you know, if you were going to tell somebody about us, where do you think you would go with that?
Well, as I mentioned a while ago, the people are number one. You've got to trust somebody. You don't trust a book unless it's a Bible or something. But you don't. And even the Bible says that its purpose is to reflect what Jesus did on earth. So the same way it is with Normie. You guys, man, are from the ladies that answered the phone call all the way to Mr. Hoffman. That's what's so impressive. Not only that, but you base your course material on standards that have already been in place. And it's no secret that whenever you teach a course, you show up there on your screen the IICRC S520 standard for professional mold remediation, for example. You don't try to appear to people that it's y'all's idea. You're the first one to come up with it. No. You know that you're a part as as the poet said, I'm a part of all that I have met, yet all experiences and arts where through gleams that untraveled world whose margin or whose horizon fades forever and forever as I move. I'll think of who did that in just a second. It's a 17th century poet. But you realize that you're a part of a long chain. You're handling, the baton has already been passed and is handing off to other people like you and me. And we cannot drop it because so many people's lives, so many people's well-being, and even our companies depend on it. And for crying out, our reputation. And the thing that has been my greatest asset in life is been that I know how to pick my in-laws properly. A lot of people get stuck with bad mothers and fathers-in-law, but my daddy and my father-in-law was the finest real estate agent in Northwest South Carolina. And my mother-in-law ran a credit bureau up there in Easley, South Carolina. And Dad never, ever said, is this the best you can do, Robert? You've got a master's degree. Is this the best you can do? No, no, no. He would come in and he would say, whatever you're doing, let's just be the best at it. And from my mother and father-in-law, it's been that way. And to be a part of an organization like that is like normally that is consistent with my values is really, really huge to me, because I don't have to wonder about some schmuck trying to tell me something that's not right, or some bedwetter lead me into down some road that's not going to lead to anything. No, that's why I like Normie.
Okay. Again, we have to work on your blood pressure. You're getting all passionate about this, which is great. I really,
as Cheech and Chong says, this is a big dope deal. And my neighbor across the street was their lawyer, so he was busy for a long time. So
there you have it.
And, yes, sir. But these are big deals, and we've got for crying out loud, people's lives and their future children depend on what we're doing.
Yeah. Well,
I was just at a lady's house, a dear friend of mine outside of St. Louis the other day. We have an Instascope machine, and of course we've been trained by you guys how to assess a building indoor air quality, and being able to go in there and know that when we leave and after we prescribe what needs to happen, that they're going to be living in a nice, clean, healthy home. And that is really important to me.
Yes, it is.
What?
It's just...
You see, I gave a talk to a bunch of real estate agents the other day. About 200 were on a call. My dear friend up here, Brian Pate, allowed me to address. He teaches all the real estate people in North Carolina, and I got on there and I told him that a clean air, a clean and healthy environment is the new view. They used to be able to stick you out when you're buying a house. They take you to the window and look out there. Just imagine your kids playing. Just imagine the garden growing and all that. No. The important thing now is just imagine you living in your sanctuary where you can go home and take the mean old nasty dirty things that you've come in contact with in your life during the course of that day and come to your sanctuary and heal and get better. My friend Jeff Jones in Oklahoma City says that when we get stronger, not while we're lifting weights, but while we're asleep at night and our body's rebuilding itself. Well, that's why, as you guys say in your class, that we breathe 3,000 gallons of air every day. I mean,
20,000 breaths is the average.
God, exactly right. So we're focused a lot on urine. So how many times do you urinate during a day? 9 or 10, maybe? And so how much water do you drink? I don't know. But you breathe in and out 20 to 23,000 times a day. Far, far, far more important. Yes, sir. So, well,
Doug has an expression he uses for that. He says, "You either have a good filter or you are one."
That's pretty good.
And it makes sense. Robert, I've really been enjoying this, and I'm sure that our members are too. I would love to have you back as a follow-up. Maybe get a little bit more into the infection control side and everything in another interview. If that would be okay with you.
Oh my goodness, yes, I got a lot of cool things to say about that. The coolest is the primacy of cleaning. We go in there with spraying this stuff and want to decontaminate everything in the world. But no, if you clean it properly first, you are way ahead of the game. And isn't that what our mamas and daddies taught us to do a long, long time ago?
Yeah.
And isn't it what, I'm going to show you this thing here. Isn't it what Doug tells in this book right here?
Yeah.
You keep it clean and dry. This is one of the most pivotal books, I think. I know it's kind of fuzzy. I don't know.
That's okay.
It's this mold-free construction 2.0 to the title of it. Everybody in the nation ought to own that copy, in my opinion.
Absolutely.
And,
Well-
and they ought to be connected to you somehow, by George, to get your New Jersey influence. Because if you do what a guy from New Jersey says, you're okay.
I had a call from somebody in New Jersey today too, speaking to me. So it was kind of interesting. He thought I was from down south originally. I said, really? With my lack of accent? Yeah. Okay. So,
But listen, Lance, y'all got the best tomatoes and the best corn on the cob anywhere in the country up yonder in New Jersey.
yes, we do.
Man,
Hey, it's the
oh,
Garden
man.
State. That's what they call it.
That's true. It's not all Patterson and Passaic.
No, of course, it was also 9 degrees out yesterday morning, but we'll go beyond that. But hey, Robert, I really appreciate you spending the time here with us. And I definitely want to get you back so we can talk more about the infectious disease control side. And
There's so much more to talk about. Yes, sir. And what an honor to spend some time with you. You ask good questions, by the way. You're like
No,
a doctor
I
or something.
appreciate
I thought I was going through a physical or something. You're really good.
well, wait till next time.
Oops. Okay.
Robert Pettyjohn, thank you very much for being here with us.
Okay, dear friend, it's an honor. Thank you, my friend.
It's my privilege to be able to introduce Michael Pinto, who's the CEO of Wonder Makers. He's a very valued partner with us at Normie, and actually he's fun to work with. So I'm going to bring Michael in. And I also have Doug Hoffman here, who is also a good friend of Michael's, and this is going to make for a very interesting conversation tonight. That's the easiest way to do it. So Michael, you want to come in and say a quick hello to everybody?
Well, thank you, Lance. I appreciate it very much. And yes, I was smiling because too much fun. When we deal with Normie, I know we get a lot of work done and everything, but it's just good people to work with, and certainly count you in that, as well as Doug. And just very pleased to be here talking about the NCMP.
Thank you, Michael. Doug, I don't know, you consider him a team player with us?
Actually, more than that. Michael not only is one of our senior trainers, but he also participates on our President's Council. I have a tremendous amount of respect for him and for his experience. And I think he brings something to us that we wouldn't have otherwise. So I'm grateful that he's become a good partner and a very good friend. So I'm glad to be here tonight, and I think this is going to be fun.
Absolutely.
Thank you, guys. One of the things that I've seen Michael bring to the group is we've elevated the level of training that's available to our members. We have the basic training and the stuff that's very popular, but we now have these more advanced courses that really gets to or above the professional level, if you want to consider it that way. Now, knowing Normie and all of our initials that we use for our classes, I do want to talk to Michael about the NCMP, which is the Normie Certified Microbial Professional. So, Michael, I'm going to ask you, what is that? What is that all about?
Well, quite honestly, this is a continuation of a certification that was originally offered by the Restoration Industry Association. And early on in the mold remediation industry and the arena, and I'm going all the way back to like 1999, 2000, 2001, thereabouts, it was our assessment at Wonder Makers that there had to be more for some people in the industry than just a technician level and a supervisor level, and not that those are bad places to go for training or anything like that. But we just felt that if the industry was really going to not just survive but prosper, there had to be a cadre of individuals that people could look at and say, you know what, those people are really professionals in their industry. Very similar to, you know, a master carpenter or, you know, an engineer or somebody who's got some real experience. And that's what we tried to do at Wonder Makers when we developed the certified, originally it was certified mold professional, but now with Normie, it's the certified microbial professional course. And that's a good move too, because it broadens up what the students learn about, and it really helps to give us that bigger picture in terms of the students coming through the class. So the basic answer to the question is that the NCMP is, as you said, the Normie Certified Microbial Professional. And what we're trying to do is elevate the knowledge of the individuals who come through that class so that they're more well-rounded and they're able to be the sort of person that if I have a question that just is really a tough one in the industry, that's the sort of people that you go to, the NCMPs.
You know, I've heard it described as upper level type of training. Would that be a fair evaluation to classify this as?
Absolutely. And the reason that we would consider it to be upper level is that there's actually some prerequisites. And I know that that can be dangerous, if you will, because it potentially limits the pool of people that can come for that training. But to even, you know, qualify for the training, a person has to go through either the Normie Certified Mold Remediator course or an equivalent. And depending on where that equivalency is, if it's from ACAC or IIC or C, you know, it may be that combination course, which is more of a technician and a supervisor course. It could be, you know, somebody who gets into the CMA, CMR, where they're learning a little bit about the assessor side as well as the remediator. But like I said, there's going to have to be some level of training and generally experience in the mold field or in the microbial field before somebody qualifies for this course. Now, since it's the NCMP, they also, which isn't a tough criteria, but they do have to go through the Normie Professional Practices course, and that's just so that they understand what they're dealing with. Again, if they're professional and we have professional practices, it's pretty bad if professionals don't know the professional practices they're supposed to be following. So that's a prerequisite too, and that's built into the, you know, the emphasis of those professional practices is built into the NCMP course. So it is good that they know that before they get there.
You know, Doug, you and I have talked over the years about, you know, people coming to even our remediator or assessment course that needing a basic knowledge of the industry. I mean, if you don't know how to take an air sample, how do you go through a course about remediation or assessment? I mean, to slow the class down to teach that makes it difficult. And that's what it sounds like here.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. You know, we're old enough to know that there's some things that you just don't learn except by experience. And there are some things that are going to build on the foundation, the truths that you understand, the techniques that you understand. You've got to continually build on that if you're going to get better, and I think be a better asset for the public. Oftentimes, an entry-level course might get you into the business, might get you into the industry, it might get you a license. But one of the things that has always frustrated us, and I know Michael completely agrees with this, is there are some guys right now in Florida that are taking a one-day, quote unquote, refresher course to get licensed in the state of Florida. It's how in the world can you do that? We do a 3-day class, and in some ways I wish it was 5. So having an opportunity to really encourage our members to think in terms of developing their techniques and their processes and helping them better understand the industry is only going to provide better services, and I think more truthful services, frankly, to the public. And so, as we always say in our classes, if our members look good, we look good. And part of that is just making sure they're trained properly.
Absolutely. I think I'm going to add to that, too. I'm going to jump in and add a little bit to that. You know, the other thing that we've seen since I've become a Normie member a few years ago and really got involved with you guys is there is a desire that the people who are in Normie who really want to be the best in the industry, they want to go up a step. And you see it in the folks that show up on the Tuesday night for the the continuing education credit. You see it in the folks that are jumping around to the different tracks to pick up, information that's related information so that they can just be more well-rounded and everything. And I believe we see it in terms of the people that want this, as you put it, Lance, upper level training so that they can better understand how everything ties together and, be a real resource for both clients and their company. A lot of them come in just because we're seeing more and more transitions in these companies. There's, Doug, you said the we for older guys. Thank you very much. But we are seeing a lot of that transition. You've got a lot of people that are moving into retirement and leaving these positions of responsibility in some of these remediation organizations, and we have a lot of people that are trying to step up to those. And like you said a minute ago, how do they do that without decades of experience? And I'm not suggesting that this course, a 3-day course, is going to, substitute for 10 years of experience, but for somebody who's got, half a dozen years of experience in the industry and wants to move into one of those management positions and, position themselves for when the owners retire to maybe even take over the business, being an NCMP is going to be very helpful to them, because one of the main things it does is teach them how to see the microbial contamination picture from a bigger perspective.
Right. We've talked a lot about, as I use the term, upper level type of training, and we've talked a bit about what's involved. But what makes this class really special? Is there like something you could really zoom in on to point that out?
Oh, I think the thing from my perspective, and having been the primary instructor for this for 20 years, the thing that the students all talk about afterwards are two things. One, it's a combination of learning and learning together. So there's a big emphasis on case study, and we get the students in the class, whether they're even participating online or live in the classroom. We get people working through these different case study scenarios, and honestly, at the end of the class, we hear every class where people say, and quite bluntly, what we learned from you, Michael, and the slides and everything was interesting, but what really made a difference in terms of this class resonating and us feeling more confident to go out and deal with some of these projects was working it through the case studies, because they're not simple. If the people don't know how to set up a containment and where they're supposed to put their negative air machines and stuff by the time they get into this class, they probably shouldn't be in this class. But we're talking about how do they integrate this into much more complex projects. And like I said, they really enjoy the case study. The other thing that makes the class special or unique or different is that it doesn't just end with a class. And I know this can be scary for people to hear that there's a post-class requirement, but that is, if you're going to be considered a professional in the industry, you have to demonstrate that somehow. And so we do have a post-class requirement. We call it a capstone, but there's a lot of different projects that people can take on as part of that class afterwards to show that they're actually the upper level in the industry.
Okay, you can't get away that easy with just saying post-class requirements. You got to give us a little bit more about that. What's really involved with this, and how does it enhance what was taught in the class?
Well, again, if you're going to be a professional in the industry, then you need to have a profile in the industry, right? You need to be recognized as somebody who's got this expertise. And there's certainly a situation where you can point to the certificate on the wall and say, see, that makes me a professional. But what we find out is that the people who are looked at by their peers as professionals have taken another step. They've taken the information that they know about the industry and they've translated it into something that's tangible. So we're very open in terms of what these capstone projects can be. We've had people come through the class and understand, we're way behind internally on some of the safety and health programs or our respirator protection program, or we don't have good marketing materials now that we understand this in a little bit better way for our customers, or we don't even know we haven't been doing a good job putting ourselves out in the industry. So all of those things, we've had capstones in the past from some of the professionals where they do their own, marketing brochures or safety and health programs. We've had people actually do experiments. They come into class and they've kind of had what I call a burning question. And this one gentleman just was totally fixated on the whole idea of the 10 square foot rule, which came from the New York City guidelines. And he was very much reflecting my attitude, saying, well, if it's 9.5 feet, does that make it less dangerous than if it's 10.5 feet? What if it's 1 inch, right? And so he actually did an experiment. He set up a containment area and did removal of less than 10 square feet. It actually turned out to be about 6 square feet of mold contaminated material under controlled conditions, and then did a lot of sampling while he was doing that to show what the impact was. And if you don't use your standard remediation techniques like negative pressure and HEPA vacuums, and the New York City guidelines say that you can just take a piece of drywall and cut it out, right? And he pretty much proved that to be false. Now that was I don't want to say way more, but that was on the kind of the top end of what somebody might do for a capstone project. A lot of them will actually just take their information and dig into one subset of the microbial industry, and then even write it up for an article for some of the technical journals or for the trade journals and stuff. And regardless of what they decide to do, two things are important in terms of the post-class requirement. One is that we work really hard in the class so that by the time everybody leaves, they know what they're doing. And then if they already know what they're doing, we can also help them in class provide the resources and the guidance and the encouragement they need to finish that up after class, so that they do class, they do their test, but more importantly, this capstone project is what starts to set them apart. If it is an experiment or it is a document that gets translated into a journal article or something like that, it also raises their profile and helps them to be recognized as a professional, not just by Normie and those of us that are kind of in the know, if you will, but all of a sudden it starts to bring them some recognition from their peers in the rest of the industry. So,
You know, what I'm hearing from you talk about this, it sounds like, well, let's look at the government as an example. A lot of the government entities, they have to put a magical line, of what level is good, what level is bad. It's not a floating thing like radon, 4 picocuries per liter, 3.99999 is okay, but 4 is bad. Same thing with the 10 square foot rule. To me, it sounds more like this class is a collaborative environment from all the people with all their experience being there.
well, it's a collaborative class run by a dictator, but
Yes.
I mean, it is, there's structure to it. You have to be careful with that. And again, I think that's one of the reasons that you see individuals like myself and Doug being the primary instructors on that class is because, we have to have the experience in the industry, but also as instructors to know how far to let that run and then when to rein that back in. So, yeah, I would say it is a very collaborative experience, but it's under guidance of the instructors.
So let me speak to that for a second, if I could, Lance, because I think this is really fascinating. And maybe this is kind of down into the weeds. Hopefully it won't be. But one of the things that we know about training, and this is why I love so much being able to work with Michael, because there are not a lot of trainers that understand this. There's a very big difference between teaching high school students and teaching adults. And part of the difference is that high school students don't know anything. Sorry, high school students, but they just don't know anything. And so they're sitting there listening to someone lecture to them, and they're hopefully listening and learning something that they don't know anything about. With adult learners, what you've got guys that are in that classroom who need to contribute and want to contribute and should contribute to the discussion because of the experiences that they've had that the trainer maybe hasn't had. So having someone at the head of the class like a Michael who knows the industry inside out, has got a tremendous amount of experience, but is still delicate enough to respect and honor the input that those students are going to have, makes the class, and as a term you said, kind of collaborative, but as he said, with a dictator. But that's how that happens. There are not a lot of teachers that can do that.
Well, and I want to follow up on that, Doug, and I say this in all humility. When I'm teaching that class, I learned so much, and one of the first admissions that I make to the students is that I am not a remediator. All right, I don't go out and tear buildings apart on a daily basis, and quite honestly, other than being out there, for the post remediation or doing sampling or sometimes getting out over the course of, multiple decades and actually getting my hands dirty just for the practice of it. I'm not a remediator. And so, and I never have been. I haven't been a contractor. I'm a consultant. I'm a trainer. I'm, a recognized professional. I'm an educator in the industry. But I have to tip my hat to the people who go out and do this every day. And by the time they get into this class, we generally, as you say, Doug, we have individuals that have a lot of experience and with the right coaching are willing to share what they know, so it does become collaborative. And sometimes it takes a half a day for people to warm up and understand that, we've got, I'm sorry, this is going to sound woke and horrible. It's a safe space for them to, open up and share their ideas and stuff. But I was using that term well before it was fashionable.
Well, it sounds like it's a extremely packed 3 days, and I guess that's one of the reasons that you have the post-class type of work. But it doesn't though sound to me like it's drinking from a fire hose. A lot of these classes where they pack so much information in. So, Doug, I know you've talked about that kind of stuff in a long time, and you've seen Michael teach this class several times. The flow rate, I guess, would be the best way to describe that. Comfortable?
Yeah, I think that's that delicate balance that I was talking about, is somebody who really knows what they're doing from a training standpoint, being able to give that information out in a way that it can be absorbed, but then start to see when the eyes are glazing over and take a break, you know? And sometimes that just takes experience, just teaching experience and understanding how the classroom works. It is a lot of information. One of the things that we've really tried to do is to make sure that they have in their hands all the slides that we've discussed. They can take copious notes, obviously for an exam that would follow, the certified proctored exam that would follow. But I think the idea is that being able to gauge the climate of the class, that's just something that, as I said, not a lot of people are able to do. But that's why one of the reasons I'm so happy that we've got Michael on board, because I think we have several trainers like that, and they're not easy to find.
Well, thank you for the compliment. What I will say is that it's real work to teach that class too. I mean, to be an active listener, it takes as much energy as to be an active speaker. And each class is different, more so than the mold technician class, or even the sensitized individual classes that I teach. The NCMP class is different because I have, as a lead instructor, I have a little bit more tendency to let some of that collaborative discussion run, and then have figured out how to bring it back, or how to, if I have to trim a little bit from some of the, subject matter that we're going to talk about. Like you said, they have all the slides there so that they're not necessarily losing any of the critical information, but we may, speed up going through some of that in class in order to give more time for the discussion, depending on where the discussion's going. Or sometimes, depending on who's in the class and the whole dynamics of it, or just toward the end of the class, a lot of times they're just tired. And so, a lot of times it reverts back toward the last afternoon of the class, where I do a little bit more of the lecture style presentation than throughout the rest of it, just because if they've really been at it kind of hammer and tongs for 2.5 days, it can be wearing on the students as well.
Doug, as executive director of Normie, how do you see the NPMC course really, or CMP, affecting the Normie structure? What does it actually bring to us?
Well, I think this is a good time for me to talk about the Normie Pro designation, which I think is so significant. And that Normie Pro designation, which, oh, by the way, no one has yet, which not even Lance nor Doug nor Michael has this designation yet, was actually born. The Normie Pro designation was really born out of a need, as many good ideas are, to provide to the public a professional who could handle virtually any kind of issue, any kind of problem that they might face. And it was born out of this need when you and I, Lance, got a call from BP Oil, and they said, we need somebody to go offshore and do an assessment on one of our deep water oil rigs. And we both looked at each other and went, do we really have a Normie member who's qualified to do this? Somebody who has the safety training, someone who has the security clearances, there's somebody who has the experience in the background. Because when you get out on an oil rig, deep water oil rig, there's only one way out and one way back, and it's a helicopter. And there's not a lot of discussion or being able to, run to Lowe's and get something. So we decided, well, this is something that we should do. And so we did that. But out of that was born this idea of how do we get our guys to a master level? I think everybody's very familiar with what that terminology is. ISCRC talks about that, and others. How do we get our guys to the level where they can handle even those kinds of jobs? And so our dream was, and our goal was, which is now coming to fruition, was to have enough advanced training where we could have the designation Normie Pro, and we could give that to individual in the Normie membership who had the training on sensitized individuals, regular CMA, CMR, understood how to deal with formaldehyde, understood building sciences enough to be able to deal with air infiltration issues, knows what a blower door test is, knows how to spell a manual J, has had the advanced microbial professional classes. How do we put all of that together and say, this guy, this lady, we're going to give this designation to Normie Pro. And then when we get those kinds of calls, that's the person that we can send on that kind of project. So the Normie Pro designation, which again, I say nobody has, we're still working on that. We're hoping that by the end of the year, with the help of the President's Council, we'll have some very specific criteria so that folks can get there and get that designation. And we have some now that I think we could get pretty close, may already be there to be able to have that designation. That's where Normie is headed. We're going to set the standard for the highest level of professional training that's in the market today. And I frankly just don't believe anybody else has been doing that like we intend to. And with Michael's help, with the President's Council help, I think we're going to create something that this industry has needed for a long time.
And again, I just love jumping in on what Doug lays out as the foundation here. Truly, this NCMP class, one of the main ideas behind it is to help people see microbial contamination from a much broader perspective. And that was some of the stuff that you were talking about, Doug. There's great pieces of equipment and there's good things that we can steal, if you will, from the radon industry, like Lance had referred to earlier. And there's things on the asbestos side, there's things in the safety arena, there's things from all these different industries, general indoor air quality. And the more we can get people to think about it in terms of concepts and how these similar concepts can be applied to a project, but when we're faced with a potential problem, we don't have to be restricted to trying to find a mold piece of equipment or something, right? We can see it from a bigger perspective and reach out and realize that, hey, there's things from the indoor air quality arena that we may want to put in here. A great example, just if I can be a little bit, suck up just a little bit, is the ionizer for the tail of the negative air machine that's available, the PRVK, right? That's not really a mold remediation piece of equipment, or that's not an idea that really came from the mold remediation arena, but it's an idea that fits the mold remediation arena really well as asbestos abatement and lead and just air cleansing, air washing when you're doing whole house cleaning. It's a technology that we're bringing over from somewhere else, and people need to understand a little bit about how that interacts and can be used in so many different arenas.
So I'll give you one, if I can, Lance, I'll give you one insight into some of the things that are going to be different in this particular class and some of the other classes that we're doing. In fact, at the new CMA CMR class that we're going to teach next week, we're going to introduce the concept of air washing, low pressure air washing, which is something we've never done in our training before, but it's brand new, 2023 for us. It's not new to Michael. Michael knew what it was. In fact, he helped me understand how we could fit it into our training program. But I think the point that I'm making is that our classes hopefully will stay up with the industry, and in some cases maybe stay ahead of the industry. And that's why they're constantly changing. You come to a CMA CMR class that we do today, it's not the same class that we did before COVID. It's just not.
And the NCMP class that we're going to do next is going to be different than the one that we did before.
Yeah.
And the other thing I would share there, Doug, and building on that, is that the only way we stay at and above where the industry is to rely on the people that are working in it every day.
That's right. That's right.
And tease out of them I'll be blunt with you. I'm thinking about it now over the course of the last 2 decades. Basically, every concept that's in this NCMP course, I have taken from, with their permission and with their discussion in class, but basically I've taken from experts in the industry that are doing it every day.
Yeah.
And that to me is the best knowledge to share, is not, and again, I have gone through lots of levels of academic training, but there's a difference between information that's coming at you from an academic standpoint and information that's coming at you from things that have worked and really made a difference in the real world. So,
Michael, that's so important on so many levels. I mean, we teach in our classes about, for people that are becoming supervisors, to ask the people doing the work that have the working knowledge, how to improve their conditions, improve the technologies, give them what they need. And that's exactly what it sounds like you're talking about.
Well, the other thing I would add to that, Lance, is that it's important for the professionals to look and listen and learn. As I said, the more advanced I get and the more little buttons and designations and all the stuff I have, quite honestly, the humbler I'm getting, because I just am figuring out how much I don't know in all these different areas that I probably should know to pull together. And I'm honored, quite honestly, it truly is. I think about it, I'm honored to be an instructor in this class, because I'm sharing ideas. And, you may have heard the term, I'm sure a lot of people have heard this term, standing on the shoulders of giants. And the crazy thing about that is that a lot of the giants whose shoulders we're standing on for this class are peoples whose names are not necessarily household names or even really well known in the industry, quite honestly. They're just individuals who go to work every day, do a really good job, and are creative as how they do it, and we're kind enough to share some of that in that collaborative portion of the class that then we can, build on and use for the next one.
I knew the word collaborative was going to come back in there someplace.
Well, I had to for your benefit, Lance.
Thank you. Anything else about the class either of you would want to say?
Well, yes, I'll just say that I think this class, whenever it happens, we're looking at dates coming up in the next couple of months. But whenever this class actually happens, I'm really highly encouraged by the guys that have been taking our CMA CMR class. It's not too soon to get into this class, even whether you have a little bit of experience or a lot of experience. I think if you've been trained by Normie and you have that basic foundation CMA CMR class, this would be a very, very good class for you to take.
I want to add something completely different, and that is that our experience in this class is that it's challenging. It's a fair amount of work and everything. That shouldn't necessarily scare people who want to be professionals. But probably the biggest thing is it's fun, and the people that come through this class talk to me even years and decades later about the relationships that they built in that class and their team when they were on their, because we divide them up and then put them in different teams at different points in time for the case study and stuff, and how they got to know some of the other people in their class. And a lot of those, believe it or not, in 3 days become friendships and professional relationships that they hang on to for years and decades. And just, it's one of those things where if you're a professional in the industry and you start to see yourself as a professional in the industry, you want to hang around other professionals in the industry. You have that desire to want to learn from them and share with them. And so we see this, and we see it happen in a very fun way in the class. So the fun factor is actually quite high, as compared to some of the other ones like the CMA, and not that that's not a fun class, but there's so much basic information that's getting across in some of these other classes that you don't quite have the same ability to allow the students in class to express themselves And the collaborative nature and the case study nature of portions of this class allows some of those personalities to come out. And basically it just usually turns it into a pretty fun class.
You know, I think listening to the two of you, and we've talked for probably close to 40 minutes already, the way I would just sum up what I've heard is 2 words: upper level.
Yep.
I think that does it. That says it all. Gentlemen, anything else? I think we've covered quite a bit of information here tonight.
Well, I'm just really appreciative of having the opportunity to chat with you and with Doug all at the same time and everything. And I would encourage anybody who's even, remotely curious to dig into it. And they can certainly call Normie and talk to Doug about it. They can, get the referral. They can chat with me about it. I'll be happy to spend more time explaining it. But it's a great class. I'm looking forward to having the next crop of people come through it.
And I'll just tell you that I'm excited to say that we've updated our website at training.normie.org to incorporate information about this class, the NCMP. Now, one of the things that's kind of unique about what we're doing these days is that this is going to be a trademarked designation, which means it's based on Normie training, and the NCMP cannot be used by anybody unless they've been trained by us. And so I think that's an additional level of credibility that you're going to get in the marketplace if you're in the industry that you'll not get anywhere else. And I'm just grateful in a very big way to Michael and what he's been able to bring to the team. And I think he's filled a void. And I'm excited about where we're headed with this whole advanced training program. So thank you, Michael, and thank you for being here, especially for this interview today.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you, both of you guys, and have a blessed afternoon, evening.
Michael Pinto, CEO of Wonder Makers, and Douglas Hoffman, the Chief Executive Officer from Normie. Thank you both for being here.
Thank you.
Yep.
The Perfect Fit Filter by Best Living Systems, another innovative product by Best Living Systems that will change the way you breathe indoors. Older style filters use cardboard frames which become quickly filled up with mold and dead skin cells, causing them to flex inward and allow air to go right past the filter. With the Perfect Fit Filter, there is no blow-by. Because there is no cardboard for the mold to eat, this Perfect Fit Filter is designed with a sturdy internal frame and sized to fit virtually any size opening. It allows the edges of the filter media to enclose the frame of your return air grills, so every cubic inch of air is filtered. No reason to go searching for your specific size in your local big box store. The Perfect Fit Filter is shipped directly to you when you need them. In a home or office environment, this incredible 1-inch filter provides MERV 7 protection to serve as a 90-day filter. How can you leave this filter in for 90 days? Popular pleated filters provide tiny crevices where mold and bacteria get trapped. Because you are bringing to their nests dead skin cells and other organic materials, the microbes find a safe harbor, an environment where they can grow and reproduce. This is called bionesting, and the Perfect Fit Filter reduces the possibility of these microbes contaminating the air we breathe. Because the Perfect Fit Filter is rated with a MERV 7, the industry standard for 1-inch filters, it does not restrict airflow or put unnecessary strain on your air handler. The Perfect Fit Filter, now available by monthly subscription and free shipping at perfectfitfilter.com. The Perfect Fit for people who like to breathe.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to welcome you all to Normie CE Training. This is where you get your Normie recertification credits for yearly recertification. I want to welcome you all. I want to welcome all of our admin people starting to pop into the room here. I see a bunch of them coming in tonight. This is good. Glad to see that. And I want to welcome everybody on all the other platforms that are here tonight. We're on Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, Restream, DLive, Twitter. We're all over the place. So for all of you watching on those other platforms, welcome, and I'm glad to see you here. Just as a reminder, at the end of our session, we will be turning off the live feed to all the social media platforms. For any of you Normie members that want to continue on with the special announcements that we will have, you will have to be in our Zoom room, which is impact.normie.org. And you have to be an active member to get in there. So just a heads up, you don't want to miss out on anything. So I see we got everybody in the room here. I know, Doug, you're out and about, so I want to send this over to you real quick because I know you had a few announcements you want to make while the internet's holding out for you. So go ahead.
Well, yeah, thank you. I'm actually in Pecan Grove RV camp here in Lake Village, Arkansas, right on Highway 65, headed back to Louisiana after our trip to Texas last week, which was really, really cool. I'm looking forward to sharing with you some of the exciting things we did out there. We did 2 case studies, one on Thursday, one on Friday. We were in Dallas on Thursday, Fort Worth on Friday, and doing some case studies on mycotoxin testing. So really excited about that. But I'm really excited to tell you that we're looking forward to our first Texas class, Certified Mold Remediation Contractor class. It's the initial training. That's a 5-day class, so it's 40 hours. But I was able to arrange the venue at Pure Clean in Frisco, Texas. You'll be seeing that on the website probably within the next day or so. But that's a 5-day class. But here's the exciting thing about this particular class. Well, let me tell you the dates first. It's August 28th through September 1st. And the reason we're telling you this right now is because there are only 12 seats available. It's a very small classroom. They've got a large warehouse area where we're going to be doing our hands-on training, but it's a relatively small classroom. We don't want it crowded. And so there are only 12 people that we're going to be able to train in this particular class. If we sell it out, which I think is probably highly likely, then we'll go ahead and set up another class probably within a couple of weeks after that particular class. But that class, the exciting thing about that class is, as you know, Texas has one of the most strict requirements for licensure, 40 hours compared to the other training that's 4 days or 3 days. Our typical initial training is a 3-day class. So this 5-day class is a really high level training compared to a lot of the other initial licensing classes. So what we're doing on this class is that if you come to this class, you'll be able to qualify for any of the states that have licensing except New York and then all of the non-licensing states. So in one class, that 5-day class, you could sit for exams. You have to take a short module on the licensing law for each state, but you could get a license for Texas, Louisiana, District of Columbia, Florida, or all of the non-licensing states. The only one that it doesn't qualify for is New York, and I'd love to tell you why, but that's a long story. Anyway, it's going to be a great opportunity for you to get licensed. If you need a license in any of those states, or if you just want a license, DC license is incredibly easy to get. And if you're in a non-licensing state, you might want a DC license just to be able to tell your competition that you've got a license in a state that requires it. So that's going to be August 28th through September 1st. And I just wanted to share that information with you.
Thank you, Doug. And I know you're traveling, and we're going to be talking about the Normie Pro Environmental Task Force tonight. And that's kind of part of what you're traveling with today. Any chance you can swing a camera around or get Norma on the screen?
For sure. As most of you know, a year and a half ago, or almost 2 years ago now, we purchased a motorhome, and we affectionately call her Norma. And I'll just show you, she's parked right over here. That's her right there. And I'm taking her back to Louisiana, where we've got a place where we can store her inside and get her ready for some major event that might happen, where we can go out and start giving information out to the public. We're not interested in doing disaster recovery work. What we're interested in is going into the field and being able to give folks information they need about cleaning for health, for the insurance needs that they might have, what FEMA can and can't do for them, those sorts of things. Maybe even provide, we've got a command center, so we can provide an opportunity for them to charge their phones if they need to. We'll have phones there, so if they may want to make some phone calls to some friends. Anyway, it's just going to be a great opportunity for us to help folks that are in need. And so that's why I'm in Pecan Grove RV in Lake Village. I'm on my way back to Louisiana.
Earlier today. All right.
taking
What
Norma.
happened to the clothes you wore?
All right, very
earlier
good. We got
today?
somebody's mic on someplace. I'm not quite sure whose that is.
Then the only other thing I wanted to share is I didn't want anybody to forget about the class in 2 weeks, 3 weeks in Fort Lauderdale with the CMA CMR class June 6th through the 8th. And then also, if you'll go to training.normie.org, if you go to events.normie.org, you'll see the Cleaning for Health schedule. And we want to encourage everybody to take that OSHA training that we've been working on. Absolutely free class. Gavin does a phenomenal job. Does he have the stories or what? So great to have. I know more about Ebola than I ever wanted to know, I can tell you. But anyway, it's a great class. It's a free 3-hour training. And I just want to highly encourage all of you Normie members to look at that schedule and come by Sunrise and take advantage of that. Looks like we may be having some classes in North Carolina as well. So a lot going on.
Well, thank you, Doug, and I appreciate you pulling over at the rest stop there so you can get on the call with us. We appreciate
I'm spending
that.
the night, and it's not a rest stop.
Well, you know what I meant. It looks cozy. All right. Well, this is, I think, a good segue to get into what we're going to be talking about tonight. I just want to acknowledge, we have quite a few of our staff members here tonight. Roger just jumped off the screen. Jenner's here. Tim is here. Mike is here. And we have Gavin in the room from ISSA and GBAC, who's going to be helping us out here tonight with some of the talk that we're going to have, because he's very familiar with what we're doing. And we've been in close contact for a while now, going over some of the particulars about what we're trying to do with the task force and with his Cleaning for Health and all the other things that come together. So with that said, I think we should get started here. And Doug, you may want to just check me on the dates, but I believe the task force came into existence in 2014.
I think that's right.
Because I know we had phone systems were set up then for regional FEMA calling, which I'll talk about in a little bit. But we started back in 2014, and we were involved in quite a few different projects back then, going back to even Hurricane Sandy, which is what hit the Northeast, New York, New Jersey, pretty devastating up here. Not as powerful as a lot of the storms that hit the South, but we are definitely not prepared for storms of any size up in the Northeast. I mean, there's parts of New Jersey where I'm from where almost 60% of the area is either asphalt or cement. There's no place for water to go. So even the small storms can be devastating up here. So we were involved with a lot of what they call long-term recovery groups, where we met with the health department, the state health agencies. We were out to different community areas and different parts that were really affected. I was involved with 3 different counties with the recovery group. So we actually went and we spoke, we talked, and we helped people out. Just absolutely amazing, the things that we learned about how as prepared people are. When you take it off of tabletop prep and you put it out in the real world, how much of it doesn't really work. I mean, they were all excited talking about some company donated a warehouse filled with mattresses for people that had lost places even to sleep. And they took all these mattresses in and stored them in a metal building, non-conditioned. They were no longer usable. The intention was good, but it was a lesson learned. You can't store things in a moldy environment. So in any case, these are the lessons that were learned that we were able to help out with correcting them going forward. Other things that we did a lot of work with military families. We were approached by some of our active members that were working with military families that were really, really struggling. And as a 501c3 nonprofit public charity, which is what the task force is, we were able to take in donations and help provide them with equipment, technology, and support to help improve their living conditions. So that was definitely a feel-good thing for us, and it absolutely helped them. They were kind of stuck and didn't have any place to go. So those are some of the things that we get involved with. Unfortunately, a few years ago, I'm sure you've all heard, unless you've really been hiding under those rocks, about something called COVID that kind of hit the world and shut down a lot of programs that were out there trying to do good because of social distancing and not being able to be in any kind of groups or gather. So the task force kind of took a back seat for a little while, basically because it had to. And we just kept moving on in the background, meaning we started striking up alliances. Gavin's here as one of our strong alliances with GBAC, the Global Biorisk Advisory Council, and ISSA. Great supporters of us, Normie and the Environmental Task Force. We're big supporters of them, and they are helping out with a lot of our training and grant work. Gavin, I'll have you in a moment. Just give me 1 second. Just want to get through 1 or 2 more things. So the program was on hold, but we haven't stopped. And we've gotten to the point now as we approach the 2023 hurricane season. It's time to really start stretching our wings with being available, seeing what resources are still going to be available from what we had, and to take on new people. There are a ton of people that we have trained over the last several years since COVID hit, and we haven't really been able to give them the opportunity to take part in the task force. That is what we're talking about tonight. And for those of you not familiar with Normie or just hearing about us or the task force for the first time, you are more than welcome to ask for information or to hopefully join up. And we're talking about no cost here. So, this is all part of being a Normie member. You get to be part of this task force once you meet certain requirements with free training and things like that. We want the best trained and educated people out there in this industry. And the restrictions that we put on the task force are because of the unique things that happen in man-made and natural disasters. Whatever you've learned, whatever you've experienced working in this industry, 2 years, 10 years, 20 years, you are not prepared for the disaster side of what we do. You're dealing with federal, state, and county government entities. You're dealing with processes that are designed to work with 1- and 2-man operations, up to 10,000 firefighters jumping into a hot fire zone out in California. The command, control, the organization is all the same, just on different scales. That's what we want all of the people involved in our task force to be familiar with for their safety and the people around them. So with that said, Gavin, I know you're sitting there, and I know you've been involved with the ICS system, which is Incident Command System, and NIMS, which is the National Information Management System. It's all under FEMA. You have any kind of quick take on that before we kind of really get into this?
Chainsaws, Lance.
Yeah.
Let's start with, so it's really interesting because, my background is 12 years in the military. And when they say to you in the military, we want a volunteer who can ride a motorbike, it's not because they've got a motorbike. They just want to volunteer. So I could never ride a motorbike, but I've always volunteered to ride the motorbike because it got me into places. When you look at the emergency management and the disaster response systems here in the US, if there's one thing I would recommend to everyone to do, and this is, I've never paid for this, but this is what I've done, over the last 30 years, I went and got my chainsaw license. And the reason I did that, Lance, was it was like volunteering. Whenever they do a tabletop exercise or they do a drill or they want someone to deploy, and I was a doctor, they went, gosh, have we got any guys who can use a chainsaw? And I went, yeah, I've got my chainsaw license. So I got to go to all these disasters on the premise that I was going to use a chainsaw, which I never did, because I had a chainsaw license. And it sort of segues nicely, Lance, into what we're talking about. There are things you can do for no money or low cost to become part of the emergency management disaster response community.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I'm going to get into that in a few minutes, where I'm going to talk about some of the basic requirements of ICS and NIMS, which is really the whole framework of how all of this starts, exactly what you're talking about. But before we get into that, some of the other things that you bring to the table here are access to grants. I mean, right now you're providing training for the essential personnel. We have grants from other companies, which we'll talk about too in a little bit, for more training. It's all about training, and we want to get the best training to all of our members, Normie members, Normie Task Force members. As much of it as possible is free. And that's the majority of this emergency management stuff. And I'm not saying let's all go run and do emergency management, but if you're going to work in any of these zones as a remediator, assessor, a drying company, a home inspector, You need to know the rules. You need to know the boundaries and the safety things that happen in those environments. You don't just walk in and say, okay, I'm here. They're going to send you 10 miles away to meet with a branch organization that's going to coordinate what's going on at that scene. And if you don't have the right credentials, you're not going back there. They're going to stop you. You're not going to be allowed into these areas. They need to keep them under control for safety at the very least, and then security and everything else. So with that, you bring the whole training about essential personnel, and you're the senior director of GBAC, the Global Biorisk Advisory Council. That opens up a whole nother area of things that you are able to help us deal with, from infectious outbreaks to just knowing how to decon ambulances and vehicles and work trucks. I mean, that's a whole nother side to this industry that people really don't train on.
No, you've got a really good point there, Lance. For the years that I've done emergency management, or I would say more precisely disaster medicine response, before the disaster occurs, you've got to get on the list. So whether it's a national deployment to a state or it's an international deployment, when we sit there and we know we're about to deploy, we go down and go, who do we know? Who does this? Who does that? Hang on, I need one of these. And that short list is people who are on the list. So there is a way to get on the list where you live locally, where you work, through your emergency management agency. A lot of communities have what's called the CERT, the Community Emergency Response Team, which is a volunteer of just local folks who get together and they'll practice, they'll drill, they'll talk about emergency, but that gets you on the list. You can actually just reach out to the local emergency management agency where you live and ask, what do I need to know? How do I get on the list? And it's called the list. So, and I'll tell you why, Lance, and if you sort of live in the world that I live in, I just got to notice now that Guam is a territory of the US. We have an Air Force base there, very important Air Force base. We have 2 naval bases. We have the Guam National Guard. Guam is about to get hit tonight at 9 o'clock with a super typhoon, Category 5 hurricane. It's called Mawar, M-A-W-A-R. It is the strongest storm that we have seen since 1962 in that region. And when a similar storm hit Guam in 1962, it wiped out over 95% of the buildings. And then a storm that wasn't as strong hit in 2002. And if I just check my notes here from this morning's briefing, it was 144 mile per hour winds, and it caused $700 million of damage in Guam. The storm that's expected to hit tonight, its last measurement was 155 miles per hour. We're calling for a storm surge of 25 feet and 20 inches of rain on Guam tonight. And they're the sort of situations we have addressed right now. Think about, what do we need? Okay, we know the military's there, but they're going to be destroyed. They're going to be devastated. They're going to be victims of the storm. What will the US be deploying tomorrow morning after the storm passes, and what things do we need? And a lot of that comes down to discussions that we've had with Doug and yourself about how we can do much better. If we look at sort of the Hurricane Ian situation, and I know Doug and I were texting like crazy at all hours of the night going, did the CDC just say use bleach? Because we don't do that. And so it's really important that we look at the science, the evidence that we have within our industry, and we bring those best practices by being on the team, making the list.
You're absolutely right. And you mentioned tabletops before, and that's what I was talking about. The tabletops are where the basics come from. But then from there, when you get out into the field, you need people from all different vocations to look at what's really going on and say, wait a minute, you can't do that. It doesn't make sense in the real world. But that's the whole point of us getting all these people with all these specialty talents. But everybody still needs the same basic framework. The classes that we were talking about from ICS, the basic classes that are recommended are ICS 100, 200, 700, and possibly 800. And what they are, 100 is what's called Intro to Incident Command. Now, you're talking about a Cat 5 plus hurricane hitting Guam. It's a massive, devastating event. But the same principles and concepts that are going to be deployed there already, that are being deployed there, or what would happen for a local brook overflowing its banks and flooding a neighborhood, just on a smaller scale.
Yeah, so this is a good point. All of my students at Penn State, where I teach disaster medicine, public health preparedness for both natural disasters and terrorist emergencies at Penn State College of Medicine, I tell them, if you want to make the list, there are 3 courses you must do. That's ICS 100, ICS 700, which the ICS 100 is the introduction to the incident command system. And interesting, everyone should understand, Lance, the incident command system is something that was invented in the US. And it was invented by, with the forest fires back in the 70s. And we have taken that system of decision-making, that system of allocating resources that are limited, of space, staff, and stuff to make it work in a disaster. It's about a 2-hour course. I'm going to talk about how to really do these courses properly. ICS 700 is the National Incident Management System, which will, when you make the team, you'll hear this acronym NIMS. It's the National Incident Management System. That's about a 3.5-hour course. And ICS 800 is the National Response Framework, which is the NRF. You must know the National Response Framework just at that high 50,000 foot level. And then ICS 200, I would do 4th. I would do 100, 700, 800, and then the 4th course I would go back and do ICS 200 because you now understand what's going on because ICS 200 covers basic incident command systems for initial responses. But each of these courses are freelance and they give you a certificate. And
exactly. Yeah, and that's all about credentialing. That's what I was talking about before. Getting into these zones, you need these credentials to be able to work in these zones, even to go to them.
Yeah, so when people come to me and say, "Oh, I want to come with you, Gavin, on the next tornado, hurricane, ice storm, forest fire," and I'll go, "Have you got the certificates?" Before I even ask for their name, if you've got the certificates, at least I can start having an intellectual conversation with them. What are your skill sets? What are your core competencies? What can you do? What can't you do? Do you go camping? Because I don't want this to be the first time that you find yourself in an austere environment and you complain to me you're not going to have a shower for 3 or 4 days because that's what it is, or there's not enough food because that's what it is. It's understanding whether they can survive in an austere environment. So you do those courses, and that really gets you to have that conversation with those that deploy emergency management agencies. But I also want to add one more caveat to this, Lance: healthcare coalitions. Yeah. Healthcare coalitions are funded by the federal government. For example, in the state of Alabama, where I do a lot of work with tornadoes, there's 11 healthcare coalitions. Go and introduce yourself to the healthcare coalition coordinator at the regional or state level and just say, this is what I do. How do I make the team? And it's not making the team to do the work because we all don't get paid. We get paid for what we do when we deploy. I get paid when I deploy. And I want to make sure that everyone is able to respond to disasters. I know we can do this as a volunteer situation, but I want you to be part of your core business. I want you to say, "Oh, I'm going to, I know hurricane season came up. I'm going to train and practice and rehearse and get to know people. And when I deploy, I know that I'm going to be earning money to support my family." And it's really important that part of that disaster response is not just based on doing it for nothing volunteers. It's actually part of your core business structure of being a remediator, restorer, or just a professional cleaning professional.
Well, that's one of the big things about the way this whole program works with ICS and NIMS, that as they're deploying or spreading out resources, another portion is already planning de-escalation. And it's all part of this dance that is done nationwide, even for regional operations, about moving resources around. To give you a simple example, for those of you that have lived in areas that have been hit by hurricanes and you lose power, well, if you're in Florida and you know a hurricane's coming, you're going to notice utility trucks coming from all over the country and deploying in different areas, ready to go in as soon as the storm is done. That all takes management and prep and plan. And it's not just, okay, guys, we're sending you 50 trucks. Where are those 50 trucks going to park? Where are the people going to sleep? Is there food for those people that are going to be there for 2 weeks? So this is all part of this management system. You can't just walk into a disaster and say, okay, I'm here. Because, 6 hours later, when you're hungry and there's nothing to eat for 50 miles around, That's all part of this planning and this management system. So I know Gavin had said about talking to your regional coordinators and things like that. That's what we're trying to do now, is develop a system internally of who's interested, what kind of resources do we have, what kind of community outreach do we have, and organizations around us we can work with, like GBAC and ISSA. SWA is another one, the Sustainable Workforce Alliance. They're also providing training for us under grants, free to our members, for disaster workplace safety. You need to have certain training before you can even get into these areas. I don't know if you've ever tried going into areas where they have the state police roadblocks. Stop. Why are you here? Oh, I want to go see what's going on. Turn around, go the other way. You know, unless you have a reason to be there and the training to be there, they're not letting you in. So like Gavin said, he mentioned 100, 200, 700, and 800. Absolutely agree. There are other trainings. Some of them do cost. I actually have 300 and 400. That's 24 hours of on-site training, much more in depth, much more hands-on, tabletop planning, deployment of what you learn and all the other things. But there's all kinds of specialized training available, and we can get that for you, most of it through either grants or for free federal assistance.
And what's interesting, Lance, is that the federal government has those courses for free, and they're self-taught, self-learned. But I don't do that. What I do with the government courses, I get people in a classroom or in a room, just somewhere, and I'll say, look, guys, ICS 100 is 2 hours. We're going to go through the subject matter together online, because it's a free online course. You can download the resources, and we're going to do it as a group. The only thing we're going to do individually is at the end, you've got to take this quiz. And if you take the quiz and you get 80%, you get a certificate. But the course, I will actually facilitate. So that's the same for 700 and 800. 700 is a 3.5-hour course. 800 is a 3-hour course. I get people in the room saying, right, tonight we're going to go through this 3-hour course, ICS 800 on National Response Framework. And I'm going to walk you through it. I'll answer any questions. But right at the end, you'll log in individually as yourselves to do the quiz, so you get the certificate and the recognition. So I don't have that expectations that people should do this on a Saturday or a Sunday or late at night. It's actually, we actually, as instructors and trainers and facilitators, and what we want to see people do better, we actually facilitate those training, those government-free trainings in a group environment, so we can all discuss and learn from each other.
Well, one of the things I learned when I was in the 300 and 400, you see all the other people there that are in the room with you, and you see the massive amount of knowledge and experience of people that are interested in this, and not always just in this category, just in other industries. But hey, I need somebody that can fly a helicopter. Get Bob sitting over there. Look at that. He does that as a hobby. You know what it's like to grab those kinds of resources, and it's very difficult, but they're out there, you know? So yeah, that's absolutely it.
When I did my chainsaw license, you know, imagine the guys I met and the girls and the ladies I met who were going for the people that I would never have contact with. And I sat down with a great group of folks talking about what motivated them to get involved in emergency management, disaster response. And that's when I, did my chainsaw license, which again, if it just worked for me, it just worked. You sit there at the back and they're not inviting you to the table. You go, oh yeah, I've got a chainsaw license, but I've never used it. I've never used a chainsaw. I just have the license.
I don't know. I kind of visualize you with one of those leather masks on with the chainsaw, and never mind.
Well, no, it's good because I think if you're going to get into this work, you've got to watch the Sharknado shows, and the best one is Sharknado version 4, because that's where the Australian guy goes, crikey, we're going to need more chainsaws. And I make my students watch that 1,000 times because they just have to get into their head how important it is.
But you're talking about chainsaws, and you get a disaster with hundreds or thousands of trees down, there's not enough chainsaws. There's not enough of anything. And that's part of the planning.
It's not just that. It's when you go into those buildings where you maybe you're a restorer, cleaner, you're just picking up, the left, whatever's left after the storm. The chainsaw really comes in handy. There's walls, dry walls down, collapsed buildings, collapsed doorways, garages, the walls, the whole lot. Yeah, it really has come in. But the point is that you show your versatility, that you're useful. You've got a few skills, As you've correctly said, Lance, 100, 700, 800, I would start with that. I then at the fourth, I do 200. And then, but we do it as a group. We do all this learning as a group, but then we also can help facilitate, engagement with those that make the decisions, both at the emergency management, both at the local agency level, the state agency level, the federal government agency level, and then there's other organizations like the healthcare coalitions, which we want to get you plugged into as well. And let alone, the stuff that you and I talk about all the time, Lance, on emergencies we do with both law enforcement, with police, as well as firefighters. And then suddenly they come and go, hey, Gavin, how do I clean this? And I mean, it's your piece of equipment. Yeah, but we've never had to, it's never been this contaminated with whatever. Yeah. And I now need some help on how to clean it so I can use it again tomorrow.
And that brings up the next piece of this, because we will be working with these different entities and agencies. When they have problems on the more personal level, a very localized side, who are they going to go to for help? People that worked with them during these disasters. They're going to reach out to the assessor or the mold remediator or the drying company when something happens to their home. So it's all part of the exposure and people being familiar with who you are because of the type of work that you're doing with them.
I think too on that, Lance, they don't. Okay, let's be fair here. There are people within the community, within emergency management, that have never seen the equipment we use.
Yeah.
Yeah, the equipment we use is amazing. We've got all this stuff that dries things. We can remediate, we can restore, but we also have testing equipment, thermal imaging, water moisture meters, ATP. A lot of things that no one has ever seen before. And there's tricks of the sort of best practices of what we do that we can bring to the table going, oh, didn't know that. Yeah. You before you pull down that whole wall, we can find out whether there's moisture in there or not and save you the work. We can actually use science in the cleaning industry, in our industry, across all the different verticals that we work in a way that most emergency managers have never thought about this at all. Because we were working with local Americans here at the local level, and if we can't help them, they're going to wait on insurance money that's going to take a very long time to come, or they're going to wait on a government or state grant, which will not be sufficient enough for them to survive on. So we want to ensure that when we respond based on evidence and science, that we can help them rebuild, restore, recover in a way that helps them. It saves money, saves lives. And this is an area of emergency management, disaster response that I think is a huge opportunity for all of us.
Well, communications is a big problem too. I mean, we've seen during major storms where, towers go down, phone lines go down, communications out. One of the things that we look for on the task force is ham radio operators. It's a basis for communications, and you're talking about technology changing. I just need to show you something. You can see this little tiny box. It's about the size of a piece of gum or a package of gum.
What do you got there, Lance?
This is an actual interface for ham radio that just having this active, I can take a little $100 walkie-talkie and talk any place in the world because I have this in the room with me. So the technology is out there to give us all kinds of resources to do stuff inexpensively, but people don't know about this stuff because there's so many niche markets and areas of interest. I'm a ham operator, but I have this small kit I travel with. I turn it on, and because I have this device in the room, I have international access to communications. I travel with, Doug mentioned it earlier, Command Center. It's providing Wi-Fi and Ethernet communications over cellular. So it takes everything that we do to the next level. I was able to actually go live from the Experience Center because we had the Command Center with us, and we were able to do that. While in the next room over, there were 6,000 people using cell phones that just graduated from Broward County College. So we brought it with us. We brought what we needed, is the point. So you don't have to be the person that's going to go out into the disaster. We also have people that we will be bringing up on our phone systems. We did that in the past. If there's a problem in Region 2 in the United States and we try to follow the FEMA regions, we may activate Region 3 and 4, adjacent regions that are not affected by the problem, to provide phone support. and other coordination resources. I've had people from Florida call me and say, we can't get generators or drying equipment. Hang on, let me call my contact in Buffalo, New York. They had the stuff shipped the next day.
And that's a really good point, Lance. The number of disasters that I've deployed to, in my career is it's a big number. But the fact that we've tried in certain circumstances, especially when it comes to water damage, to procure equipment, and it's just blown our budgets. It's been unrealistic. The emergency management disaster response teams and capabilities have evolved so much. If you go back to 9/11, 2001, people just turned up to volunteer, and it was virtually after 9/11, and with all the volunteers that descended, into areas of New York City, all with the best intentions in their heart. We said, right,
without training.
Yeah. They're there because they had a car and they could drive from somewhere. And then 2005 with Katrina and Doug, you guys, I've got a Southern accent, but you guys probably lived it. I only responded to it. So when I went down to New Orleans, again, volunteers just turned up out of the wazoo. People from everywhere turned up. And it wasn't, and so what we've tried to do, and with these FEMA courses now, it's trying to control the volunteers and get some sort of formalization coordination. So when I work with my students, the people I work with on deployments, those 4 courses that we talked about, they are the basic fun. That's how I can separate those that just volunteer because they've got good hearts, those that have volunteered that really know that we're going to an austere environment. It's going to be tough and there's going to be lots of work to do because they've taken the time to do at least 10 or 12 hours of a FEMA course. That helps us separate who we're going to take or who we're going to invite, because usually you have to be invited. People do turn up. They still turn up today. It's just happened just recently. People turn up because they've got stuff and they think they're doing the right thing, and then there's no coordination. So the idea is that these courses have been used by FEMA and for many of us in emergency management to identify those that we'll bring and take and invite because they've got the 4 certificates. I don't know much else about your background, never met you before, but you're coming because you got those 4 pieces of paper. That's what we're doing. That's our triage system right now in a lot of things that I do. And it's just, and then again, but it's you've got seconds, as being a leader or a decision maker in emergency response. I have virtually seconds to look at someone's credentials and go yes or no.
Well, it's lessons learned from all this stuff and techniques that you're taught. I mean, an example that we've talked over numerous times in some of the tabletops are an example of a terrible bus accident. 40 people on a bus. You show up as the first responders. The last question you ask is who's hurt. The first question you ask is who can walk. Otherwise, you have 40 people saying, I'm hurt. Now you have 40 patients. Who can walk? Come over here. Are you hurt? No. You stay here. If you're hurt, go over there. Next, who can't walk? You guys that can walk, go help them. So now you're reassigning resources based on what you have, but it's all about skills that you learn how to coordinate all of that. And that's what this is all about. And we don't want to put anybody in harm's way. We don't want anybody creating a situation because they're not trained. So it's imperative that people that want to be involved, and we applaud you for that, get this very basic training for starters. And we're trying to coordinate this all now and get you trained for free as part of the Normie Pro Task Force. And that's why we're talking, and this goes for everybody, even out on the other social platforms right now. If you're not a Normie member, you're more than welcome, to become part of our team. And that's what we're really looking for. I just want to mention a few other companies that we're working with. Obviously, Best Living Systems has been involved with donating equipment, and we've worked with a lot of the military housing. The Sustainable Workforce Alliance, they have grants and are helping us with training. GBAC with Gavin, always on call. I know when Ian came through Florida, they had over 1,000 people they were able to deploy as a workforce, to help out companies that just didn't have enough workers. They didn't have to be highly trained. They had to be able to load garbage bags, haul stuff away, but it was manpower. They were able to provide that. We work with Virtual PBX. It's a phone system that we use, and we work closely with them for our FEMA region type of calling. So these companies are out there, and they're all very interested in helping and being part of what we're doing. So I want to thank all of them publicly for that. I just want to mention it now, and then we'll get back to, a few of the other things. If anybody is listening and they're interested in becoming part of the task force and finding out more about the task force, I'm going to give you a phone number that you're going to send a text message to. And the text message you're going to send is join space EPF. The space is not the word space, it's just a space in letters. So it's JOIN space ETF. And you're going to text that to 877-251-2296. And we will gather that information and reach out to you with more information. Doug, I see you popped in the room there for a moment.
I did. Yeah, I did. I just wanted to say just a moment about what we're going to be doing at the experience, because we're going to actually be building some training around the task force. Norma will be there. Hopefully, we're looking at actually driving her into Caesars Forum and having her as part of our booth, so that we can set it up as we would in a disaster recovery situation. And so we're going to be talking more about this ICS training. Dan asked a great question in the room. He said, can these free trainings, could they all be taken together in a day and a half in a group setting? I think we want to work through a way that we can do that. And obviously we want a lot of those folks prepared for what's going to happen at the experience in September. Would love to have them there with their badges.
So what is it? You have to get it up to 60 miles an hour to fit through the door? Is that how that works?
No, this one actually has a door big enough. Remember Cincinnati, we had to park it outside, but fortunately Caesars Forum has a door large enough. It's just we have to get a booth twice the size that we had in Fort Lauderdale. So it takes up a lot of room.
Yeah, that thing is a monster. I think we were looking at 10-foot doors and we didn't fit.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And here's another thing that people should be, should know about, Lance. When you deploy in responding to a disaster and you think you know what you're going to do, that's not how it always pans out. And if you think, I've got this piece of equipment, I've got, they know me for this is what I do in my day-to-day normal life, and I'm deploying to help because they want me to help with this. And then suddenly, if I'm the incident commander or I'm leading a team, I'll go, hang on, I need guys to go do this. And I've had people say to me in the middle of a disaster, really bad situation, we didn't come in to do that. I went, yeah, you did. You came in to do whatever I told you to do. So we have, and you can't do that. You really have to be part of the team. If the team leader says, I need this to be done, then he's saying it for a reason. And it may not be what you think you deployed for, but it's definitely what needs to be done. And so many people, when they deploy, you won't see the big picture. You won't see all the moving parts. You won't see everything that's going on. You will fit into a little team or a team somewhere in a certain geographical area, and you'll be told to do this work. As we go through that initial response, as we move into recovery, then it becomes a little bit more defined, less chaotic, and you'll start to then go and do your remediation, restoration type work, your drying work. That will happen, but that's not going to happen in the first week or two with a hurricane, a flood, or a tornado. No way in the world.
Right.
And so it's really important for people to understand that when you deploy, just say yes. Just when they ask you to do something, just say yes, because that means you're coming back. You're going to get invited back, and you're going to get paid for it, and you're going to get to stay there longer, and you can do really well from a business perspective, on these disasters, because they're not just hours or days; they last for weeks and months.
One of the things that I've seen at a lot of emergency sites that I've been to, the piece of equipment that is probably the most welcome there is what they refer to as the canteen, the food trucks that pull in. So.
Yeah, it's interesting, Lance, that in, was it 2004? I got deployed to Indonesia after the earthquake and the tsunami, and I got deployed for 9 weeks. I lost 20 pounds on that deployment. But I remember I lived in a house with 26 other guys, And we got there on day 4 after the earthquake and the tsunami had hit Banda Aceh in Indonesia. So 160,000 dead, 210,000 survived. And I found a chicken. And I followed this chicken and it laid an egg. And I came back into this house because we were eating boiled rice at that stage with ketchup and anything else we could find as a condiment to spice it up. We had boiled rice. And I had this egg and I fried this egg and I put it on top of my boiled rice. And I've never, ever in my life had to share an egg with 26 other people. But I did. And the point is they wanted to go out and kill the chicken, but I protected that chicken for a number of weeks just so I could collect an egg from it every day. It was pretty special.
Yes, you are. We'll go with that. Well, you know, we've talked about a lot of this high level stuff and, you know, disasters and the type of work and running with chainsaws and stuff like that. But we're talking about remediators, assessors, drying specialists, home inspectors, structural engineers, insurance agents. All of these people belong on this team. They all have a specialty. They all have a reason and a need to be there. And that's really what this is all about. We're trying to coordinate it on our level to work with these bigger entities and to be able to provide help and service. And it does come back, like Gavin says, to help you out with your businesses too.
Really, really good point you just made, Lance. Be able to tell what you do precisely and succinctly. As an incident commander, I do not have the time to, with my team, with what we're doing, to sit there and listen to someone say, I do this, this, and this. I want to know exactly what you do and how you do it, and then you'll be assigned to go do what you need to do. So it's, you know, if you haven't started practicing that, you know, if you're asked let's just say it's a flooding event after a hurricane, you know, with a lot of debris around, and you come up to the incident commander and he'll say, what do you do? You should be able to say, I do this. And now's the time before the disaster to write your elevator pitch, write your half a page, to be able to just say, this is what I do. These are my skill sets, my core competencies. I can do this for you. So the incident commander go, right, go over there and start doing it.
Because if you don't do that, you may wind up in the chainsaw division.
Oh, look, I've had people try to haggle and bribe me and all. No, you don't do that. What can you actually do so I can get on with my business of running this disaster response and manage and keep everyone safe and get the job done, and know that I don't have to, you know, because you're not going to get a lot of supervision in a disaster response. You're going to be told you've got this, and this, and that's the job to be done, and you're going to get it done this afternoon or today, whatever it takes. And then tonight, when you go to disasters, you often have like a 7 o'clock in the morning briefing and a 7 o'clock in the evening briefing. You know, so you have a briefing. This is what we're doing today, everyone. And then we have a debrief at 7 o'clock at night around dinner time. How did it go? What else do you need? What have you run out of? Do I need to order more to this? Did anyone get hurt today? What else did you find while you're out there? We saw this and this. Okay. And then that night, the senior sort of decision makers, the managers of the disaster, then start sitting down and say, right, what's the task list for tomorrow? Or what else have we missed? And so, you know, when you go on a disaster, there'll be, you know, it's very common to have a briefing about 7 in the morning and then another one at 7 at night.
You know, everything that we've been talking about ICS, the Incident Command System, and NIMS, sounds like, you know, for these major disasters, like he's talking about for Guam and Hurricane Sandy and Katrina and this and that, these systems are used every single day all over this country. I mean, it's used internationally too, this program, but every single day, this is used from 1- and 2-man operations for coordination of services, all the way up to the 10,000 firefighters jumping into a fire zone, you know, or bigger. So, you know, everyone that's listening right now, there is a place for you. If you want to be involved, there is a place, there is a skill, there is training and education that we can get for you and get you as part of the team.
Yeah, and I think if people are going through these courses for the very first time and they want to get involved, you know, have some national pride. The Incident Command System was made in America. It was made by the forest fires guys back in the 70s. So this is our system that the world has adopted for emergency management disaster response. And so, yeah, we'll go through and learn that Incident Command System and go, wow, damn, that was made by us. And we gave that to the world. I go around the world in different countries teaching ICS, as it's known, Incident Command System, to the rest of the world, knowing that the history, it came from here. And it's something we should be really proud of because it does help with, again, all the C's, the communication, the collaboration, the coordination. So it's a system that we really, when you get deployed and you're part of it, it's something you should be proud of.
All right. Well, Gavin, I want to thank you for your input and being here with us tonight. We do have a little bit more that we need to talk about in our private session coming up. So I want to thank everybody that spent the time here, especially on the social media platforms that we're all on. And again, I want to remind everybody, if you want more information, please send a text to, and I'll say the number slowly, 877-251-2296. And in the subject, just type in join space ETF, Environmental Task Force. And we will start sending you some information and help you walk through the process. Gavin, I really appreciate you being here. Everybody in the other platforms, I appreciate that. For our Normie members, if you are watching on one of the social platforms, please go to impact.normie.org now so you can get in for the special announcements that we have coming up shortly. And for the rest of you, please stand by in the room. Everybody else, thank you for attending. And I will be back momentarily with our private feed.
Thanks, Lance. Bye, everyone.
Thank you, Gavin. Everybody just stand by.
My name is Sandy Lazarovich. My company is Mastering the Art of Living Indoors, where I'm your indoor air doctor. I'm here to talk to you about an organization called Normie, the National Organization of Remediators and Mold Inspectors. They help take my business from a mere air purification technology provider to providing a holistic solution to your indoor air quality issues by defining and diagnosing indoor air quality problem, developing a range of solutions, and deploying and monitoring the effectiveness of those solutions, both short-term and long-term. Now, benefits to business owners of Normie is expanded my business offering from just technology to holistic solutions, bolster my presence among competitors, enhance my training and knowledge, develop me a network of diverse support throughout the IAQ industry, leverage my presence far beyond the size of my actual company, increase my sales volume and quality of sales, improve the value of my client offerings, and increase my profits. So if you're a business owner in the indoor air quality arena or sanitization, you need to join Normie now. Go to normie.org and check it out. If you're a person business with indoor air quality issues, give the doctor a call at Mastering the Art of Living. And I'm located in Cleveland, Ohio, but I'm not restricted by mere location. I can help you remotely. So remember, if you have issues with indoor air quality, call the doctor, Sandy Lazarovich at Mastering the Art of Living Indoors. If you have a business that you want to grow and expand to be limits you couldn't believe of a few years ago, go to normie.org.
I want to welcome today's guests, Kana and Ramu Sankara from Reusip. We've been working with these guys for quite some time. We've spent a lot of time at some trade shows together, and well, we'll get into that as we're talking through this. So guys, want to pop in here and say a quick hello and tell us a little about yourselves?
Hi, I'm Ramu. I'm Kana. We're identical twin brothers and co-founders of Reusip.
Well, could you let us know a little bit about the company? I mean, we hear the name, we think we know what it's about, but give us a little bit more detail for those that don't know who you are.
Okay, so I think what we're best known for is our making the world's first reusable dust barrier zipper and the world's first magnetic entry strip, which is essentially a self-closing dust barrier zipper, also reusable. And it essentially works on a hook and loop system where you're just buying these things, which is essentially loop Velcro strips. This is the only consumable part. And then the other ones are reusable. So it's almost like the Dollar Shave Club of zippers. So I guess that would be the easy way to summarize it.
Well, I'm gonna put you guys on the spot in a little bit. I got a few questions I'd like to really go over with you to kind of set the stage here, but I'm gonna ask you to do some demonstrations if that's all right.
For sure.
Yeah, totally.
Okay, so I know getting in touch with you guys, I've had some issues because you're always traveling. I know you're at all the trade shows all over the place, and you're always someplace. It's kind of like, where are these guys? So, you know, how does it work out for you at the trade shows? Because I know I've seen you at quite a few of them.
Oh, I mean, it's almost like we need a triplet, because it's like we're always slammed at all these things. It's which is great. I'm not complaining, but we're exhausted after these things because there's always like lines and we're demoing this thing over and over. And we're very grateful that it's something that's very that people care about. I know it's a small thing like a zipper, but we know on the job site they're interacting with this part of the containment all the time, and we're happy that we can provide some value there.
Well, I know at the Experience show and some of the other shows we've been at, you've actually been with us in our booth, and we've set up walls and demonstrated containment with your equipment, which has always been a big draw. Like you said, there's a lot of people there with a lot of interest.
Well, I can say in the very, very beginning, we went to an Experience and we're just, we didn't know what we're doing. You guys saw our product, and actually you're probably one of our first supporters. You took our magnetic strip and put it on your flood booth, and which was awesome of you guys. So we'll always be grateful for that. So thank you. And thank you for having me on.
Well, you're welcome. And you know what? It was a real good add-on because we were demonstrating containment and all the different ways that you can do that, and you have to access containment, and it was just a natural fit with what you do. Matter of fact, in our CMA and CMR classes, we demonstrate the reuse systems, I'm going to call it, or products, because you have several different ways of doing stuff, and there's no one size completely fits all. So we show your stuff. We do show a few other types of processes, and then pros and cons. And, having that in there for the students to get their hands on it, touch it, use it, see it, experience it, makes all the difference in the world. So I'm going to thank you for allowing us to use that in our classes, because it does make a big difference.
Well, obviously, we're yeah. Thank you. But we mentioned what we make, and I think I should say why we made the zipper and what makes it different, because people think, well, there's dozens of other options like it. What we believe is that the entire restoration industry simply adopted what was around, and what was around was, we believe, remodeling and general dust containment zippers. And ours are designed, what we believe is designed for critical barriers, and it was born out of the restoration industry and made more specifically for this industry. But the quality is such, and the price points are such, that it's good enough for healthcare, construction, and mold remediation and more critical environments, but it's priced that all industries will benefit from it. So our mission is essentially to develop products for critical environments, and at the end of the day, it's going to benefit everyone.
Well, speaking of the critical environments, your system will work with negative and positive pressure, correct?
Yes, and in the beginning, people didn't actually believe, like when we showed the magnetic entry strip, people assumed, and I think it's because of the old way of what they're used to, is they're probably buying magnetic doors, that those don't hold negative air pressure. But we proved over the last 2 years during the pandemic that these things will hold over 5 pascals of negative air pressure. Probably, I believe that's double what's required for isolation rooms in healthcare. And these were used for self-closing COVID isolation rooms in hundreds of hospitals and medical facilities like senior living, dental,
a bunch of government facilities.
Yeah. So we kind of went away from restoration for a bit and went into really focusing on, and we got up in the morning to help, like, I don't know, we almost made it a personal mission to help with the fight against the pandemic. And because we knew we had the only product that can remove, not just hold negative air pressure, but works in open concept, because you can position this thing, anything on a barrier, and it works with any size barrier. So all the barrier constraints are eliminated. But it was great to be able to partner with the restoration companies that would listen, because we actually enabled them to get jobs, like lots of jobs, because they would just use their containment skills to build barriers of all kinds of shapes and sizes, and then just install our product. So it was kind of a big win-win.
Leftovers.
Yeah. And oh yeah, totally forgot about that. One problem that we're happy to have solved is when we put these on, and I'll show you the demo later, but we would solve the self-closing access through isolation rooms. And we were happy we were able to get the doctors and nurses away from using the zippers, but they had brought up, well, one problem we have is gurney access. With dragging the plastic over the gurneys and all that. And we told them, well, since we've eliminated the barrier constraints, you can actually use two of them like side by side at variable widths, and you can accommodate, you can create the first ever magnetic flap door. So now we're doing flap doors and double flap doors, and our products open up all kinds of different containment techniques. And there's several from even one feature. Oh, you got it.
They can go over the benefits and pros and cons.
Yeah, even the simplest thing like this, which is we added a grommet at the bottom of our zippers, so you can do lockout, tag out by overlaying here and putting a cable lock through here. And people were doing that in facilities where they were the gas treatments with the
sanitizing.
Yeah, sanitization. And they would put the zipper on, lock it out, and let it sit for an hour. And then with our system, you can actually peel off the zipper and put the magnet in its place. The zipper and magnetic strip are interchangeable.
On the same mounting strip that's already installed on the barrier.
Yep.
That's one of the things that I like about the system, especially for any kind of medical environment. You don't have to physically touch anything to gain access. You literally can walk, with your shoulder, it opens up, you walk through, you don't have to zip, unzip, and have that a touch point that becomes an issue with transmission of bacteria, mold, viruses, things like that. So as far as the different verticals that this could work in, you've named quite a few of them, but it could go down as far as just a regular dust barrier too, not just, decon chambers and positive and negative pressure environments.
Yeah. It's almost countless. Every day we're getting different industries buying from us, from grow rooms, so that might be like mushroom farms and cannabis facilities, to people doing HVAC thermal control inside of trailers and RVs and retail facilities and food facilities. So
greenhouses and
outdoor greenhouses, which, another technique that's a good point is that we helped someone doing an outdoor greenhouse where they put the magnetic strip on the inside of the barrier, and then they put the zipper on the outside because there were severe wind gusts, but he still wanted to be able to go hands-free access. So he'd go in and out, and then just use a zipper on the outside. So you can actually use them in combination, which is yet another technique. And so we feel like we're going to open up the type of techniques and empower the contractors, because we've seen some skilled contractors and see how proud they are with the containments. And if we can give them, it makes us happy if we can give them more tools to do what they do even better.
So I was surfing around your website earlier. I just want to see if there's anything new since the last time I was out there. And what comes to mind is it's 4 terms, but you've answered some of it. I just want you to expand on it a little bit more. The words I found were reusable, reliable seal, cost-effective, and versatile. I know you've talked about versatile already. Can you touch on some of the others? I'll give them to you again. We talked about reusable. So you're only what, replacing the bottom piece?
All right, so let me just do a quick breakdown of the entire zipper.
Yeah, break down the
Okay.
zipper, the points, what we saw with the reusability.
Okay, so with traditional disposable dust barrier zippers, the complaints that we see all the time are the zippers jamming, breaking, and separating from the barrier, and people having to use additional adhesive to keep it on there. We've eliminated all three of those because with this, for break resistance, we have a 7-gauge zipper versus a standard 5-gauge, so it's higher break resistance. There we go. The 2-layer system. So this is the peel and stick mounting strip. This will be added on. The two layers are too thick to get stuck in the zipper head, so they're essentially jam proof. And you don't need a special knife that cuts a gap or anything to create that jam resistance. You just use a regular utility knife down this cut guide, and it is the poly sheeting is not going to get stuck in there and stuck in the zipper head. So jam resistance. And then if you look at the back of this mounting strip, it's 100% high grade adhesive. You're not going to have to put on additional tape and to prevent the zipper from coming down. We've heard about people who literally sent their technicians out to check their zippers to make sure the barriers haven't failed or the zippers aren't coming down. The other great thing is replaceability. In the worst case scenario, the zipper breaks. Well, with other containments, you have to redo the entire containment. With ours, peel it off, put another, just replace the zipper, and you're good to go. This zipper is probably the same, if not less, in cost than a disposable zipper anyway. And then the mounting strip is about a third of the cost of a zipper. So continual use will actually help you continue to save money. I mean, people essentially make money off of our zippers if they're using it more than once. And if they use it only once, it's not like you're out of pocket, like extra or anything, because it's comparable in price to a heavy duty zipper.
All right. One last question before I ask you to show us a little bit about how these things work. I see you have a setup behind you. Pressure and strength. As far as how much pressure can they really handle? Has it been measured? You have documentation on that?
We would say we had it field tested. We don't have it documented, but it's essentially been used in the field measuring over 5 pascals. We would hit 7. Some people got it to hold like 11 pascals.
I believe at one of the trade shows, just to test the disposable zipper strength and versus our reusable, I think we did hit over 30 pascals, and some of the other disposable zippers started separating from the poly, and ours didn't.
Yeah, that's ripping down the containment before our zipper's even coming off.
Okay.
With the Velcro, it's I can't say Velcro, it's hook and loop. There's a little bit of give that you don't, and adjustability that you get that you won't get with the disposables.
Okay. Well, I see you mentioned it before. You have a setup behind you. Could you give us a demo on how this works?
Yeah.
Just remember, we may not be able to hear what you're saying if you're far away. That's all.
We're going to be moving the camera. All right. So, in the interest of time, we already put up the mounting strip. So the peel and stick mounting strip goes on just like a disposable dust barrier zipper. You'll add it. You'll peel and stick this on, and what you'll do is just add the zipper and put it down. You'll open it up, and then you'll just cut down the cut guide. And then you got your zipper on. Alternatively, you can cut first, add one side at a time. And once you've got it on, you also got this feature, which that's where you can either put a cable lock through the front, or pierce through here and do it all the way through, and then you've got the lockout tag out with the zipper. So here is I'll show you how we can interchange between zipper and magnetic strip. So we'll just roll up the zipper, and it has these fastener tabs right here, fastener tabs that'll hold it in place neatly. And then we got this carry bag that'll go into. I'll show you that a little later. But here's how you switch from zipper to magnetic strip. So this is the magnetic strip. Same thing, has a hook on the back, magnetic columns. And the trick here is you'll put on the mounting strip, cut it first. This way you'll prevent from cutting the magnets. So you'll put that and cut it first. You'll fold this in half. So the magnetic columns are stacked. And then you simply one side. Come down. Yeah. So yeah, and then this is right off. Easily fold back up.
How much training do you need to get that right?
Not very difficult. If someone's already using a decimeter zipper, it's pretty simple.
Very good. I mean, it does look simple. And when we've used it in class, I've never done a switch like that. I mean, we usually put one up or the other, but it's just as easy, I guess, to switch, which you just demonstrated.
Yeah. So one of the first medical facilities that used our product was Orlando Regional Medical Center. And there, I believe there's a board of people that were discussing our product, looking for a solution because they couldn't hold maintain levels of the proper level of air exchange in the isolation rooms because the nurses and doctors were leaving the zippers open. They had initially they had access to our zippers, so they put those up, and they wanted the magnets. They're like, okay, we'll give it a shot. They went ahead and put on the zippers because that's what they had because they needed to get something up immediately. And he said, go ahead, do that because you're going to be able to switch out to our magnets. And then they did, and it ended up solving their air exchange issue. Obviously, because the nurses and doctors are not leaving it open. But then we also proved that it can actually hold the levels of air pressure required. Then after that, more and more hospitals started kind of catching on and doing it. So we've been trying to get the word out there, but right now it's a lot of individual locations. But we had like Patterson Air Force Base, HCA, Dignity Health, Kaiser, like some of the big names. And recently Canadian Special Forces ordered for their medical facilities. So, you know, it's out there. We've proven it all over the place. And, you know, this is going to help us hopefully get the word out more to industries you guys work with too.
Well, we're definitely going to have this out there for our members and our followers, so they will see that. So without putting you on too much of a spot, which I don't mind doing, is there anything new coming that you can talk about? I don't want any trade secrets here, but anything new that you can let us know what's coming. If you say no, that's okay too.
Let me maybe hint at it. Only because we're trying to be a little careful.
Enough said. Enough said. We can go with that.
Yeah.
So where can somebody buy this stuff?
You know what? Better to cut me off. Yes, there are going to be things, and I'll just say there are going to be things coming out. They're going to they're going to add even more containment techniques, and it's like we're excited about it. It's coming soon, but
yeah, you'll see it real soon.
Yeah.
Okay. So where can somebody purchase this stuff? Is it in the big box stores, through distributors, from you guys? You know, where do people go to get the reusable systems?
So we sell it directly online and on Amazon, but we also just recently, actually as of yesterday, just launched with Wesco Hazmasters Connie Safety. So that's in Hazmasters in Canada, Connie Safety's in the US. There are several locations of Aramco that have started carrying it. So we believe it will start going more system wide. And we have several big distributors testing this out right now. And so hopefully it's going to be everywhere soon. No big box yet, but we have companies like HD Supply and people like that reaching out to us to test it. So,
and we're in some locations in UK and Australia, and we're starting to spread. So,
but that's good to hear, because we've also recently been doing stuff in Australia, the UK, South Africa. So we're definitely having an impact in a lot of different locations too. And for us, it makes it easier when we refer to a system or a product, or at least a type of technology, people are familiar with it, especially when we're going outside the US. So that makes a big difference. So that's a good thing. All right. How about contact info for you? What's your website for people to go to?
www.reuzip.com. You can contact us at email at info@reuzip.com.
All right. Any last question here? Any upcoming trade shows we can find yet?
I think next one we'll be at ServPros trade show, their big one in Tampa Bay in June.
That's their national conference. That might be more exclusive to them, but yeah, nothing on the schedule just yet. We've been focusing a lot this year on the new products that we got coming out, but we'll be back in the circuit again probably next year.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you spending the time with us. I know it's a big time difference. I'm on the East Coast, you're on the West Coast, but I do appreciate you being here. And we'll do this again when you can tell us about some of the other super secret stuff that's coming out.
No, we'd love that.
We appreciate it, guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lance.
I want to welcome Rachel Rabelais from Air Answers to our stream today. And I've talked with her before. It's always interesting when we meet up with the people from Air Answers. They're always coming up with something new and more high tech into the industry of indoor air quality, allergens, and some really cool scientific stuff. So Rachel, how about a quick hello, and we'll start chatting.
Hi. Well, thanks for having me, Lance. Really happy to be here. And hello to everyone out there in the Normie universe.
Well, it's funny you say that. We're broadcasting this on all kinds of channels through social media, and it's going to be out there in a lot of places.
Well, that's exciting.
You know, again, it's technology, and it's there to be used, just like the stuff you guys are coming out with. So with that, I got a few questions for you.
Of course.
So first of all, I heard that you guys have some kind of newsletter coming out. What's that all about?
Yes, we're going to have a quarterly newsletter we send out with all of our updates, update on our testing that we're offering, information about partnerships or conferences that we're going to. And there'll be a link on there to set up a consultation with us. It'll be a short a 15-minute free consultation to learn more about the technology.
Can anybody sign up for that newsletter?
The newsletter goes out to all of our customers, all Normie members. So yeah, I mean, anyone who's interested in it, go to our website and fill out the contact us for more information link, and we'll provide you with a newsletter.
That's what I was looking for. So yes, okay. Because I know a lot of our members, even if they're not using your services as yet, may still want to get that newsletter.
Oh yeah, great, sure.
Okay, I'm just curious, what prompted that? I mean, because you haven't done that in the past.
Well, we thought it would just be, we always have so much going on, and we don't feel sometimes that we're getting that information out there. And this time around, we've decided we really wanted people to know what we're doing, new things that we're adding, things that would be potentially more interesting to different businesses. And, we just want people to know what's going on.
Okay, very good. Well, I'll be signing up for that because I don't think I'm getting it yet. And
No.
I just found out that you're doing that. So
Oh, you'll get one.
okay. It's important to stay up to date. And just so you know, I just want to segue into this really quick. I am using the official Airmasters coffee mug that I got at the last convention with you guys. It's an amazing coffee cup. I'll talk about that later.
It's the best coffee cup.
Yes, it is. All right. So as far as technology, and the coffee cup is a lot of technology because it keeps stuff warm for hours.
Exactly.
I know you have new tests coming up. I mean, we've talked quite a bit recently, and you keep describing new processes that are coming. Can you talk about some of the newer ones and the old ones too, but definitely the newer ones?
Okay. Well, one of the things that we have coming out this week for anyone who's working with, cannabis grow facilities, we're adding botrytis onto our menu. We have powdery mildew, and then we're going to be adding botrytis to that. That is going to come out by the end of this week. It's going to be available for purchase.
I know from what we've done in the IAQ industry, the grow houses are really concerned about the different powdery funguses and stuff.
Oh yeah.
And I'm assuming that's what you're talking about here. I didn't know the specific name before, but I know that they have to submit samples to different government entities for testing purposes, and that's one of the things they're really concerned about, because they could lose an entire crop if that's out of control.
Oh yeah, the whole crop can go because of botrytis or bud rot and powdery mildew issues. But also for people who are working with those cannabis growers, one of the state requirements for a lot of different places is aspergillus. So we do have that aspergillus option as part of our mold genera testing as well, which could be helpful. And then we have one of our other panels, opportunistic fungal pathogen panel. There's two species of aspergillus on that one as well that could be helpful in this area: Aspergillus niger and Aspergillus fumigatus, which are two of the four aspergillus species that are problematic for people who want to pass their state requirements.
Are those the specific species that affect people with aspergillosis, I believe it's called?
Yes. It's people who are immunocompromised, or it makes perfect sense. I mean, if you're going to be inhaling something, or you're going to be using something for human consumption, you don't want them to inhale a bunch of different spores or kinds of molds that could potentially cause serious respiratory problems.
Well, I know you've been expanding out all the different types of testing, and I know we've talked over the last 2 or 3 years about this, especially when COVID came out, because you do testing for COVID also.
Oh, yeah.
What else are you testing for, or can you let us know that you'll be testing for in the coming future?
All right. Well, this is all new information, so I'll give you just like a little sneak peek, but we are going to be expanding our viral panel. And so we will be adding more viruses to that, and viruses that would be potentially interesting to people in schools and people in buildings and everything else. So we're working to expand that. So we're going to be adding not just COVID, we're going to be having other viruses as well.
I mean, it sounds specifically the way you're talking, like it's also targeting a little bit more into the medical industry. I mean, we obviously know the indoor air quality is desperate need for all of this testing, but it sounds like the medical industry may have a bigger interest in this.
Could be. I
Yeah.
could see the medical industry being interested in this as well.
Yeah, I know that, we've run into issues over the years with the medical industry has been resistant to deal with more of the environmental issues affecting people, but I think that's changing now. And I think stuff like your technology is making a big difference where it's accessible and understandable to the layperson and the doctors.
I completely agree.
All right, cool. All right. Well, if you think of anything else while we're chatting here that's coming out that you can share with us, please do.
That's what I have right now.
All right,
But,
well, let's
that
see.
one will be coming soon.
I know we were at, I believe it was the ISSA convention was the
Yeah.
last time. And
Yeah.
I think you guys are going to be at the IAQA convention also.
That's correct. We will have a booth at the IAQA, and I will be participating in a panel conversation moderated by Michael Pinto on mycotoxins. So there'll be a group of us in that panel discussion, and that'll take place at the I think it's I forget what night of the I think it's like 4:30 or 5 o'clock on Tuesday, but it's during the IAQA. So keep an eye out for that panel discussion, and it should be really interesting.
I know Doug Hoffman is going to be at the IAQA show. I'm not sure if I am or not yet. I have a few things coming up, so I may not be able to get there, but I know Doug is going to be there, so you'll be probably chatting with him.
Oh, yeah.
Michael Pinto, is one of our senior instructors. I mean, he runs some classes for us that are really specific to sensitized individuals. And one of the important things in his teachings is also your technology, because the people that are sensitized, which I believe now is they're considering between 20 and 25% of the population out there. It's like 1 in 4 people are considered sensitized.
Oh, yeah.
And it's not that it's really been that different over the last several years. It's just become an awareness now. And now people want to know what's going on in their environment. And that's really where your type of technology really comes in.
Oh, yeah.
I keep calling it technology, and I don't want it to sound science fiction like, but
You don't want to say electrokinetic capture technology?
no, it's too early in the day for that.
Haven't had enough coffee yet?
Yeah, pretty much. No, I don't want to do that, but I do want to say that, we had talked, a few months back about the teaching of your technology to like our members and the public. And you had come up with some specific short videos that really went into detail, but quickly, so people could understand it, how to use the technology, what it could be used for, and actually how to just to turn it on. We found with a lot of the technology that's out there that people don't want to read instructions any longer.
Yeah.
I'm guilty of it myself. You open up that furniture you want to put together, no, we don't need these. And some of the companies now have been putting out just pictures, no more words, instructions. But you went to the next step and actually did videos showing people how to manipulate the cartridges, how to turn things on and off and reset, which was extremely helpful. And
if there's anyone else who needs, if there's any other videos you can think of, we'll gladly put those together as well if they will help to provide more information.
Be careful what you offer to do. Because we never know. We're dealing with several different generations of assessors, inspectors, remediators, and the general public, and they all learn differently. Some people have to read directions. Other people have to look at pictures. Other people need to just have a video explaining it to them. And having all these different ways out there really makes a difference. So Yeah, we may be asking you to do a few more of those things.
Great. I understand. I'm very visual myself. So, I mean, I put together I got a table from Amazon the other day and everything it went right to YouTube and it had a whole video on how to put it together. So, you know, I completely understand.
Can you talk a little bit more about the types of allergens that you guys can test for? I get a lot of questions from people about, you know, I know I have allergies, but I don't know what I'm allergic to. Or I went to a doctor and he said I'm allergic to these 4 things, but I don't know. I don't think I have, you know, anything in the house related to a cat, but they say I'm allergic to cats. That type of testing.
Yeah. Yep. I completely understand. We've had quite a few people who moved into places and they don't know, everyone automatically goes to mold. You know, it's like, well, my eyes are itchy and I'm having these problems directly because of mold. And then you find out that, we find cat allergen in the home. So what we specifically test for is we have a cat allergen, dog allergen, dust mite, cockroach, mouse, and 3 different types of pollens. So we do tree pollen, grass pollen, and ragweed pollen.
I got to go back to the dogs and cats for a moment.
Okay.
Is it testing, because this is a question I get all the time about the allergen portion of it, is it testing basically the saliva aspect of it or the dander, or what is it looking at?
It's actually testing for a particular protein, and that protein is what the allergen is. And that allergen can be found in saliva, it can be found in urine, and it can be found on the animal dander. So it can be in any of those things. So we're specifically targeting the actual allergen.
That's interesting because when I've talked with people that have dog allergies, cat allergies, they're always worried about the fur and the dander that's all over the place. That's what they think they're allergic to, but it's basically the proteins.
It's the proteins
on that, from licking themselves or whatever.
And that's what we found with, people think, oh, I got a hypoallergenic dog or hypoallergenic pet. And they say, well, it doesn't have any allergens. Oh, yes, it does. It still has allergens. It's not going to lose its fur as much. But I mean, there's still allergens in its saliva. There's still allergens in the urine. There's still allergens coming from that are, on the skin. So, I mean, it still has allergens. They just don't shed as much. So when we do testing in homes where people have hypoallergenic animals, we're still going to find those allergens because they're still going to be there.
Let's change the subject here for a minute. We're in the process of working with several entities in different parts of the world, and they're very interested in using the technology from Air Answers. Is there a time limit on shipping? Because it does take a little bit longer to send stuff into the lab here in the US if they were overseas. Is there any concerns there?
With time of shipping the stability of the sample is fine. So there's no concern if you're sending it into the laboratory and it takes a week or so that there's going to be any kind of issue with stability. So that's really not a concern. So
okay, very good. Because that was one of the discussions I was involved with about using the Air Answers lab, was concerned about it taking several extra days to get in, and if it was a concern, just like a regular swab sample of mold. It could incubate and stuff like that. So very good.
Yeah.
So let's see. Could we ask you to run through a list, if you can, of all the different things that you test for, and then maybe summarize it by how long these tests take? Because I know there's different time periods. Is a day, 3 days, 5 days. I mean, there's all different time periods for different types of testing.
Great. And I'll go through this list and I'll actually provide you with that information as well. So if any Normie member has questions about that, you'll have that information to help them with as well. Okay, well, I will start with our beta-glucan testing. Our beta-glucan testing is our marker for actively growing mold. So, for anyone who wants to know if mold is actually growing in the environment that you're assessing, then, beta glucan would be the test to do. Beta glucan, you would run beta glucan for either 24 hours or a 5-day run. And the turnaround time for beta glucan in the laboratory is a 24-hour turnaround time. So once we receive the cartridge in the laboratory, it's going to be 24 hours, to get that sample, to get the results. Sorry. The next one, I will go through the mold genera. The mold genera is 8 different types of molds. I'll try to name them all.
Didn't want to put you on the spot, but
Oh, you're fine.
yes, I did.
Aspergillus, Penicillium, Stachybotrys, Fusarium, Catonium, Fusarium, Cladosporium, Trichoderma, Memnunella, and I think that was 8. Was it 8? I don't know. Well,
You definitely hit our 5 no tolerance molds.
Exactly. I hit your 0 tolerance molds there. So those are indicative of severe water damage, correct?
Correct.
Great. So that test, you could run it again for either 24 hours or 5 days. And then the turnaround time in the laboratory is 24 hours for that one as well.
Before you go on, just real quick, on those tests where you said between 24 hours and 5 days, can it be run for shorter periods in there, like 3 days, if that was only the accessible time? Or does that cause a
The
problem?
reason why we tell people either 24 hours or 5 days is because part of the calculation that we provide the results, part of that calculation has to do with time and volume. And all of that is kind of worked into our laboratory information management system. So it's to provide people with information. And then also what we're doing is building out a database so that we're able to develop our own levels of these different things in the air, since there's really nothing to compare it to. So part of that is why we recommend just 24 hours or 5 days so that we can provide people with accurate concentrations and then track those. So.
Okay, that's why I was curious, because I was asked that by somebody and I didn't have the real answer, but now I do.
Now you do. Now you have a bunch of information I just provided. Hopefully you can sort through my my ramblings.
Not a problem.
All right. And what next? Mycotoxin testing. Mycotoxin, we test for 4 different mycotoxins: trichothylacine, aflatoxin, ochratoxin, fumonisin, and that is again 1 or 5 days, and it is a 5-day turnaround time for the mycotoxin testing. We have the opportunistic fungal pathogen panel, which is Aspergillus fumigatus, Aspergillus fumigatus, Aspergillus niger, Mucor, and Candida albicans. And again, 1 or 5 days, and that is a 2-day turnaround time in the laboratory. We have the allergen testing. Now, the allergen testing is only 5 days. That's only been validated for 5 days. That was based on case studies or testing that we'd done before, and running on different lengths of time. So 5 days was the best amount of time to get the whole vicinity or the whole type, all the different types of allergens. So 5 days, allergens only, 5 days. And that is a 5-day turnaround time. Now, we do have multi-panels as well. We have a total mold panel, and that is beta glucan, mycotoxins, and genera. That is you run it 1 to 5 days. It's a 5-day turnaround time. We have the beta glucan and the allergens together. That's a 5-day run. It's a 5-day turnaround time. We have the comprehensive panel, which is beta glucan, genera, mycotoxins, and allergens, 5-day run, 5-day turnaround time. We have the cannabis panel, which is the powdery mildew and the botrytis. That can be run 24 hours or 5 days. That is a 2-day turnaround time. We have the COVID testing. The COVID testing is a 3-day run. a 2-day turnaround time. Now, what also is interesting is you don't have to use a different cartridge for each test. If you want to do beta glucan and Genera, you don't have to do one for Genera and one for beta glucan. You have one cartridge, we can run a whole plethora of tests on them. So you want to start with beta glucan first to see if there's mold growing in the environment. You can do that. And then we keep the sample for 60 days. You can add on other types of tests onto the sample. The only time where you're going to have to run 2 cartridges separately is if you're wanting to run viruses and, the molds and allergens and everything else, you're going to have to run 2. And that's just because our laboratory process to remove those samples from the cartridges are different. So viruses, different sample, but if you have the, one sample, you can run everything else on it. You can have, beta glucan, you can do all the Genera, you can do the mycotoxins, you can do the allergens, you can all do that off one cartridge. So
as long as it meets the minimum time requirement, because some
exactly.
Have 5 days.
Yep.
So running a 5-day sample, you could basically test for any and all except for viruses.
Yep. If you're doing just the 1 day, you can run all the molds, the allergens. We'd recommend that you run it, another sample for 5 days. But if you want to run it 24 hours and do, beta glucan, mycotoxins, all the mold genus assays, the opportunistic fungal pathogens, powdery mildew, you can run all that off of one cartridge.
There's a lot of options there, and it sounds like you can mix and match and do everything. But, for the people watching, it's really about testing for what your specific concerns are, or what the assessor or remediator considers the concerns.
Yep.
And it's getting you data. It's getting you information to help you come up with a plan.
Yep, definitely is. So we do provide a lot of different options. One of the other things is we love to hear what customers want to test for, because with the molecular type testing we do in our laboratory, we can build out our menu quite a bit. So if there's anything that we aren't offering right now that we could potentially offer in the future, please just let us know.
Well, you know that we use the Air Answers device in the training for our NCEAA program, which is the Normie Certified Environmental Allergen Testing and Assessment Program. And it's one of the pieces that we teach about using just for that reason, because of all the allergens that you do. And we just encourage people to do that. I do want to stress, and I talk about this in all the trainings that we do, if you have the technology, if you have the Air Answers device or any other piece of equipment, use it in your home or office first. Don't go out to a customer's location and use it for the first time. Any piece of equipment, sitting there reading the instructions is not the place to do that. Or calling me and saying, how do I do this? Because that does happen. So please, I always say, please use it in your own home. Find out what's in your environment. Become a believer in the technology.
Or sit in your office, watch those short videos, and those are just how to put the cartridge in, take it out, where to send it. It's just some information. So it is really helpful to try it first before you take it in somewhere.
Absolutely, good advice. Well, is there anything else that we haven't chatted about that you would like to talk about? I always put it out there like, do you have questions for me? If not, that's okay. I'm good with that.
Well, what's new with Normie?
Well, we're busy. We're going to be at the different conventions. We're going to see you guys hopefully there. I might even have to get another coffee mug. Again, amazing coffee mugs. If you guys have them again, I encourage everybody to go to your booth and try to get one, because they keep things hot forever.
Oh, well, great. We'll make sure that we have those at the next conference then.
Well, I'm just putting it out there. I'd like to use another one. Well, I do want to thank you for your time. It's greatly appreciated. I know you guys are busy.
Oh, well, thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it.
No, it's our pleasure. We enjoy getting the information from you guys and working closely with you. I look forward to seeing you at one of the next conventions.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Looking
All right.
forward to seeing
Until
you
then,
too. All right.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Doug Hoffman. I'm with Normie, and this is kind of a public service announcement for home inspectors who think they can't do mold sampling. In the state of Florida and other licensing states, they have a threshold for mold sampling, and if it's below that threshold, you're allowed to do it as a home inspector. And our class coming up in August, the Certified Mold Screener, is designed specifically for home inspectors who are asked that question when they're doing a home inspection. And truth is, even the board in Florida has agreed that home inspectors can do mold inspections as long as it's below the 10-foot threshold. And so the Certified Mold Screener will give you the opportunity to answer the question for your customer and give them 3 options: a do-it-yourself option, a recommendation to a certified mold assessor licensed in the state if necessary, or you can take the samples yourself. You don't even have to write a report. Our class, the Certified Mold Screener, is designed specifically for home inspectors. We've had a lot of success already in New York with this and other places across the country. We're inviting you to our class. Go to training.normie.org or contact the Home Inspectors Association of South Florida, and they'll be able to give you information about this class. Coming up in August, hope to see you there.
I want to welcome today's guests from Robert Pettyjohn Cleaning, Mr. Robert Pettyjohn and Katie Ruther. Guys, want to say a quick hello?
Hello there, Lance. It's a joy to join you and the millions watching on their computer.
Thank you, Robert. Hi, Katie. How you doing?
Thank you. I'm good, Lance. How are you?
Good, good. Well, let's get started here. And for those that don't know, Robert is one of our senior trainers. He's involved with our certified mold assessor, mold remediation training, and he does quite a few other things for us. So could you tell us a little bit about your background and how you got involved with this indoor air quality industry?
Well, Lance, it started by cleaning carpets. My wife, Karen, and I were living in Kentucky at the time, and we were looking up at the light fixture on our ceiling and saying, we're going to be here the rest of our lives, or we're going to do something else. So we had an opportunity to go to Hawaii. So we sold everything we had and bought 2 one-way tickets to Kauai and sold jewelry on the beach for a couple of years. And then, like everybody should do, but then we had a little baby born over there. This little girl here to my right and to your left. Little Katie was born over there on Kauai, and we couldn't imagine raising her far away from my mom and daddy or Karen's mom and daddy, Mr. and Miss Chapman in Easley, South Carolina. So we came back to South Carolina, and I did a few odd jobs, and one thing led to another, and I felt the Lord lead me to come up here to Southeastern Seminary to get a PhD in world religions. But he obviously had other things in mind because we were stone cold broke when we got up here. I said, Lord, what are we going to do? I answered an ad in the newspaper that said, clean carpets, make $800 to $1,000 a week. I said, well, that'll pay a few bills. So I started doing it. It was a carpet cleaning company is what it was. So I started doing that. And then one thing led to another. And I realized that I didn't know everything I needed to know. So I went looking for some other resources. And fortunately, I found them. But that's how we got started cleaning carpets in 1989 here in Wake Forest, North Carolina.
We've talked in the past about diverse backgrounds and, where people are today and where they came from. So I just want to get this right. I'm visualizing it's the beach bum surfer becoming the doctor PhD, in a short trip.
Well, we did a little bit of windsurfing, but not that other stuff like they do in the pipeline in the North Shore of Oahu or any of these other big surfing venues. And I was accepted into the PhD program at Baylor University and also up here at Southeastern Seminary, but I never enrolled. We were just too broke, and I had to do something else. So I never became the doctor, but that's okay.
Well, I'll tell you, Katie, I know you were dragged through this probably kicking and screaming most of the way. And if you would like to tell us a little bit about your background, if you're comfortable with that.
Oh gosh. So I grew up with the back seat of our minivan on the front porch to accommodate the carpet cleaning machine.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. And that's okay. Fond memories. Yeah, but I think I officially started working in the business when I was in 3rd grade, pulling hoses. And as far as I know, I was the only 3rd grader that had a sizable bank account. So I guess I appreciate the life lessons and responsibility that came with working at a young age. And I worked on and off, went to college, tried to find a different career. And after college, I came back and worked in the office a little bit in the field. And I got married. We ran away for about 4.5 years to California and decided this is probably where we really need to be. So we came back and have been ears deep in textiles for the last, I keep saying 6 years, but time keeps ticking. So it might be closer to 8 years by now.
Wow. Amazing.
So here we are. Not at all what you plan for your life, but somehow you're doing what you're supposed to be doing.
All right. Very cool. Well, I like to know a little bit more about the backgrounds, and a lot of our viewers, want to know who the people are that we're talking to. So thank you both for that. So let's get down to it. I know what you do is fairly technical as far as the technology that's used, the methodology for cleaning. It's not just spraying a chemical on something and cleaning it. So how did you figure out how to do this? Did you take training, or did you just reinvent the wheel, or how'd you wind up doing what you're doing?
Well, we got started in our training because I had done some work. The guys at the shop figured I was the smartest one, so they sent me the worst, most difficult cases. And at this time, I went and bleached the guy's carpet and made a big mess. And that was $650 that Pettyjohn's did not have. But we had to max out our credit cards in order for that to happen. So we did it. So I figured I better get some training. And as a result, I asked around a couple of places and found out that there was a class at Sunbelt Cleaning Supply House here in Raleigh. And the great Lee Pemberton from McKeesport, Pennsylvania, was the one who was teaching the class. And thankfully, I got the right teacher at the right time. And he told me everything I needed to do and to know in order to get started properly. And I could not be any more thankful for that. So absolutely, training and education, there is no substitute whatsoever for that unless you have a bottomless bank account that can handle all your screw ups.
Okay. Well, with that, in the world of indoor air quality, which is where we all work under, I know there's a lot of trade organizations and support groups and things like that. Did you ever try, or are you still working with those types of groups, trade associations, organizations that helped you through this?
To back up to education for just a moment, one of the fun full circle parts of being in a family business is, while my dad took classes from Lee Pemberton, I think I was able to fully explore my love of upholstery cleaning from Lee's son, Jim, a few years ago. So, or, many years later. So I think that their family business becoming full circle as our family business has become second generation is one of the beautiful little components that you don't just see everywhere.
So
that's very well put.
Yes, it is. But does that really mean that when you were in 3rd and 4th grade, you were helping him with his homework?
I don't know.
You're exposing all our family secrets now.
I just wanted to make it clear for everybody where we were.
Well, that one of the benefits of being at a class like that is that you usually are associated with people that are where you want to be. And one of those people was a fellow named Chubb Safrit, S-A-F-R-I-T. He lived in Concord, North Carolina, right outside of Charlotte. And Chubb at that meeting told me, he said, Robert, if you want to do this business, you do this and this and this and this. And I did that and that and that and that. And then one thing led to another. And now here, what is today's date?
24th.
The 24th of what?
March.
March 24th in 2023. I'm being interviewed by the great Lance Eisen and the Normie crowd, along with my baby daughter, Katie. And I'm so very thankful to be here. But that would not have happened had I not been in the right training organization, doing the right things by people who knew what they were talking about.
Well, I understand, and I thank you for that. And I understand that you've been a part of and some leadership in organizations too along the way. That's where I was trying to go to with this, to kind of talk about your path to where you've gotten to now with the different groups, support groups, organizations, things like that you've been involved with.
That's a good question. Well, you ask good questions, man. Thank you very, very much, Lance. Well, yes, both my wife and I have been privileged to serve as president of the Mid-South Professional Cleaners Association, the finest regional trade association anywhere in the country, without question. My daughter Katie is on the board of directors right now at Mid-South. We were the founding members of the Association of Drug Care Specialists that is headquartered in Dallas, Texas. One of the charter members of that organization. I'm one of just a handful of certified drug specialists here in the United States, the only one in the Southeast. I'm also privileged to be a part of the Restoration Industry Association, where I'm one of about 125 certified water loss specialists in the whole country. And that's a real big deal. So you begin whenever, years ago, we used to go get gas and we had to get paid for it inside the convenience store. And when I came home, Karen said, "You went to the gas station, didn't you?" I said, "Yeah, how do you know?" "Because you smell like smoke." You remember that everybody smoked inside those gas stations. Well, that's the way it is now. You start to smell like the people you hang around. And fortunately, being a part of this national organization of remediators and microbial inspectors known as Normie, I'm beginning to smell like you, Lance, and I'm so thankful for that.
I know there's a compliment in there someplace. I'm just not quite sure how far I have to dig for it. So I'm just going to kind of move on, and let's talk about indoor air quality. As long as you talked about, smells and things like that. Rug cleaners, carpet cleaners, I've seen these guys with their trucks and they go out and they spray some stuff on the floor and vacuum it back up and they're off to the next job. But why wouldn't they be more focused on how it's affecting the rest of the environment with indoor air quality? So, I mean, how do you view that component of what you do?
Well, one of the benefits of being involved in an organization like Mid-South is that back in 1989, when we first started, we ran into a fellow. His name is Dr. Michael Berry. He was in charge of the Research Triangle Institute, and at the time was a very, very close friend of the Mid-South Professional Cleaners Association. As a matter of fact, one of his students, a guy named Donald Pumphrey from up in Brown Summit, North Carolina, did a cleaning of the Frank Porter Graham Child Care Center in Chapel Hill and discovered that the recidivism rate for people who got for the kids that were in that carpet cleaning, they got their carpets cleaned regularly, was much, much, much less. They almost never ever got sick. So Dr. Berry, in his book called Cleaning for Health, I don't know if people can see this. This is the one that Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner is very interested in working with right now. But he says in his book some very, very powerful things about this business of cleaning. He said, in carpeted buildings, check entrances. It is especially important for you to analyze how or where unwanted matter gets deposited inside. This matter can be wet or dry or oily when it rains or snows or whatever the case may be. But he also says something very, very profound. He said, with housekeeping, we manage and take advantage of the sink effect we find inside. Kitchens have a literal sink. If dirty dishes and garbage are allowed to build up in it, bacteria will proliferate, and someone is likely to get sick. Some surfaces are better sinks than others, Dr. Berry says. Carpets and fabrics are very effective sinks. Pollutants stick on or fall into their fabric surfaces due to gravity or electrostatic attraction. Such complex webs of fibers can trap and hold pollutants for a very, very long time. Housekeeping that makes the indoor environment biologically clean promotes long-lasting health. We were fortunate in 1989 to be associated and to be acquainted with Dr. Michael Berry. And even as my role with the ICRC, I was fortunate to serve on the board of directors and the executive committee of that organization for 6 years, for crying out loud. But one of the people we met was a brilliant fellow who worked with the Journal of Cleaning, Restoration, and Inspection. He wrote an article called "The Influence of Flooring Type on Allergen Levels and Airborne Particles." This thing right here, an amazing, John Downey is his name, an amazingly brilliant fellow. But he says, and I'll just read one short sentence or two. In conclusion, the results outlined here do not support the common recommendations favoring hard flooring rather than carpet that are currently given to those with asthma and allergy concerns. Adds to the growing body of research that suggests no flooring type is definitely preferable over another. We hear so many people, Lance, as you well know, who say, rip the carpet out, take the carpet out. Well, no, the carpet is an effective sink. With every 1 square yard of carpet, there's 1.4 acres of surface area in that. That's a great sink, or a reservoir, as Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner says. But that reservoir, that sink, needs to be emptied on a regular basis. Hence, what we're here for today is we are impacting people's indoor air quality in ways they will never have any indication. So,
well,
industry that does this, that allows us to do this, sir.
Let me toss up a softball to you guys, for you guys to take a swing at, using a baseball metaphor here. Here comes the pitch. In most structures, what is the largest filter in that facility or home?
Katie?
The carpet.
There you go. Pretty much what you just said. I mean, it's a massive filtering system, and it's so important to address it the right way.
It's crazy when the largest filter has been ripped out and replaced with a filter that can't hold on to anything, like a hard floor. It changes the whole maintenance protocol for the house, the whole level of expectation for the homeowner, for the inhabitants and their respiratory existence, in my opinion.
But your opinion is right. And the fact is that big sink that filter has got to be cleaned and emptied on a regular basis. I'm sorry, nobody put a gun to your head, made you buy that carpet or buy that Oriental rug, but still you got to maintain it. Nobody made you have babies. Nobody made you buy that house, but still you got to maintain it properly.
Absolutely. And that was the whole purpose for asking that question like that. You know, when you do take out the carpeting, it does change everything. The whole indoor air quality structure changes. So let's get a little bit more into the technology side of it. Could you give us some examples or demonstrations? I know you have some videos that you were talking about in a previous conversation we had about carpeting and cleaning and things like that.
That's a very good question, Lance, because cleaning carpets really does impact the 7 elements of indoor air quality. And those 7 elements, of course, are particles, odors, gases, biopollutants, temperature, relative humidity, and comfort. That's how you got to measure something somehow. So let's measure it with these standards, these criteria that Mr. Hoffman and Normie have established as extreme, and research over the decades as established as necessary elements of healthy indoor air quality. How does what we do impact healthy indoor air quality? Katie, how does all that happen? How would you show that?
I would like to start with, reel it back a little bit and talk about why before how. I think one of the questions that is often overlooked when it comes to how are you going to clean my rug? Can you clean my rug? What are you doing? What, why should I choose you over someone else? Is come back to why are we even doing this in the first place? And the, Sunday school answer is indoor air quality. But there are other answers to those questions. And
those are going to be very simple. Why do you do what you do? Because it's important to your precious customers for one, but you've got to also understand what you're doing. Where does this rug come from? Where do these textiles come from? How did they come about even in the first place? And I think you may have a couple. We're going to show you a couple of videos, Lance, and your audience too. They're short videos. They're not going to last forever, but sometimes a picture says more, 1,000 words, 10,000, or whatever it is.
Short videos, like an active picture, so you can just catch a little glimpse of interaction, and not necessarily watch the whole movie.
And you got some of those videos?
I think I've got a few.
Oh, that's great. Let's do it.
Okay, we'll go for it.
Good.
All right. So let's do a share screen. Eeny, meeny, miny, moe.
So why do we clean rugs? Oh.
One of the first whys is this right here.
Can you see that, Lance?
Yeah, absolutely. And being a grandparent, I mean, that speaks volumes to me.
All right, that little bugger is my nephew. And clearly, oh, there's my niece. And this is one of the primary reasons I clean things, is because I've got little kids and nieces and nephews that are crawling on my floor. And I've got a dog at home, and I know what the dog has done. I know what my kids have done to my floor. And while they're not this young anymore, literally eating the carpet as they pull themselves along, it's still shoes in my house. They know what's this close to their face. And it's important to keep the little people in my life safe.
Plus, their respiratory systems are much less developed than the rest of us. And there's that bell curve of life that from the very beginning, you're more sensitive, and then at the very end, you're more sensitive too. So not only for babies, but for seniors in their homes, for people who are having elective surgery, for people who are bringing children home from freshly been born. Oh gosh, there's all kinds of reasons. But this is why we do what we do, dadgummit, is because there's people lives that are dependent on what we're doing. We're cleaning for health, my friend. That's a big deal.
Well, one thing that's a little different is most indoor air quality mold assessment work is measuring environments in that 4 to 6 foot breathable range. That's kind of the standard that most industrial hygienists look at, and testing is done at, because most people exist in that area breathing wise. The children that we're looking at, they don't fall into that range. They are way below it. They're down in the more humid area. They're down where the bigger particles are collecting because they're heavier. So they're more exposed to more, and the carpeting. So I agree with you completely.
And if people don't take their shoes off when they come in their house, that's the single most important thing you can do to maintain your carpets, by the way. We clean for a lot of Asians, and they're accustomed to taking their shoes off, and their slippers, they call them. We lived in Hawaii, and everybody would take their slippers off when they came into the house. Well, these people that we clean for from the Philippines and from other Asian places, their carpets, I said, what are we here for? And they said to clean your carpets. Well, they look fantastic. Why? Because they don't walk on them with their dadgum shoes. They take the shoes off before. It makes a huge difference. Okay, let's look at some more videos. Let's have some fun today. Okay, Kate?
All right. So as a company, Petty John's, we do a lot of oriental rug washing, area rug cleaning, loose rugs, not to differentiate between installed carpeting. And
matter of fact, there's a rug on the back right behind us. in the screenshot, that is an Afghan war rug with the tanks. Yep, the tanks and all that. That was made at a special time. We have a rug here on the wall from Tabriz in Iran. We got a bunch of rugs out there from Iran and from Turkey, Syria, from up in the Four Corners area of our country where the Navajo rugs are. Big deal. Let's show the video and see where they come from.
So before you clean something, it's helpful to have an understanding of how it's made. And I like to differentiate between loose rugs and installed carpet because there's a lot of, can't you just clean my rug in my home? It's sitting on the floor just like my carpet is. Well, the construction difference between broadloom carpet that's installed in your home and a hand knotted Oriental rug or even a machine made loose rug is wildly different. The density of the tufts, the material, the backing in and of itself is just wildly more accessible and meant to be cleaned in home on a broadloom installed carpet versus a hand knotted rug, which is super dense and a lot of that dry soiling is going to get driven into the foundation and it's just not accessible from a cleaning standpoint in the home.
While Katie's looking at these videos, let me say one thing to you, Lance. You used the term broadloom a while ago.
Hey, Robert, hang on one second. If you're guys are gonna talk for a while, stop your share so we can see you on the big screen instead of just a little screen with your files.
Okay.
Oh, that's fine. So I understand. So that was just the tiny amount of background before we get into where does the Oriental rug come from, or where does the hand knotted rug come from?
Oh my, this is taken in the Luri area of Iran. There are two major nomadic tribes there, the Luris and the Qashqai's. And you can see that this is a big deal in their lives. I mean, this was only taken just a few years ago when I had the privilege to go to Iran and see these sites firsthand. This is something that you just don't see very much at all in our society, particularly in America, but gosh, almost anywhere. And then look who's bringing up the rear, being sure that the job's done right. Two women, by George. Isn't that fascinating? Wow.
So we start the journey with the sheep walking on the dusty road, and we are going to go to
the sheep have got to be shorn and the wool's cut off. It's got a very high lanolin content in it, so it's got to be washed first. Once it's washed, it can be put into a dye vat and dyed almost any color imaginable. And these guys that do this, these dye masters, using all kind of natural vegetal dyes, are some of the most incredibly brilliant people on earth. They are the most highly respected anywhere along this rug chain. It's those people who know how to match colors and to get them exactly what the customer's looking for. Those are really huge. And I've had the privilege of getting to know some of these folks and to watch how hard they work. Man, you just never see them taking breaks.
So one of the questions we pose to ourselves before we clean a rug or anything in reality, what's it made of, what's happened to it, and what's the value? We're going to dig into the what's it made of portion right now as we've been. And
so people may find this awful pedantic or something kind of, why you show me all these things like this? Well, there's got to be an entertainment value to what we're seeing. You're seeing some stuff that you've probably never, ever seen before. We're lifting up the sheets, and now you can see what's going on in between. And it's a beautiful story of what all has been happening over the years. And to see that this, by the way, the oldest Oriental rug discovered was in the Pizric Mountains of Russia. It dates back to 5000 BC. It is constructed exactly the way that Persian or Iranian rugs are constructed today. Amazing, amazing. This here, you're seeing a lady in the Luri tribe. She is spinning the wool that's been cut off of the sheep, and it's all been cleaned up, and now they get big old skeins of this stuff, and it's got to be spun now into a yarn that can be used in a rug. But just look at all the times that this is being held by the human hand. Look, all the oils, look at the soil that's on the ground. I mean, these things, you'll see how this is taken care of down the road. This is a beautiful process. And whether you're washing upholstery, whether you're cleaning dishes, whether you're cleaning up a television set or whatever, you got to know how things are constructed. And look at these incredible ladies there in the Kashka'i tribe that are actually weaving a rug on the ground. These are nomadic tribes, much like you read about in the Old Testament. And these girls are all dressed up, ready to meet their husband should he come by. And it is, I mean, literally, that's the truth. And just look at what they're doing on the ground, for crying out loud. Wow. If this doesn't want to make you want to preserve the investment, we're, as Ron Toney says, who's the IICRC #1 certification, by the way. Ron Toney says we are able to preserve time spent. Oh, what other job can you do that can preserve time that's already been spent? I've got 2 daughters, and a lot of these people who are making rugs, as you'll see in the videos, they're all women. Men are out there smoking cigars and drinking tea and trying to sell something. But no, these ladies are the ones working. And by washing a rug properly, we're preserving the time that they spend on this. Just look at the incredible dexterity that these ladies have got in their hands. They're taking 2 or 3 of these yarns together, and this lady is cutting this yarn off as she goes. Those knives are unbelievably sharp, but her fingers, no slices whatsoever. Just a beautiful, beautiful context of why we do what we do. And if you don't know why you do what you do, it becomes a game of gossip, somebody has said. No, you've got to know why you do what you do. This is why we do it. And once the rug is finished, it's got to be finished. So let's see what's going on here. If you've ever felt a wool rug on the back of the rug, it can feel kind of scratchy and kind of rough. Well, in order for that not to happen, they actually set fire to the bottom of a rug. Wool, on the other hand, wool rugs do not catch a fire. That's why they are used exclusively in the airplane business. You look at the airplane that you fly on, the Delta, Pan Am, whatever you got. There's not Pan Am no more, is it? No. Okay. But any other airline you fly, they all have wool carpets. Why? Because they don't catch a fire and burn.
What does the burning actually do?
The burning actually removes the scratchy stuff that's on the back of the rug. And there's an aesthetic value to having an Oriental rug. And one of them is it feels so soft and so plush under your hands. You can pick it up and look at the back side of it. But now, after all those rugs are dealt with so many times, they got to be cleaned somehow. Let's watch and see how these folks are washing the rug. There's 6 elements to any cleaning process. There's chemical action, mechanical action. This is where you're brushing your teeth or your hair or your dishes or whatever. Chemical action, mechanical action, dwell time, temperature, rinse, or dry. Those 6 elements. You can see that they're wetting this thing down. They're actually using laundry detergent to wash these rugs out on. And they want to wash them and get them as clean as possible but you just look. Are they rinsing them out completely? Are they really getting those things completely clean and rinsed out? There's a question about that. Let's continue. Now, once you wash something, you got to dry it up. This is Mr. Reza Zolanbari, one of the most brilliant and compassionate men you'll ever meet. He has Zolanbari rugs. You can look them up. And these are, you see the rocks out in Iran, that sun is beating on those rocks all the time. And they've taken these rugs, they've turned them face up, and the rugs, the bottom of it, they're, what Mr. Zolanbari is explaining is that these rugs are drying from the bottom and from the top with the sunshine and a little bit of air. There's not very much air movement. Temperature, air movement, and dehumidification are the three factors that influence drying anything, whether you have a flood in your house or you're drying wet rugs. Temperature, air movement, and dehumidification. You're seeing that process. Plus, they're being exposed to the UV light, which is helping to deepen the colors in these yarns. They thought of everything over the thousands and thousands of years that they've been doing this. It's in the book of Judges. You can hear it, read it. But when you make a rug, you got to sell it. So here they are, flipping rugs. It's called flipping rugs to the public. Here's what that looks like. And this was taken in Iran or Persia, whatever you want to call it, by some of the most careful, beautiful human beings. Just look at these textiles. Look at how beautiful they are. Oh, my stars.
So many hands are involved in the production of the rug before a brand new rug gets to a showroom or gets to your home, where it's new and presumed to be clean and ready to use. And the concept of clean, the definitive clean, it's kind of vague because, hold on just 1 second, you'll see in this video, it's about 2 seconds away. You're going to see that has just potentially touched a brand new item that you're going to bring into your home and your child's going to crawl across, or you're going to drop a little crumb and you're going to pick it up and eat it because that was a really good blueberry muffin and you just bought the rug so it's clean. So
this is actually the very first rug I ever bought. It's actually a grain bag. I bought this at the Grand Bazaar in Istanbul, Turkey. And to be able to, and what happened was that the folks used to put the grain in these bags and put the bags on top of, on the back of the horse and take them back and forth to wherever they needed to go. So this is now, fortunately, this has been cleaned, and that man that you saw in there has got a huge, huge heart, but he is unfortunately no longer with us. A dear, dear friend of our rug industry, and he's no longer with us. So, but this is understanding where these come from and how they get around and how they make it into people's houses. There's a story behind every one of these rugs. There may not be a story behind a carpet, but there's almost always a story behind an Oriental rug. We bought this rug in Ephesus on our honeymoon when we were on the Mediterranean Sea. We bought this, the very first purchase we bought, we went downtown and bought it at the rug shop. And now this is the first thing we ever bought as a married couple, somebody would say. Or I don't want to start crying or nothing, but my granddaddy taught me how to dance on this rug. Or this is when my brother and I used to play the Hot Wheels around the outside edges of the guard border on these rugs. All kind of stories behind them. And you just mentioned one about your mama a while ago. There's stories behind them all. And these are very, very real. A lady brought a rug into us the other day, about 6 or 8, 9 years ago, something like that. And it was a polypropylene, tore up and all that. And I said, ma'am, if you'd prefer, we could just go ahead and put it up back there. And I was pointing to the dumpster. She said, oh, no. This is the only thing my mother ever gave me. I can point to you in our shop right now where the two of us were crying, and we cleaned it just like we cleaned the governor's rugs, even better. This was a big deal to me. We made this just like it was. It belonged to Jesus himself. So that's just.
You know, when you're talking about how the rugs were made, the care that goes into them and everything else, I mean, just like with anything that you would want to clean or repair or fix, you have to know what it's made of. You have to know how it's constructed. Otherwise, you're blindly going in there and possibly doing something to damage it, throwing bleach on it to get the dirt out. Well, that's going to take out the color. or using the wrong type of equipment to disassemble something. So it's really important to understand how things are constructed, which is what you just showed us. So thank you very much for that.
Whether it's a rug or whether it's your hardwood floors or anything, I know that you and I have had water damages in our home. As a matter of fact, today I'm getting all the CPVC plumbing removed from my deadgum house, so I don't want to come home to a flood. And they're replacing all that stuff. Well, I've had floods in my house when we came home and it was wet, and you've had floods in your house too. And to know for the restoration contractor or the remediation contractor to know what it's made of before he starts just sawing into something is just really huge. You made an excellent point, Lance. That's a beautiful point. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Well, let me ask you a question. If you were able to talk to homeowners and business owners, what would you tell them to do to protect their rugs or floor coverings, whether it's carpet or a throw rug type of a thing, oriental rug?
Oh, that is a great question. You should know the answer to some of that, Katie.
How to protect your rug? Well, I like to kind of refer to the American healthcare standard on this one, and you can kind of go one of two ways. You can go preventative or you can go corrective. A lot of people find it easier to just go corrective. I'm going to eat this now, and if my pants don't fit, I'm either going to buy new pants, or if the doctor tells me to lose weight, I will. It's almost always easier and to your advantage to be preventative
and cheaper.
And cheaper, maybe a little more expensive in the short term, always cheaper in the long term to go preventative. That means taking your vitamins, get your butt out of bed in the morning and exercise, or do some sort of meditation or something and get yourself right for the day. Also, preventative is imagining in the future what's going to happen. Somebody's going to spill something. Somebody's going to find something you said so funny that their soda spews out of their nose. They're laughing so hard. Then you've got to deal with cleaning up. That's happened. That's why I said that.
Well, and you're exactly right. We have the ability to think and to project ourselves into the future is really, really huge.
Well, one of the components here that's so important is by showing people the reality of how things are done, how things are made, and how things should be. And now talking about the preventative compared to reactionary. That is a major issue with most people today. Nobody, and I say nobody, the governments particularly don't want to spend money preventatively. They don't budget for prevention. They budget only for reactionary. Unfortunately, a lot of people are exposed to that too. A lot of people are short on funds, so they're not going to spend money to fix something that isn't a problem as yet. What you're demonstrating to us is the risk to that and how much more it costs down the road. I guess the easiest example for most people to understand would be driving your car for 10 years and never changing the oil. Well, it seems to be running fine. I'll leave it alone. Well, one day the engine seizes and that, $10 can of oil just cost you $5,000 for a new engine. So, it's taking care of it now before it becomes a problem is so important.
Sure. I 100% agree. I highly recommend putting a protective coating on your textiles when they're new or freshly cleaned, because of the simple, buy yourself some time in case of a spill. Make your vacuuming more effective. You're going to vacuum anyway. You floss your teeth regularly, and your dentist knows when you don't. Your rug cleaner knows when you're not vacuuming regularly. So put the protective coating on there. It makes it almost extends to the point where it can save relationships in your life.
Oh gosh, yes.
Because at some point, your child might spill a chocolate milkshake on your dad's rug. And
is that what your child did?
I think so.
I think so too.
And even though the rug was protected, there was a very brief moment that was captured. You could feel it, the tension in the air. Had that rug not been protected, I know what it's like to spot clean a protected rug and know what it's like to spot clean an unprotected rug. It's just a lot more difficult. And I don't know what the result's going to look like. But it was a timeout. Everybody stay calm. I need a paper towel. I need a spoon. I need a little bit of water on a towel. And the milkshake scooped right up into the towel. And within, honestly, about 2 minutes worth of work, we had that rug back to pre-loss condition. And there were no hard feelings other than the milkshake, the effort put into the milkshake, which you can't help.
But stuff is going to happen. But you bring up a good point. A lot of times, people in there who are visiting with you in your home, they'll spill something and they'll never tell you. They'll just overlook it and hope you don't notice it or something. And now you've got some funky mess somewhere down the road that you got to deal with. Had that rug been protected properly, like you said, or at least have the knowledge of somebody that knows what they're doing in order to clean that rug or that piece of upholstery or whatever the case, those things are very, very expensive. And being able to take care of that. And that is also one of the components of indoor air quality, which is odors. And some of these odors don't show up until the humidity maybe get high in the air or something. Now it gets kind of funky. So these are real life situations that we come across with all the time.
So to bring one of your previous questions back full circle, what is the carpet cleaner? What does the rug cleaner even have to do with indoor air quality? I have a video. I will share my screen again. A video that's going to kind of walk us through, now that we know what a rug is made of, how it's constructed, we can look at the entire rug cleaning process and see what is important about the rug cleaning process and how it is critical to the indoor environment. I can pause this as needed if we get chatty about something. So this in our shop here's another war rug. Clearly we have a theme in my household because my husband was in the military, and this is not a true Afghan war rug. It was made in Pakistan. And I do hate that. Let's go back. The first thing we do is inspect it just to be sure that we're all on the same page with the client, because no matter what kind of service you're providing, setting the expectation with your client on the front end always makes it easier to do your job right.
That's the same way it is with mold remediation or anything we're doing at any company, whether we're doing mold remediation or carpet cleaning or upholstery cleaning, whatever.
House painting, whatever it is.
By the way, that's Andrew right there.
That is my husband.
By the way, this guy in this video is an Iraqi war veteran, a Purple Heart recipient, a man's man. He's not scared of nothing. And he happens to be my son-in-law, and I'm very, very thankful that he's part of the family.
So the last little portion was the tumble duster, and this is compressed air, 125 CFM, 125, what else? PSI, man things, that's okay. And this is the dry soil removal that is critical to the first step of the cleaning process.
Because can you pause it just a second?
Yep.
Procter & Gamble back in the 70s did a study of what was in dirty carpets, and they did a dirty upholstery because they wanted to sell a product over the counter. And they discovered that about 78% of the soil that's in carpet is dry particle soil that can be vacuumed and taken away. The other 20% is a roughly 10% water soluble soil and solvent soluble soil, the other 10. So knowing that, we got a rug or your carpet care professional, whatever, gets 80% of it clean by simply vacuuming or dusting it correctly and properly. Amazing how much of that. And hence, what are we doing? We're improving indoor air quality. But if that's all we did to that rug right there, it goes back in as a much more healthy part of that customer's indoor air quality. But look at all that dry particle soil, and these are big chunks. We're not seeing the little stuff.
So you see the dusty, the skin cells, the things that come in off your shoes. And I think you've said in the past, if you were to only do this, you'd still get an 80 on the test, which I'd like to point out as a child was not acceptable. Yeah. As a rug cleaner, I still don't think it's acceptable. So we'll continue on. I am slightly embarrassed that's how much came out of a rug from my house. That's okay. So here is 1,200 gallons of naturally softened rainwater that we harvest from our roof. And we will put a rug, depending on structural integrity, condition of the rug, and soiling, will go into the wash tub. A couple different factors will play a part into it. So swimming around with a little cleaning agent, the rug will release the water-soluble soils and things that can be addressed by the cleaning agent. And if there's urine in the rug, it'll spend a little more time there. This is one of the elements of the cleaning process.
There's 6 elements to any cleaning process. Chemical action, like you saw some detergents inside that wash tub. Chemical action, mechanical action. This is mechanical action. You brush your teeth, for instance. This is brushing your rug's teeth. Chemical action, mechanical action, dwell time. You don't stick a rug into that wash tub and then pull it right back out. Give it 30, 45 minutes of dwell time. Chemical action, mechanical action, dwell time, temperature. That rug is at a certain temperature. Then rinse and dry. Those 6 elements. If you wash your hair, you rinse it. You don't just walk out of the shower. No, you rinse yourself off. The same thing happens in a rug. You rinse it off. And we put now, this goes into the wringer rinser to where it's rinsing a rug off. If you could stick yourself in there, it would be really good.
That would hurt.
No, it hurt, wouldn't
Okay.
it?
So we have a little bit of warmth to the water, not hot water, a little bit of warmth because we know that does a little better job of rinsing out the cleaning agents. It's going to slowly creep through this process. And on the other side of those jets are those little rubber guys right there that kind of squeegee out a lot of the loose water. So
That's just like Granny had it in her wash thing in the back on her back porch.
Yes.
She kept all the National Enquirers in there though, that instead of washing rugs in it. Did you?
I don't know.
Okay.
And then the rest of the water is spun out in the centrifuge, which is going to spin at about 960 RPM. And it's a little faster than the Gravitron at the fair. It would literally liquefy you if you got into it. And
That's 10,000 PSI is what it is. That's the RPM.
Yep. And then the final grooming, when you wash your hair, you comb it when you're done so that it doesn't dry out and knotted and tangly. And then you dry it. So then our rug is going to go into the dry room where we duct in hot, dry air and recirculate that heat, duct out the humidity, use air movement and temperature and dehumidification to get this rug dry. Most rugs are going to be dry in that 4 to 8 hour window because we're able to really seal it in and get it nice and warm and a very effective drying system. And then the next day we'll detail any little spots that maybe didn't come out because they're solvent soluble, detail the fringe as needed, roll it up, put it on the wall and say, come get me. So that is our rug cleaning process. And that is how you pull particulate out of a rug to make it a clean, healthy filter again.
And we do the same thing with upholstery too. We blow it off to get the dry particles all out of there. By the way, we've had extremely good success, even with moldy upholstery, to be able to blow it off, to put a disinfectant on there first, blow it off completely with 125 PSI, 125 CFM, and then wash it again thoroughly, and then blow it off again, and then test it and send it off to the lab, and it comes back food grade clean. We've taken rugs that we put 15 gallons of raw, untreated sewage, doo-doo, on those rugs, rolled them up for 4 days, and taken them off and cleaned them and got them washed and clean. Send them to the lab up in Grand Rapids, Michigan, where they test all the cereal boxes and all that, and it comes back food grade clean. That's a huge, huge deal for people that have mold in their homes, or they have any kind of an illness or something that's causing them to have bad indoor air quality. Well, we can now my goodness, we can save the roads. And there's people all across the country can do the same thing. One of the things that Katie was talking about is preventive maintenance. One of the preventive maintenance ways that you can do this is to research your area and find somebody who is a certified rug specialist with the Association of Rug Care Specialists, ARCS, or look up Normie, NORMI, and look for a Normie professional. That guy should have done his homework enough to know who the rug professionals are in his area, who the textile professionals are in his area, because none of us is good. Well, almost none of us is good at everything.
Speak for yourself.
Well, before you kids start arguing, let me jump in here and say that obviously the passion is there for what you do and how you care about your customers and their property and how you take care of it. So kudos for that. Absolutely. We only have
only the way we were raised. It's only the way we were raised, Lance. Mr. and Miss Chapman ingrained that into Karen, and my mom and daddy surely did the same thing for us.
Well, they did a good job. But we have a few minutes left. So is there anything you'd like to wrap up with or say to anybody watching this?
I just want to reiterate the fact that cleaning your textiles in your house impacts the indoor air quality of what you're breathing. Mr. Hoffman says that these cleaning techniques and all that are for people who like to breathe, and we enjoy breathing, and our customers enjoy breathing. And these rugs. Oh, I'm glad you put this up. This is from Shaw Industries, by the way.
I'm not screen sharing
Okay,
right now.
can you screen share it?
I can.
All right.
I sure can.
This is important. It was said of the parson in Chaucer's Canterbury Tales, but first he wrought her, and then he taught her. Well, if I'm gonna sit there and tell you stuff to do, I ought to at least do it in my own dadgum house. So let's go to the next one too.
Okay, so let's talk about this though.
Okay.
The first lines of defense. We always say vacuuming is one of the best ways of maintenance, but before vacuuming, what can you do to reduce or prevent the load of soiling that's going to be on your floor covering? And the 3 zones, as Shaw calls it, zone 1, 2, and 3, is get the moisture off of your feet first, and then something to collect the bulk of like a scrubby, bristly kind of floor mat.
Yep.
And then something to get whatever might be left on it. So why does it keep going the same direction?
That's okay.
I'm sorry. Here.
This is my front porch, and you see that I've got some rug pad that was cut wrong, so we use it out there. That's absorbing the moisture off from the bottom of my shoes. And you see that little scratchy little green rug mat. That's an AstroTurf mat. I want to scratch the stuff off the bottom of my dadgum shoes. Studies have shown it takes 15 steps to remove the soil from the bottom of your shoes. So let's accelerate that, please. And we can do that. And then another thing we do is we put a nylon walk-off mat there and put our shoes over to the side so that we're not traipsing that stuff all in our house. Why? Because my wife and I breathe about 3,000 gallons of air every day, just like you and Andrew and your babies don't drink quite that much, but everybody that's watching this video, you drink 3,000 gallons of air a day. And do you want to get it clean as possible for your healthy indoor environment? And fortunately, we're starting them off young at Petty John's. But she needs to put the phone up and not talk to her friends while she's doing some work, though.
You know, Katie, you had spoken earlier about that whole child labor thing when you were growing up. And
Oh, gosh, no,
I see this isn't really skipping a generation.
Okay, just handcuff me now. You can go ahead.
Brendan's family, all of the little ones have been obsessed with vacuum cleaners, which is funny. Is it funny? I think it's in our DNA.
But it goes back to these things here we're talking about here, Lance. These cleaning for health. Research has shown that if you can identify where the reservoirs or the sinks are in your house or in your office or in your car or anywhere, then you can identify the pathways that that reservoir takes to get into your lungs or into your body, that a germ or a virus or a mold spore or something would get into there. Then you can interrupt that pathway and stop that from getting into your body. This is one of the beautiful things that Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner is teaching people to become essential cleaning professionals. And by the way, during the corona, you remember we called some politician's office and told him that we cleaned the governor's rugs. And he said, okay, you're an assistant cleaning professional. So we got that designation early on. And how many times have we taken a rug and taken the ATP meter and before and after and seen the reduction in organic load almost non-existent?
We had fun playing with that during COVID when everyone was hyper aware of ATP meters and organic load, and we tested a random rug out in our shop. I think it had urine in it, so we knew it was going to have a decent organic load to begin with. And when we were done cleaning it, literally right out of the centrifuge, we groomed it, we put it on the poles like you saw in the video, did another ATP swab on it, and did one of those cartoon eye rub things, did another swipe with another test, and it said 0. We were like, did you do it right?
Unbelievable. No.
Well, I'll tell you what, I want to interrupt you here because I think you're giving away all the secrets to part 2 of Petty John Cleaning here. So we're just about out of time for this segment. So if we can wrap this up, maybe we'll do another segment in the near future and go into some more detail on that.
Well, fortunately, this business is in our blood. My granny lived at 25 Liley Street in Somerville, Georgia, right across from the Bigelow Sanford rug mill. And she babysitted all the children for the executives of that place. My uncle was a dolpher there. Both of my aunts worked in that rug plant. And my daddy's PhD is in organic chemistry, for crying out loud. And he worked at DuPont for 35 years as a senior research chemist with them, and developed a lot of different textiles that we use today, as a matter of fact. And fortunately, it's in our blood, but also a respect for the people who made this rug is in our blood, and respect for our precious customers is in our blood too. We're not here. John Donne says, no man is an island unto himself. We're not here by ourselves. No, we're part of the whole. And what we do impacts people's lives. And that's the beautiful thing about Normie, is that Mr. Hoffman and you, Lance, and Roger, and all those guys, and David, and all those guys out there are preaching this sermon over and over and over again. And it's taking. I think our society and our culture is really beginning to develop a huge appreciation for proper indoor air quality. And thank you, Lance, for what you've done and for allowing us to look under the sheets to see what's going on at Petty John's too.
Well, Katie, Robert, I thank you very much for spending this time with us. Very educational, and maybe we'll do this again with the part 2.
Well, that'd be fun. Thank you. Thank you so much, Lance.
Thank you, Lance.
Take care.
Hi, my name is Doug Hoffman. I'm with Normie, and this is kind of a public service announcement for home inspectors who think they can't do mold sampling. In the state of Florida and other licensing states, they have a threshold for mold sampling, and if it's below that threshold, you're allowed to do it as a home inspector. And our class coming up in August, the Certified Mold Screener, is designed specifically for home inspectors who are asked that question when they're doing a home inspection. And truth is, even the board in Florida has agreed that home inspectors can do mold inspections as long as it's below the 10-foot threshold. And so the Certified Mold Screener will give you the opportunity to answer the question for your customer and give them 3 options: a do-it-yourself option, a recommendation to a certified mold assessor licensed in the state, if necessary, or you can take the samples yourself. You don't even have to write a report. Our class, the Certified Mold Screener, is designed specifically for home inspectors. We've had a lot of success already in New York with this, and other places across the country. We're inviting you to our class go to training.normie.org or contact the Home Inspectors Association of South Florida, and they'll be able to give you information about this class. Coming up in August, hope to see you there.
Hi, my name is Chris, and I'm from Air Quality Solutions in New Jersey. In a world where our indoor air is becoming increasingly polluted, it's crucial to take action and prioritize our health and well-being. We believe that everyone deserves to breathe fresh air, free from harmful pollutants. That's why Air Quality Solutions is a company committed to providing innovative and effective solutions to improve air quality in our homes and offices. New Jersey, being a densely populated state, faces unique air quality issues. From industrial emissions to vehicular pollution, these factors can have a significant impact on our health, leading to respiratory problems, allergies, and even long-term diseases. At Air Quality Solutions, we understand the urgency of this issue and strive to make a positive difference. Our team specializes in assessing, analyzing, and implementing solutions tailored to your specific needs. We have the knowledge and expertise to ensure that you breathe cleaner and healthier air. As a member of NORMI, the National Organization of Remediators and Microbial Inspectors, and a follower of the NORMI professional practices, we look forward to working with you to improve your indoor air quality. Our goal is to provide healthier, safer, and cleaner indoor environments.
Hey there, my name's Doug Hoffman. I'm the Executive Director of NORMI, National Organization of Remediators and Mold Inspectors, and I'm so excited to be able to share with you information about our new certification, the Certified Remediator for Sensitized Individual. And this class is actually led by one of our new senior trainers, Michael Pinto, who's been in the sensitized individual field for many, many years. And I'm just going to turn it over to him and let him talk to you a little bit about why this class is so important for anybody that's in the industry. So, Michael, it's all yours.
Thank you, Doug. I appreciate that very much. Just want everybody to know that the reality is that you're dealing with sensitized individuals, whether you know it or not. Anybody who's in the mold assessing and or remediation field, some of the people that you're coming across indicate that they've been made sick by mold, or they, as you do your occupant interviews to understand what's going on in the home, you may find out that they're talking about symptoms. Now, we are not doctors, but what we are professionals that are trying to help resolve some of these issues. So what this particular class does is three things very specifically. It helps turn you into a better remediator. There's absolutely no doubt about that. You can be a good remediator, you can be an average remediator, but this will help you be a better remediator, and that's just good across the board. The The real issue, though, is that for sensitized individuals, it's a necessity. You can't miss the details. The second thing that the class does is expand upon some of the things that just get missed in a general sense in regards to following the IICRC S520, the mold standard. Most people know about conditions 1, 2, and 3, normal fungal ecology, and visible fungal growth as condition 3. What gets missed is that whole condition 2, deposition of airborne spores. And that brings us to the third thing as well, is how much money are you leaving on the table when you're doing a partial remediation and focusing on removing the source material, but you're not even investigating or offering to do some of the whole house cleaning or the cleaning that is necessary to take the condition 2 parts of the office or the home and bring that all back to a normal fungal ecology, rather than just the area that you contained to remove the mold in the basement or the mold under the sink or the mold in the bathroom. So all of these things come into play in the NC RSI course, but the biggest thing is it makes you a better remediator across the board. And I'm excited to be one of the instructors, not the only instructor, but one of the instructors, and just share some of these tips and tricks over the course of the 2-day class. So we hope to see you there, and you can check the Normie schedule and the best training system schedule for when the next course is. Looking forward to seeing you either online or in person.
Thank you, Michael, and I'll look forward to seeing you at the next class.
Absolutely, Doug. Bless you.
When you start on the pathway toward professional success, you have to know what the goal is and how to get there. Normie exists to help in that process. It's not just about taking a class to get a license, but also about starting on a pathway to professional success. Whether you want to work for yourself or be the best qualified employee on the team, this path will take you there and help you succeed. Pick a track, click on the class, and get your journey started. Normie is here to support you all the way to become the Normie Pro professional you want to be.
Today we have two special guests with us from R&R Magazine. And I'm going to introduce them separately just because their backgrounds are so large and different at the same time. I'd like them each to speak and let you know a little bit about them as we get started. So the first person is Mildred Ingram, who is the chief editor from R&R Magazine. So Mildred, welcome.
I'm happy to be here. Thank you for having me.
Hey, we appreciate you being here. So can you kind of tell us a little bit about yourself and your background to now become the chief editor for R&R Magazine?
So my background is pretty interesting, but I do have a background generally in journalism. I was a reporter for a couple of years, and then I was a news producer for many years, morning shows, evening shows, overnight shows. And I've even been a technical writer. So that's pretty much the gist of my background. I have edited, especially being a technical writer. I've written ebooks, and in television, you edit all the time, especially as a producer.
So it sounds like you did just about everything from the mailroom right up to chief editor and everything in between.
Yes.
Well, that definitely gives you some experience. I mean, it's wonderful when you have somebody that wants to get to that top position, has done the other jobs and actually knows what's required. So I applaud you for that. We do have another guest on here, and it's Michael Balzano. And Mike, I'm going to let you talk about who you really are, because I tried to keep everything in line here, and it was a little confusing as to what you actually don't do.
If I had a nickel for every time you ask, what do you do? Who are you? So you're another one, Lance, but thank you very much. It's good to be here. You know, I am a group publisher with BNP Media, and I'm the manager of several properties, The Driller, a few others, but most importantly for this topic, R&R, restoration, remediation, and we now, of course, own The Experience, and we've merged to run that event as well.
Okay, well, I guess we could like tag team this conversation, and Mildred, I'm going to talk with you, and Mike, please feel free to jump in here. So you're new to the industry as far as the restoration industry.
Yes.
So what do you see with a new pair of eyes looking into this funnel, if you want to call it that, of niche marketing and everything from people breathing down to cleaning rugs down to basic maintenance?
So I will say just the past couple of trade shows that I've gotten to go to, I've learned so much and seen so much. They're all completely different, and they attract different people that potentially do the same things. But I will say, bridging the gap, there's so many different generations within this great industry, those who are the historians and who are, you know, the teachers that are mentoring a lot of these younger people, and just bridging the gap, and being able to bring both to the forefront is something that I see that I would love to see the industry just kind of move forward to.
So you're talking about more or less generational education.
Yes.
So being that Mike and myself are so much younger than you,
yes,
I'm sure you see a difference in the philosophies that you've been dealing with since you're in this industry, the mindset of, I've been doing this for 20 years, nothing new is going to change. I mean, how do you approach that mindset of the older people compared to the ones just coming in with a new set of eyes and want to try everything new and technology enhanced?
So you have to show them. So it's definitely of the generation, the younger generation, as you said, is you have to show them because they are used to physical work and physical proof of things. So you have to do it and show them like a markup or something of the sort and walk them through the actual steps as to how it would work for within this new product, within this new way, within technology. You can't just spew it to them and say, hey, this is what we're thinking of doing, because they need the proof, the physical proof. And so that's how I approach doing it. Like, let's just have this physical proof so that we can just give a walkthrough of how we plan to do this on the technology side, so that then they can understand, and then you could get their expertise as well to make things even better, because you definitely need both to succeed and to be innovative and actually move forward.
Can I jump in for a second here? I started, thank you. I started in 1997 in B2B media, and I got a lot of mileage out of this when my advertisers or my customers would say to me, they call me up and say, Mike, I have great news. We have a website. That was a big deal. That'd be the mic drop moment, as you'd say. I've been around, as have you, since the start of the internet in what we do, and not just in the media side of things, but what our customers are doing as well. And you always adapt and you always move on. And our industry is no different. We talk to people about, our BNP Media in 2020 made the decision to stop print advertising across the board. So it was rough to make the transition. I'm glad we did it now. But as I look at our people, they know what they're doing. The people our readers all have iPhones. They all have technology and they adapt. And I think that this industry, better than other industries I've seen, they compete, they want to defeat their competitors, but they're kind of frenemies. There's a lot of frenemies in this industry, and it's definitely a rising tide lifts all boats mentality. I found that as far as technology goes, they're learning the new game, they're adapting, and we just have to keep moving on and we'll be okay. Mildred, we talk about bridging the gap to the next generation. That's one way to do it. And I want to make sure people understand it's not forgetting about the leaders that we have. We always have to look at the bedrock leaders, many of which are speaking at the experience, which we'll talk about later. Keeping them on board, learning from them, but cultivating the next generation has to happen.
It's funny because in the classes that we teach, we deal with the brand new people that are being sent there by the owners and bosses that they work for to get a remediation background. And we also get the people that want to go for licensing that are coming in and they have to take these classes. And we see such a tremendous change where you have the people that are new, they want to be the sponges and absorb everything that we're saying. And the old timers, if you want to call it, that have been doing this for years, they always start off on the first day with not a chip on the shoulder, but that attitude of, I've been doing this forever, I've seen everything. And by the end of the first day, what we hear from them is, I have learned, there's so much I need to learn.
Right.
And it just changes everything, perspective wise. So with that being said, in this industry, we're going to call it the umbrella of indoor air quality. And truthfully, we've been talking indoor air quality for 15, 20 years, some people much longer than that. But until COVID hit, I guess people didn't realize breathing was a thing. You kind of need to do that. So now everybody's aware. And in your industry of marketing, how do you see that playing out? That there's such an awareness now of indoor health.
Yeah, so I know we have, I know that Mike said we get to it a bit later, but I would say with the experience, they have a new initiative called Why Clean. And it really lends towards that topic because during COVID, of course, cleaning was everything. It was the most important thing ever. You had your mask, you hand sanitized yourself every 5 seconds, wash your hands every 2 seconds, whatever. And now that we're kind of towards the end of that, or it's gone, we've kind of forgotten it. And as we kind of touched on earlier, there's the outdoor air quality, but like indoor air quality, it's everything. It's what your chemicals you're using to clean. And you're thinking like, oh, cool, I'm spraying this stuff, cleaning it, and you're sometimes accidentally contaminating your air. It's just something that really does need to have more awareness brought to it, because I feel like sometimes people are contaminating things and are completely unaware that they are doing that.
That's absolutely what we're finding in our assessments that we're doing now. People are calling up for, quote, mold problems or sick building syndrome when it's an office environment. And when we get in there and actually start doing assessments of the environment, we're not finding mold and geese and things like that. We are finding that the environment from VOCs or volatile organic compounds, the chemistry in the air, it's toxic. It's really affecting people's health. Asthma is up. A lot of particulate issues now are affecting people, especially with the smoke coming out of the Canadian wildfires. Now, California has their smoke conditions anyways, and it's not new to them. But in the middle part of the country and the East Coast, this is something very new to us. And we're seeing a dramatic rise in asthma, eye infections, ear infections. just from people that were never affected before, because now they're being exposed to new, quote, toxins and things in the air, which is what we're dealing with indoor air quality, to your point. So yeah, that's something that has to absolutely be brought out in front of everybody. I do want to jump back though, and I'm sorry for jumping around here real quick. 1 second, Mike, I'll get right to you. When we were talking about the older knowledge compared to the new people coming in the industry, I've seen trainings that we do where we have the new people that are very energetic. They want to get in there and do things. And I've seen a group run into a problem that all the new training that they got didn't address. And one of the older guys in the class said, I can fix this. And instead of getting all the new technology and fancy things, he took the box that a roll of plastic came in and made a tube out of it. And joined the two pieces that weren't working and fixed the problem. Because it's what he did 20 years ago. That's all they had. So that old time experience is invaluable.
Yep.
But you can't disregard the new stuff either. So I applaud you again for trying to bridge that gap.
That's exactly right. I think that's a great point. Just because we have new technology doesn't mean, what we used to do doesn't work either. I think that looking back, gosh, so many times. Let me ask you, Lance, your internet goes out or something's wrong with your TV. What's the first thing you do? Well, unplug it back in, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Generally that works. Sometimes it's not the most, let's call somebody, have a analytical
Power shoot.
TV. Yeah. It's sometimes it's something that's just the common sense thing. And that's what we talk about. We want to hold on to the legends of this industry. It's not just they know things. They know things that they've forgotten more than I'll ever know. And we got to keep in touch with them as well.
It's funny. I actually saw somebody recently had a TV screen go out, but it was an older style screen. It wasn't tubes or anything, but it was just the older, thicker ones. And, tech support was saying, do this, check your computer. And they finally went and just pounded on the top of it real quick. And it came back on.
That's it.
You don't do that with the newer technology, but the older stuff, whether you remember or not, the TV antennas with aluminum foil wrapped around them because it made them better.
Yeah, well, the interesting thing is, and this is somewhat off topic, but still within it, is I saw something the other day that just talked about refrigerators, older refrigerators, like ones that I would say maybe my great grandmother might have had, that still runs, that just no issues, still keeps things cold, everything. And the topic was that things were made to last back then. They were built to last for a long time versus now it's just not the case. So there's no way you would ever bang on a TV now. It would just completely mutter and stutter and die, Yeah. So it's interesting. It's from the generation of people who are used to working with things that are built to last. So they have different tactics in fixing things that you really do need to know, because again, like you were saying, in bridging that gap, those are things that are still necessary even in today's technology society, because again, these are from the people that created the people who created technology, who had the ideas, and a lot of the ideas comes from a lot of the older tactics, is building upon it. And that's what we have to continue to build upon it, not forget things, but build upon it.
And it's a shame that you can't teach older skills any longer like they used to teach, because the need isn't there volume wise.
Mm-hmm.
The need to know why things work. You have to go back in time to figure out how we got to this point, but nobody does that. And that's something that shows up all the time in all these different industries that we're talking about. When something goes wrong, or if there's something that isn't specifically a video on YouTube that you can watch, that becomes an issue. I can tell you that I recently had to look at some videos about replacing a piece of technology, and I'm watching it, and I'm on the computer on a separate screen following along. And since they made the video, all the software has changed. So you can't follow along any longer. The pages aren't there. The links don't go to the same place. And if you don't have a basic knowledge, you're completely lost. The videos that are designed to help you don't. It
Mhm.
becomes frustrating.
And I want to touch on one part of this this looking at the next generation briefly as I can. We've had an award for the last 3 or 4 years called the Ladder Award, which basically stands for climbing the ladder. 35 or under, people are nominated. We awarded at the Experience, ironically, coming up in September, and we're very proud of that award. Another brand I work for called The Driller started kind of a cousin award this year called the Emerging Driller Series. This is drillers, groundwater drilling in the ground. That's what it's about. The salt of the earth drillers. And we started this Emerging Driller Series, and one of our competitors called us up kind of snotty, if I use the word, just said, "Why don't you consider this age discrimination?" And we're like, "No, what are you talking about? It's not age discrimination at all. We're trying to not lose another generation to our great industry." And that goes the same with our, that's what we mean with R&R. It's not, yeah, technology is one thing and you always need to grow, but we just want to make sure we keep this going because it's a great industry and we don't want to have a lag. And that's kind of what this all is in a nutshell.
Well, I mean, I can say personally that I'm kind of upset that I just missed the 35 year cutoff.
That close.
Just that close, yeah.
That close.
I find that upsetting, but I'll get over it.
We could be you and I could be on the other side of the ladder award. Coming down, just me and you.
You know what? My mother, she passed away a few years ago, but when she reached 80 years old, she figured it was time to start every birthday going backwards 5 years at a time.
She went back 5 years.
Yeah, 5 years at a time. So at 81, she became 76. You know, that kind of a thing. You know, it's kind of that logic, but no, we all face it. And even the newer generation now that's getting into this market in 10 years, 15 years from now, are going to be faced by people coming out with newer technology saying, "Hey, you're the old timer." Hopefully they'll remember that you need to have an open mind, just like the older generation needs to try to have an open mind and work with the newer technology. So without beating up on the generational gap anymore, can I ask you, Mildred, what kind of personal goals or drive do you have with R&R that's going to make our industry so much better?
So I want to continue to serve the industry, but I want to do it in an innovative way with still keeping our core audience and then broadening our spectrum, the spectrum of R&R. So again, just, you know, still allowing people to be able to read on their tablets and on their phones and just being able to reach. Again, like Mike mentioned, we do not do a lot of the print anymore. We do special edition ones. So like in September for the Experience, we will have a special edition physical print one, but then it's kind of like a thing that people can look forward to who do like to have a physical magazine, you know, just present, just like in their hands. So each year, I believe each year at the Experience and at maybe the RIA, since we do present awards at both, we do try to have a physical something physical for people to have in their arms, in their hands. So yeah, that's pretty much my goal. I want us to continue to grow and be innovative, keeping up with the times, again, keeping that core audience.
Mike, you got a similar answer?
Yeah, well, Mildred was brought on because of her extensive background in TV, as we mentioned before, and she has done a wonderful job. Our research has shown our readers know how they want to engulf the content and how to bring the content. I told our team we have our motto is simple: serve the industry. And Mildred's mentioned that a couple of times. I said we will partner with our competitors. We will do what we have to do just to make sure all the information gets out there for a better industry, which is a better world. I think that what I'd like to do, jumping in, we had it's funny, my wife was the national sales manager for this magazine for 8 years, a while ago, and she left. So I know our former editor is now a competitor for about 8 years as well. So I feel like with my wife here, I feel like I have an unpaid consultant working with me. And so we're learning the industry nicely and just finding out the best ways and simplest ways to get the information to them. That's all we could do. We're a media brand. And we're not any widgets. We're not making any products. We're just providing you with an outlet to get the best information out there. That's what we want to do. Mildred mentioned the Why Clean initiative a few minutes ago. I mean, we have some heavy, if I can put my reading glasses on for a second, we have some heavy hitters doing this. I mean, Mr. Cooper himself, of course, Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner, the microbial warrior, Jeff Jones. There's going to be a lot of people talking about what an important thing that is in Las Vegas. And of course, Normie has a big role there too. And I'm dragging us over into the promotional side. We'll get back to Mildred in a second.
Can't help yourself, can you?
We very can't. I can't. We love it. And while we're there, I'd say I'll take 20 more seconds and I'll back off. And Les Cunningham, Doug Hoffman from Normie, Jim Manis from Shaw, Jeff Jones, Ed Cross, Michael Pinto, Howard Partridge. The list goes on and on. This is the bedrock of our industry. So when we talk about the next generation, I really want to make sure this stays where it's supposed to. We know who the leaders are. We just want to make sure this goes on. And that, I think, is my number one goal, continuing what was started by people 15, 20 years ago.
Well, just to follow up with what you just said, Doug Hoffman, our executive director from Normie, whenever he talks about the experience, which we do constantly, he always puts the line in there: if you can only go to one trade show a year, this is the one you need to go to. And it's different. It's not walking in where people are just trying to sell you stuff. You know, it's here's stuff, but you get to play with it.
Yes.
Try it, learn about it. And that it's a tactile industry. You need to touch and learn this stuff.
Hands-on demonstrations has been hammered into me by Larry and all the people we now work with. And until we went to I went to a couple experiences myself just briefly, but until we actually were part of the event last in Fort Lauderdale, I didn't get it. But people do love it, and it's super valuable. Hands-on experience, hands-on demonstrations. The Flood House, the famous Flood House. We're building two this time, by the way. We just found out at the last meeting. It's breaking news. That's going to be in Vegas, and just things like that are why. And that's really nice that he said that. Another advertiser of ours, their exhibitor, said to me very passionately, "You're the biggest event in this industry, and you got to stop being wimpy about that." And I said, "Of course. Well, let's make 100% sure we are before we get into trouble." But I think we are, and I was really thank you so much for you saying what you just did, because we're very proud to have it on our team now too.
Yeah, the experience appeals to every learning style. And that is why I would say it's one of the best trade shows for sure. Just like you said, people get to play with it. You see it, it's not just lectures, but it's every single learning style. So if you want to lecture and you learn more that way, and you want to just ingest information, we have that. If you want to kind of touch things and play with it, we have that. If you're kind of more visual, just kind of like the Flood House, we have that. So it appeals to every learning style. So it's something that everybody can just enjoy.
You know, if you look at it as down and dirty as it can be, just plain and simple, if you take the newer generation entering this industry and the older generation that's still in this industry and working, and you talk about media, and I know you said that you're going to do print media now every other month, I think it was, every 2-3 months, something like that.
No, we're gonna have two print issues distributed one at the RIA convention, normally in April, and one at the Las Vegas experience in September.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood. Sorry. But the big difference there is you get the older generation that looks at a cell phone and goes, "But how do I find the article? I don't know where this is." And then you get the younger generation that looks at the magazine and go, "Where's the power source? How does this work? You know, I put it in night mode. It's not working right. It's too bright." So there's such a big difference, and trying to bring it all together, I think is an exciting thing just on its own.
My father's 87. He has an iPhone. I mean, we talk about that all the time with our advertisers too. I love magazines too. I love holding them. I got a million of them back in the other room, but the people who complained about us not having print, do it through Facebook or some social media or text me. And I want to say, I respect you, but do you see the irony in this? What you're doing? You're doing all this technology stuff. So you're playing about.
You didn't write a letter and mail it into the office.
Yeah.
Having said that, I miss it too. But I mean, we think that this is the best way to get the content out there, and people have proven that they're reading it that way more than we thought. So I get it.
Okay, so now let's get into the super secret stuff.
Yeah.
Any kind of surprises coming up from R&R? See who slips first.
Yes. I will say we do have some really exciting video series coming very soon. I would say as soon as next month. And just to explore some of the topics, cleaning, which is something we are trying to grow more at R&R, that audience. We have like microbial ecology, drying and large loss support. So that's just to name a few. So I would be on the lookout for that. Really exciting stuff. So yes, that's what we have so far.
We have several, and I don't know, I don't think Mildred's allowed to announce who yet, apparently, or she would have. But I think that we have about 4 or 5 new video series coming out with some speaking generations all across the board. We have some really young people, we have some great leaders. I've already mentioned his name. A few times, I can't say it yet. He's involved in microbial things though, and he's a warrior. But look that way. He's going to do some great stuff with us, and also. But I mean, I think that, and we talked about this offline, Lance. I think looking at what Normie TV is about and what you've done is a great inspiration for us. I'm thinking that they know they have got their finger on the pulse of what needs to happen, and we're not going to copy what you're doing, but that's more along the lines of that. Let's keep some consistent content and video out there. And as Mildred touched on, that's what's coming up new pretty soon. Probably by the end of this month, we'll have some new stuff going.
See, that's one of the things that I just kind of want to briefly touch on. Just like you were saying, we won't copy them, but as we all say, our competitors, and really we all do the same thing. We all strive to just serve the industry. And more than anything, instead of looking at someone as a competitor, I look at you and I get inspired.
Mm-hmm.
So taking what you're doing or seeing what you're doing, and I know, again, we did talk about this offline earlier, it's like, that's, some of the really amazing ideas, like, wow, how can we incorporate it and, in a way that isn't butting heads. And again, people choose who they want to ingest their information through, even if it is the exact same thing, they have their reasons. So you just keep doing what you're doing and just try to be the best in your own way.
Well, there aren't really competitors in this space right now for what we're talking about, because people do have their preferences.
Right.
That's why we're on 11 different podcast channels, because some people like Chevy, some like Ford, some like Mercedes.
But they're all cars.
They all cars. They all get you to the grocery store to buy whatever you need and come home.
Mm-hmm.
Some a little more comfortable than others, but that's personal preference. It really is not a competition. I mean, we're really trying to serve an industry and the public. That's one of the things that we address a lot, is a lot of our consumption is for the public. We know there's a need out there, but does the public want it? And unless they're exposed to it, unless they learn about it, they're not going to have an interest. It won't be on their radar. And that's really what we're doing.
I couldn't agree more. I spent some time in an industry before this, which also dealt in IAQ, and boy, they wanted to they didn't want to be in the same room with each other, all these people. And I go, you guys are missing a great opportunity to unify this industry, which I find in this industry. And as we mentioned before, we keep talking about serving the industry. That's kind of our motto. We over and over, and it's inspiring to see so many other people have that same thought process. Get the information out there. We're all going to be helped. We're all going to be helped if we work together and make this work. And on the business side, everyone will be fine.
Yep.
We're in a very niche market in this indoor air quality. And like Doug always likes to say, the only people that need our services are people that breathe.
Yeah.
So it's probably right around 8 billion right now across the planet. And it's just a matter of education. And, you talk about the generational gap again, you talk to some of the old timers that are out there and you talk about mold. It's mold. It hasn't killed me yet. And then you have the younger generation that are walking around their inhalers because they're so sensitized to it. They can't breathe in an environment that has mold or any kind of yeast or contamination. So you got to get past that physical barrier.
Yep.
I live down right now, mostly in South Florida with my wife. The heartbeat of the hurricanes and mold and things like this. Everybody's got a little mold problem. And this winds back to about 20 minutes we were talking about, but kind of what you just said also. Our neighbor, the building next to it, they had a horrible mold issue last year, and they had to gut a lot of walls. It was bad. But we're talking to them, and they said, "What do you? you look past, did you do this? Well, I had to clean the duct. Did you have any fans on for air circulation? Like, well, no, we weren't here all summer. Why would we do that?
Ooh.
Education.
Right. Education. Exactly. And that's why it's so important. And it's that education in all the forms we have, it can help save houses, can help save lives. And it's not, I'm not overstating that. And that's the industry we're in.
You know, part of the problem is we're trying to reach the public, we're trying to reach the contractors in this industry and give them tools and information that is legitimate and what makes sense. Unfortunately, the bigger platforms that are out there, the government entities, these people come out for different reasons, political or not. They make statements that people get behind and charge forward with. Like recently when COVID was hitting, it was made known that you should all have HEPA filters in your air conditioning systems. Well, there was no follow-up to that comment saying, unless your system's designed for it, you're going to burn out your motors. They can't handle it. So that partial information is an issue.
Yep.
So enough of beating that drum. So what else about the experience coming up? Any more surprises or big events or rock shows or anything like that in the near
I think
future?
you know what, the people who've been to the experience know it's a family fun atmosphere dealing with hands-on stuff, and it's not going to be different this time. We're going to be in Las Vegas again. We have the big party, like we said, the flood houses and everything. I have to say, so they don't kill me back at the office, September 6th through the 8th, Caesars Forum, not Caesars Palace, Caesars Forum, as it was last year, which is about a 2-year-old building. It was beautiful. It was a nice building.
It's very beautiful.
You could book, you get your attendee badge today at rnrmagonline.com. And we could maybe put the full URL after this up on the screen. Harrah's will once again be where the hotel is going to be. Caesars Palace is also going to be a hotel for us. It's about a 20-minute walk, but still you could do that. You're going to see the 6th through the 8th is when the event is, but on the 5th, as you know, we're going to have the workshops. And we have some great, this year, Shaw Flooring, Howard Partridge, Restoration Crosscheck, Ed Cross's new venture, of course, and our friends, the Coys and Firehouse Education will be having a full workshop too. So make your plans to come out right after Labor Day, get out here and have fun with us. We're really excited to get this one going.
But you left out Normie. We're going to have training tracks and all kinds of stuff going on.
Well, I mentioned Normie earlier, to be fair, I don't get fully red marked, but no, Normie's a big part of this. You're one of our main partners and sponsors. You're going to be up near the front of the hall with a nice 2x20 booth. And I think we're both going to be filming a lot of educational videos throughout the event too, Normie and R&R, which is great.
Yes, we are. Well, I want to thank both of you guys for being here. I really appreciate it. Generation gaps aside, because we keep talking about it.
Absolutely. Thank you for having us.
No, I really do appreciate it. And I look forward to seeing you both, hopefully at the experience.
Absolutely.
It was a real pleasure, Lance, and thank you so much. And I can't wait to see you in Las Vegas.
All right.
Cannot wait to meet you.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Good afternoon, or morning, I guess. Good morning. Yeah, so I'm sure that Mo told you when we created Normie in 2004, one of the interesting things was what we created it primarily for the Louisiana licensing law. And the Louisiana licensing law was the first law to go into effect for mold remediators in the country. So it was the first licensing law, and then what happened in 2005? Katrina. And so we were right there able to help, I think, a lot of people with some of the issues that were of a concern to us. I'm not sure if he talked about the difference between the IICRC and us, but they come from the business more from we're not competitors, by the way. As you know, if you're an IICRC person, you get continuing education credits off of this class. So we work together. We just look at the industry differently. They come from the water restoration side of the business. We come from the building side of the business. And one of the reasons why we do that is not just my background with my licensing, but the main reason we do that is because we try to look at the house and the problem that they're experiencing in terms of a mold issue as a holistic kind of problem, not just fix this problem and everything is great, but think in terms of how we can actually improve their indoor air quality. So when I was moved to New Orleans in 2002, I was actually doing some of the things that you guys are doing now and some of the things that we would recommend that you do in terms of ongoing IAQ management, which is what we call our sanitization protocol. How you create an environment in which mold won't grow. And that was really based on my book, Mold-Free Construction, which you have access to if you have the Normie app. We do have an audio version there, so you can just listen to it. Might put you to sleep, but you can listen to it if you like, because it's on iTunes and on Audible as an audio book. But the sanitization protocol really does improve people's indoor environments, so you have the ability to do that. And I just want to tell you about somebody that I met when I was in New Orleans. I was doing some trade shows, and a radio program, and I got a call from a lady. Her name was Laura DeRocher, and she had 4 children. And her youngest child, who was 8, had some very severe sinus issues. In fact, as she was talking to me, she had, of all 4 of her children, the other 3 had constantly been to the allergist every month. Now think about that for a second. Every month, for years, they had been to this allergy doctor. And she had found some mold up in the kitchen area over one of the cabinets, and she was concerned about how that might be affecting their kids, because she heard me on the radio and she knew that mold was an indoor air quality problem. She'd never really thought about that before. It's mold, you know, how could it affect my children's health? But she was putting 2 and 2 together. She was saying, maybe there is a problem here with this mold that I'm seeing. So I went out there and I did the assessment. It took the sanitization protocol. It was not the amount of mold or the type of mold, or there wasn't a moisture problem that actually was causing the mold. It was actually a HVAC problem with the relative humidity. So we did the sanitization protocol, put it in place just like you see it today, exactly the same protocol. And she was really excited because in about a week she was feeling better. Her kids seemed to be feeling better. She wasn't sure. But the interesting thing that she told me when I was there visiting her was that her little child, the one that was just a few months old, they had scheduled that baby for surgery, sinus surgery. And she said, we've decided to kind of put it off because things seem to be going better. We'll see how this goes. Well, interesting story to kind of shorten everything up. About 1.5 years later, maybe 2 years later, I got a call from her and she said, I got to tell you an interesting story. She said, first of all, I got a phone call from my pediatric physician, the allergist. He was concerned that we had switched doctors because I haven't taken my kids to the allergist in almost a year. We decided not to do surgery for the baby, and the baby is doing great. Now, a couple of years old, doesn't seem to have any allergies to the environment and what's going on. She said, I think you really solved a bigger problem than you maybe think you solved. The reason I'm telling you that story is because we hear that story over and over and over